Good evening, whatever it is. Welcome to the show. Welcome to Deconstructing Christianity. I'm your host, Coach Friends. Starting late again. Starting late again today. That's all right. So we are going to have our hopefully we will have an open debate today. But the God of the Bible is a fairy tale, and we will be inviting people on to prove me wrong. We will talk about many different points. This will be a viewer-led show today. Viewer-led show today. But the main topic is God is a fairy tale. Prove me wrong. And we know that that's not going to work. So the onus here is not for me to be able to prove that this God is a fairy tale, but for the person who believes in this book, who believes in this, to go ahead and verify and understand that it's a fairy tale. Before we get started uh, on these next 2 to 3 hours, I want to make sure that everybody is reminded that we are having our meetup here in San Antonio on October 31st through November 2nd. If you are on the Facebook or the YouTube live right now, you will see in the description there is a link. There's a link. So for you to be able to get the hotel and get free breakfast and free dinner at the hotel. So today we're going to be talking about the fact that this God of the Bible is a fairy tale. It's a fairy tale. It's made up. It's not real. Uh, there are many things about this God, this story. The fact that we got grown adult people who believe in this. The fact that I published a video the other day where a grown woman is telling children that they deserve to die. That they deserve to die. I don't know if you saw that video where that woman was telling these children at an Easter egg festival that they deserve to die. Even the child, one of the children, was saying that that was a little much. But we got grown people who believe in these fairy tales, who believe in talking donkeys, who believe in talking snakes, and they want people that, and they've gone through school, they got some levels of education, but yet they still believe that a donkey was seeing an angel and kept going left and right. Dude was beating the hell out the donkey. The angel then decided, who was supposed to come and bring Balaam a message, but and I want you to conceptualize how illogical this story is, right? Conceptualize how illogical the story is. God says, "Hey, I know Balaam is getting ready to go curse Israel. So, angel, go down there and tell Balaam not to curse Israel." Angel goes down. Angel doesn't appear to Balaam; he appears to the donkey. Donkey go left and right. Balaam is beating the shit out the donkey. Then the angel said, then the angel finally appears. He tells Balaam, "I was going to kill you because you was beating that donkey." Has nothing to do with the fact that he was told to go down there and give this man a message, not to curse the Israelites. You see how the story is stupid? And then the donkey started talking. This is a dumb story. So we got our first person. Jimmy Sweat said, "Breathe in and out." That point made. No, that is one of the dumbest points that Bible believers have, is the fact that a person can breathe is not proof of your God. It is simply proof of life, proof of existence. My, your God. So what you're saying is your God created you and they are able to breathe and you got air and that's how that's proof of God. That's bullets, my guy. That's just proof of existence. There is nowhere within that demonstrate that your God did anything to allow me to breathe. That's proof that my parents had sex, that I'm able to breathe. And that's proof of that. That's proof that my parents weren't sickos who followed a dude named David Koresh into a church building in Waco, Texas, and allowed them to burn up. That's proof that my parents took care of me. Me being able to breathe has nothing to do with your God. So I'm gonna need you to come with something a hell of a lot better than that. Matter of fact, let me put the invite on into the Facebook and YouTube. This doesn't mean everybody's coming up. That's for damn sure. Because I know now this is what a Bible believer should say. This should be the, you know how they have the Nicene Creed back in the day in 325. They had the Nicene Creed. They should. I just posted the link, Aaron. Ron. They should, Christians, Bible believers should have a creed. I believe in the Bible. I believe in God, regardless of the contradictions and regardless of the historical errors. I choose so to believe in it, so because I am making that decision. It is fraught with contradictions and incorrect historical facts, but I choose to believe it anyway. It has no basis in reality, and I know that my arguments all fall flat, but I choose to believe it anyway. That's it. That they should have a some kind of creed like that. That's what they should say, is like, in the face of facts, I still believe in this. I'm still going to believe in this. I know that the facts say that my family history, and here's the thing, it doesn't matter what family you look at. Black, white, doesn't matter. Asian, doesn't matter. No one's family started believing in this because they chose to. Let me not say no one, that's fine. There are incredibly few people in this world who has ever become Christian, believed in the Bible because they chose to. Like Emperor Theodosius II in 380 chose to. He chose to become Christian. Then he forced it on all of the Roman Empire. King Azana in 330 became Christian, and then he forced it on the Axiom Empire. So there are very few people who chose it. The people of the British Isle didn't choose it, it was forced on them. The Vikings, it was forced on them. The people in West Africa, forced on them. Sub-Saharan Africa, forced on them. So ain't no choice in this matter. Let's bring Ron up here real quick. How you doing? How you doing, Aaron?
Hey, how's it going?
Pretty good, pretty good. You still there?
Yeah, I saw the link. I thought I'd hop up if you don't mind. I'll set back with the mic off. I might pop in once a bit to enjoy your conversation. Yeah, I appreciate it.
So are you a believer in the Bible?
I keep mine right at my desk, sir.
Okay, so you believe in the Bible. Why?
I oh, go ahead.
Why do you believe in the Bible?
It's been around for so long. How do I explain it? It's been around for so long and repeated so many times. And even without the Bible, the stories that are told in fairy tales coincide with the lessons learned in the Bible. Now, I looking through the Bible, I haven't read it all, but I can see where some things humans put in there that really shouldn't be in there, or they're misinterpreted.
So you don't think it's okay, so let's hit point one. It's been around for a long time. Then why aren't you Hindu? Because the Vedas been around for a long time. They've been around longer. Hinduism and Buddhism been around longer, so why aren't you that? If length of time is a reason.
That'd be a very good question. I think doing my research on time, I think there was a division in time somewhere. We're missing a couple of 100,000 years. And that goes time compression way back, even probably before what we have on recorded time or that's available to us right now.
Okay, but that doesn't kind of went around the question though. If the Bible, if the reason why you believe in the Bible is because it's been around for a long time, but Yet there are other religions that are still prevalent today that's been around longer.
Absolutely.
Why would
And
you choose those religions?
looking, comparing it to the Bible, there are multiple spots where I think they kind of cross over, and there's a similarity. And from where I'm at to practice prayer and teachings,
No.
this is my demographic. This is what's around me. If there was Hindus or Muslims, I'd gladly go join a prayer session or study session. That'd be fantastic.
Okay, so basically you're saying you're a product of your environment.
Uh, right now, yeah, absolutely.
Because you was born in a geographical area that where it was Christian based and you was taught Christianity, and so that's what you follow.
That's what I follow, even though I do go check out other religions, spiritual practices.
Okay.
I, I think that was encouraged in there in one of the lessons. And
So you're not
practice,
dogmatically Christian.
uh,
Christianity is
not
the only way. There's no other way. This is the only thing. Or do you?
exactly. And that's the part of opening up the heart to others, is to be accepting of that. And a lot of that is a lot of the same practices, from my experience.
Okay. So now you said that man has written some parts of it. So do you think that man wrote about the talking donkeys and the talking snakes, or is that God?
Well, I'll use my cat as an example. When she's hungry, she can communicate to me.
Mhm.
When she wants a little bit of loving, she will act a different way. Is there some sort of communication going on there? Yeah, darn right. Uh,
Adam,
she she can
that's
get angry.
Adam. That's bullshit. That's bullshit, Adam. You know, in this story, the donkey didn't convey a message of why you beating me and all this kind of stuff in some, domesticated behavior. The serpent in the garden didn't wasn't a pet. This was a being that came and spoke full, complete sentences with reasoning. Come on now. That is
I'm
not
trying.
comparable.
I'm trying. Hey, this is one of my only first times getting up on stream, so.
Hmm. That's some straight BS. That's
Uh,
so who wrote the part about the token? So do you believe that there is a God who had a talking snake, who had a talking donkey, and did all these things?
Absolutely. And I also believe when they start to talk about, you should give this amount of money to the church. Well, time is money. God would only ask you for a little bit of your time.
A little bit of your what?
Time time
Mm,
is money, and the
right.
Bible says money to the church. But really, if I give an hour to the church of my volunteering time, that's a lot of time. If you get more than one person, you can get a lot done.
This is true, but that's the time is valuable. But now they asking for money. When it talks about in Malachi, they're talking about the provisions for the priest, provisions for the priesthood. That's money. When they say that you got to, for different reasons, say you have to pay an atonement sin, but you don't have the the birds, then you pay some silver. Or you have a child and there's not enough Levites, you pay some silver. It's straight money. It's money.
And I look at what is the meaning of the color silver? Silver
There,
represents movement.
there's no representation there. It was money. At the time frame, they had silver, and they use it as a form of trade, like we do the paper dollar. There's no extra symbolism to it. It was pay 25 pieces of silver. It was ah. So you in your Bible, and I know you said you haven't read all of it, but it says that if a young girl is betrothed to a man, is not betrothed, and she is essayed by a man, that man pays his father 50 pieces of silver, and then he has to marry the girl has to marry that man. That's not symbolism. That's straight up money. Straight up money. There's no symbolism to that, my guy. But what's the proof that your God exists? And I brought Ron up here as well because he actually was the first one to say he wanted to come up. And I just in the thing.
What's up, Bill? What's going on? Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you as well.
All right, so my thing is, I got a couple questions that I haven't seen nobody bring up. So my thing is to prove the Bible right is I go and try to find tribes from the Old Testament that are still here today that don't even know that they're the people of the Old Testament. They have the same names. Like the Edomites, they're actually black and they live in West Africa and they still have the same name, Edo. They the same color red. We know Edom means red, and they love the color red. The ground that they live on is red. The soup that Esau gave, they still have that same soup called a coho soup. So I feel like the Bible is just it's like translated and stolen. Even the word Hebrew itself is not even the correct word. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, they took the whole story from sub-Saharan Africans and adopted it, and now it's causing confusion because they've renamed all the tribes of everyone. So it's like real confusing now. But I think all the sub-Saharan tribes is literally the Canaanites and the who else? Basically Shem and Ham is all of the sub-Saharans. And then you have Japheth, which is the white people who went and mixed. He mixed with everybody. You know what I mean? And I feel like the Bible is true, but it's just they haven't labeled the correct people, so it looks like it's not true. You know what I'm saying? And everything is confused and jumbled up. And even the people that are actual Hebrews, they don't even know they are. There are some that know, but a lot of them tribal people don't even know because of how the white people came in and conquered and caused confusion and mixed their names up and you know what I'm saying? Like, it's hard to explain it the right way, but you know what I'm saying. Like, before
I understand what you're saying, but I don't agree in any shape or form of what you're saying. That's been brought up before, but so here's the thing. In the simplest form, there are people who are walking around that you can identify and call, and they are Egyptians. Does that mean that Ra, Ptah, that Jeb and Nut, that is real? That those gods existed?
I think they possibly could have existed, but not in the. It's kind of hard to explain. They're not in the physical. Because look, I know for a fact, and this is a fact, that there are giants on the earth that are over 100 miles tall, and there are dragons on the earth that are over 1,000 miles long. I'm being 100% positive. If you believe Google Earth is exact on what they're showing, then I already have 100% proof. So I know there is a mythical realm that is real that kind of maybe overlaps this physical realm. We can't see it and we can't fathom it. But I think
if you can't see it or fathom it, then how can you prove it?
Because we can't, because we're only, the way we think is just wired to a way where our five senses cannot contemplate it.
That's just belief. That's just belief. You can't prove it. Can you prove it?
I mean, yeah, I can prove that there were giants over 100 miles tall. 100% proof. If Google Earth is telling the truth on their satellites, what they show, I can 100% prove to you there were giants, dragons that were over hundreds of miles tall, and continents. And Quetzalcoatl, Quetzalcoatl, he
okay,
actually.
What's your proof? What's your proof?
My proof is Google Earth. If you go on Google Earth and look at America and zoom out, you will see Quetzalcoatl's fossil covering the whole east coast of America. His whole body is covering it, I promise. And that's why America is called Land of the Plumed Serpent. Now, I'm trying to get to the proof of the Bible, but my thing is, you can't discredit the Bible because you can't prove it when I already can prove there's giant beings that used to live here, and science can't prove how they existed here. Like, I mean, there's giant beings that are 100% were on the earth that died and became mountains and became the earth we live on. Like Iran, okay, so Iran is living on top of a giant griffin.
Wait, hold on, bro. So we have to do an exchange of conversation. Long ass monologue, no. Jumping from one point to another point to another point, no. yes, this is about proving the Bible. And so all this other stuff, I'm not even going to deal with, because you're trying to say the Appalachian mountain chain is his spine and all this sorts of thing. But that's just pareidolia. You're looking at something and
No, it's not.
creating.
I know what pareidolia is.
But there's people who have dug, people digging those. There are coal mines, there are oil mines. The people are digging, have been digging in that land. They ain't found no bones.
You're not gonna find them. Do you know the reason they dig where the oil?
Let's just stay with the Bible. I don't even want to go there. Let's just stay with the Bible. The Bible saying that the Bible speaks of many different tribes of people that have existed. That doesn't make it true that the whole Bible, the rest of the Bible, is true. Just because it speaks of Jerusalem, but that doesn't make the Bible true. I accept that the Assyrians existed, the Babylonians existed. All these people, those people, a lot of the tribes that are spoken of in the Bible are real tribes. So that's fine. At the same time, a person can say that the people who existed in the plays of Shakespeare, that the tribes and the nations that he spoke of, they existed, but does that make Macbeth true? Othello true? Does that make Romeo and Juliet true? It doesn't, right? So just because it speaks of certain things that are true doesn't make the fact that when Sennacherib attacked Jerusalem, laid siege to Jerusalem, 185,000 of his troops died because of an angel. You see what I'm saying?
But why? I don't understand why they put real history, like real wars and shit that happened, but then they attribute it to like mythological beings and angels. Why do they do that? Why take something real historically and attach myth to it? I don't get the point of that.
Propaganda, allegiance to creating more of an allegiance to their people, and a lack of understanding of science. It depends relative to what is happening. So Sennacherib pulled his troops away because Hezekiah went ahead and paid him his tribute. And so he pulled his troops away because they needed, and then they went down to, they came back to Nineveh, and then they went down to conquer Judea.
Okay.
But if I'm Hezekiah, or if I'm a Jew, I don't want to admit that we just paid off our oppressor, so I make up a story.
Oh, I see.
I say that, oh yeah, and especially if I'm writing this story or editing this story a few hundred years later, when there are no Assyrians who can attest to the story, when the Assyrian Empire is gone, and we're now under Babylonian and Persian rule, and my people are feeling oppressed, and so I make up something that makes them feel hyped up, feel good.
So my question is, how would an Old Testament tribe be called the same name today, but they don't have nothing to do, they won't even confess to being a part of a biblical tribe, but they possess the same exact attributes of the tribe, like the Edo people? I don't get it.
Go ahead.
I feel like the Old Testament tribes are real, but they don't know who they are. They just don't know because everything's been confused. So I feel like maybe the stories of the Old Testament were real, but the dates and everything is wrong, and everything is just, I don't know. Since it was translated into English, we get different understanding of the actual real Hebrew, which isn't even Hebrew. It's because we know that the Bible was translated from Latin, right? Was it Latin first? Or was it
like, so the Old Testament was originally Proto-Hebrew, and then just, Hebrew, and then translated into Greek, and then translated into Latin. New Testament was Greek.
Well, before there was Hebrew, it was Hebreicus, right?
The Edo people in
Nigeria, yeah, the Edo people in Nigeria.
You talking about the Edo people?
Yeah, I think that's them. I think it's them because you don't think so?
No.
I mean, we know them. Well, Hebrew, the word Edo means red, and if you look at them, their apparel is red. All of their rulers, and they even have a king called the Oba, and we know Obadiah was written about the Edomites. So it's like it's so weird, man. I don't understand. I know there's a connection, but I don't know how to make it. You know what I'm saying? Like
They're,
they
they're,
must have stole that. They stole it from them. The Bible stole that. The Obadiah and the Edo, they stole it and called it Edom when it's really Edo. You see what I'm saying? They took the sub-Saharan African story and adopted it and created the Bible out of it.
the
It has to be that
sub-Saharan,
way.
the sub-Saharan, first, you can't just blanket sub-Saharan stories. There are so many different sub-Saharan stories in various forms that it wouldn't fit. That there, it depends. You could cherry pick certain stories to make that fit, but it's still not going to fit because in the Edo, as well as the Yoruba, you have the teachings that we now call Ifa. Right? Their story is so different than any of the Hebrew stories. Their
I
story
mean,
is
not really. They
their
have the
Eshu.
Eshu, yeah. And he
Eshu
does
is
the same thing as Jesus. He does the same as Jesus at the crossroads. The same thing.
so Jesus pushed the man into a girl so that the girl got injured, and then the man's penance was that he had to take care of the girl because she happened to be the chief's wife, and then they fell in love while he was taking care of her, and then they got married, and all of that happened because the young man asked Eshu to find him a wife. How's that Jesus related? Jesus going around pushing men and women and tricking them into what's best for them?
No, but they have similar names and they have similar attributes. So it's like, what is that?
No.
They're getting it from. There's one
Eshu
common
has,
source that they're getting.
Eshu has zero attributes. Eshu is not like Jesus. Eshu didn't sacrifice himself.
But he's
Oh,
got to the crossroads. He's the only. He's at the crossroads, which is the same thing as Jesus. The crossover. He right there, and the cross and everything. Like I just feel like it all is weird alchemy mixed together. With it's all weird. You can't. You know what I'm saying? Like the whole cross thing and the cross. How Eshu is at the crossroads of when you die to cross over. Like the same as
see,
Jesus.
you're
Different but the same.
you're doing this. Okay, so you know how early I was saying that the Israelite people, while they were under oppression, they create or they create myths or stories in order to elevate themselves, right? One of the things, and this is, you may take this harshly, I don't know. One of the things that irritate me, but I understand it in the Black community, is that we will try to take something and twist it to elevate, right? And we will find connections or rethink things that shouldn't be. Like you said, Oba. Oba is not Edo. That's Yoruba.
The Oba is the ruler. He's a ruler within the Edo.
It's a different tribe, though. It's a different tribe. It's not the Edo.
No, Oba's not a tribe. That's the name of the ruler of the Edo kingdom.
In the Yoruba. In Yoruba.
In Yoruba, not
Edo. And the Edomites, these people have never communicated with one another. They were not traversing the Sahara Desert back then.
But how did they get into the sub-Saharan? It had to be through Old Testament stories, so they got pushed down in there, right?
People were in the sub-Saharan long before anybody was in the Middle East, what we call the Middle East today. People moved 125,000 years ago is one of the last big migrations of people from Southern Africa into the Middle East, and then on up into the Europe and out into Asia. 125,000.
So that automatically would screw the whole Bible up then.
It does. Because the Bible's history only goes back to the year, well, let's see, goes back to the year like 4,700 BCE. That's as far back as the Bible can go. When you look at all the who begat who and what age they were when they did they begatting, then you only go back to the year 4,700 BCE, roughly.
So then, what if the Bible is like what if Adam and Eve was like the first white people that came on the scene? Because we know the white man only been here with that race, right? Maybe I don't know, but maybe it's a story about them.
Adam and Eve is just the beginning story for the Jewish people, for the Hebrew people. So,
yeah, yeah,
you mentioned Quetzalcoatl, right?
yeah.
So the Aztecs and Mayans, both their stories are very similar. They have a story of two brothers who then used some oil, some earth, and some corn, and they made the first two people, right? So they have their first two people story. The Sumerians have their first two people story with Adapa and Titi. So every civilization has their story of their first two people that came into creation.
So were they lying, or did they get it from one common truth? That's what I'm saying. Like, I think that there were dragons on the earth that everybody that they knew about. There were dragons, 100%. That was miles and miles long. And I think that science ain't telling us no nothing. There's a channel called Mud Fossil, and it goes through all of that. And it's not pareidolia. It's not. Some of them, yeah, but nah. I can myself. If you pulled up Google Earth, I could take you right to a direct spot where there's a giant alien face that's over 300 miles long, and it is not pareidolia. It's right in Antarctica, right there. So
I just don't. If that's not something that I entertain on this channel, going into the, I'm just be honest, like I don't like. It's like talking about the flat Earth. Like I don't talk about flat Earth. Did the moon landing happen? I don't talk about those kinds of things. This channel is deconstructing Christianity. That's
well,
where
you're not gonna find nobody that's gonna prove you wrong on God being because there's just not there's not a way. Like I can okay. Here's my best way. The best way someone could prove you wrong is for you to believe a circumstance in their life. Like for example, like let's put me right. Me thinking about let's make it. I'm gonna make an example for me, and this is personal for me. This is how God works for me. He's not for everyone. He works different for everyone. So I was adopted, right? If I wouldn't have never been adopted, right, I would have never came up the way I came up. So I feel like personally that something before I was born already knew what was gonna happen and allowed my mom to just love me enough to adopt me and give me a better life than what I would have had. And I just feel like I know it sounds crazy to other people on the outside, but for me as a person looking within myself, and I feel like there was something that I can't explain that had control over that knew what kind of person I would be. Like I feel like these gods are real, but they possess different souls. Like you got people that like God, the God of the Bible, he has his certain people and then you got the Egyptian God, he has his certain people, and their gods are over different souls. That's why you'd be like, well, that's not fair. Why would God love you and choose to adopt you, but not the other people?
okay.
What about the other babies? You see what I'm saying? Because I belong to a certain energy. Do you know what I'm saying? Everybody belongs to different energies. It's not just one.
So then you should consider yourself henotheistic, right? So a person who is henotheistic believes that there's a God that they worship, but everybody else can worship other gods, and all those gods exist. So that's what henotheism is, right?
I've never heard of that, but I
Well,
think that's what makes sense.
That's what you're describing. Is you believe that you have a God, that there is a God for different people, and all those gods exist. Right, different groups of people got different gods. So like Thor and Odin is for those people. Odamare and Oshun is for these people.
For these people, yeah.
Well,
that's why trying to prove God, you can't do it.
Bruh.
My bad.
2 ears, 1 mouth. Remember that? Okay. Because you go on and you ramble on and everything, and you hit like 50-level subjects. But so the thing about it though is that in the context of what we're talking about, there's still no proof of that. So like Thor and Shango are both thunder gods, and Yahweh is a storm deity as well. So we got 3 storm deities made up by 3 different groups of people who weren't in contact with one another. How did they create these images of these gods? They looked at the sky, they saw nature, they saw storms that tore shit up, and so they made a storm deity. And they gave it a god sense because they didn't understand weather patterns.
You think that's the only possible way? So how did they know about the giant feathered serpent Quetzalcoatl? How did they didn't have Google Earth? How did they know that he existed? How did they know that these giants was real? I know it's outside the Bible, but it is a part of the Bible because I consider that the war in heaven before Earth was created. The angels fought and fell and became dragons and fell on the earth on the water. And,
the war, first, the war in heaven is something that's out of Enoch. That's not within your Bible. It's quoted, but it's not in the Bible. That comes from the book of Enoch. Second, they did not, according to Enoch, the 200 angels descended on Mount Harmon. They did not fall all over the planet. They came to Mount Harmon, and that's it. They didn't go nowhere else. So all these craters and masses, that's not fallen angels, and it's just 200.
And that's it. There was only one set of angels that fell, only one time throughout the whole time.
According to Enoch, yes, just that one time.
I don't know. I'm at this point in my life, I'm where you are with the Bible. Like, I done been through the Hebrew Israelites. I've been through all of that. I've been through the white man being Edom. I don't believe it. But at this point, if the Bible was real, then the white man would have to be the Gentile, which is Japheth, which is Noah's son Japheth. That's the only thing real about the Bible is the genetic lineage that adds up to us.
That's not real either. It is a virtual, and it is virtually impossible for a set of three couples to have created the population on the earth that we are at now. It is impossible for them to have been able to create the population that was in Babylon, supposedly when the Tower of Babel was built. And there three couples who are already related, the three brothers are already related. That's not enough genetic diversity for our species to survive and thrive. We would all we would all have Down syndrome if it was just those three couples. That's genetically impossible.
That's why I think that back to the hemo thing you was telling me. I feel like different deities came down and did some kind of science that we don't know about to allow us to live on, and that's what I'm saying. We can't fathom it because it's a kind of science that we're not there yet.
I can fathom it. There's just no proof of it. The Sumerians fathomed the idea that Enki did some gene splicing, but there's no proof of it.
The proof is us. The proof is us. That's what I'm saying. The proof, you're looking for proof outside of us when it's really us anyway. It's us. We're here. We're here, right? It's us. We're here, right?
We're here is just proof that we exist. That doesn't prove that some aliens did some manufacturing.
You just said there's no other way. There's no way 8 people did this, right? So, but we're here. So something had to do it, right?
Because those 6 people, those 6 birthing age people, is a made up story.
Okay, let's say it's made up. Then now we got to go back to the deities. We got to go back to something like the gene splicing. That has to be it. What other way is there? Because we are here. So how do we get here? Evolution and adaptation. Then why haven't the gorillas and monkeys evolved? And they say we share 99% DNA. Why haven't they became us? Why is there still some of them stuck as what they are?
Because you don't understand. Because you don't understand how evolution works. The gorillas. Okay, so I did this once before. I'm gonna have to take over the screen for you to see it. Let me do this again. Can you see this?
Yeah, I can see it pretty good.
So the way evolution works, all right, is that at some point you got. Can you see that? Yeah.
Yep, I can see it.
That's the common ancestor. Then some group broke off. That becomes us. Another group breaks off. That's the gorillas. Another group breaks off. Those are the monkeys. And I think there's one more group. I don't know. And no, that's like the chimpanzees or baboons, one of those two. So the first part of understanding evolution is that the reason why gorillas aren't becoming humans is because whenever they broke off here in the timeline from this common ancestor, they became gorillas. They will never become human. These became monkeys. They will never become gorillas or humans.
But they be able to mix though.
What?
But they couldn't mix at least, since they're on the same. They couldn't mix at least.
No.
We can't mix our seed with them.
Can a house cat and a lion mix? Because even though you might be of a similar species, you're not open up. So that's like saying a house cat and a lion can't have a baby, right? A lion and a tiger can, but a lion and a house cat cannot. Now, when you ask about Neanderthals and everything, those would that's steps along this adaptation from the common ancestors.
So then, what created that? So what created that common ancestor? Where did the common ancestor come from? Because they don't know that. That's where you're getting back to higher beings.
No, that's just where you get to the point where you say, I don't know. See, the problem with the believer is that they have a problem with being able to say, I don't know. So we don't know. There are theories that goes all the way back to 2.5 billion years ago. Like Earth created about 4.6 billion. And then 2.5 billion, we have, I forgot what it's called, the era of bacteria and microorganisms. And then over the billions of years, evolution and adaptation continues to develop into more complex creatures. Now, of course, the thought process from believers is, well, why haven't we seen that in the fossil record? Or why? And you can, but you're not. The fossil record, we have very little in comparison to what has existed. 98% of all life on the planet has gone into extinction. Like 98% of what has been on this planet has died out. And we can only dig about 5 miles down, 10 miles down. There's no telling what's 20 miles down. Yeah. So, yeah.
I don't know. I think the Bible is kind of it's truth and lies. You know what I mean? It's both. I think, but it's
mostly lies. And it doesn't prove a God.
We'll never know, man. We just won't ever know. But I think that if there is a God, he's within us. Have you ever, okay, so listen, I wanted to tell you this. Dude, this is crazy. There's a guy named Tanzawa Tanzanaki. This guy can put animals to sleep using his energy. I don't know if it's the chi or whatever he does, but he's got multiple videos of him actually putting animals to sleep by standing there, no touch, standing there.
Is that the guy? He likes fire. He likes to lit some newspaper on fire or something like that.
No, not him. That's another guy. But this guy right here, he actually puts a whole herd of buffalo to sleep by standing there and using his hand like this from a distance. He does it to multiple animals. He was interviewed by scientific people. You'll see all the videos on YouTube. And it's not a scam. It's real. He really does it. So I think if there's a God, it's within us, and none of us have been able to harness that power because we're trying to figure out knowledge, and we're not actually going within. Because I seen the dude do it. I seen him do it. So that's God right there. If you want to know God, that's God.
I wouldn't say that's God. I would say that that's the person who's tapped into
God. Tapped into God.
Energy is not God. He's tapped. I would say, because I do understand how there is energy. I mean, we know very little about energy as a whole, especially how it relates to us. So, but that doesn't make it God. So, nah, that just means energy. And if a person is able to tap into that, that doesn't make. You see, the problem is you got to prove that God did it. When everything back in the past, when they would say, "Oh, this is God," well, Then we find out how the weather works. So now it's no more God. Then we find out how earthquakes happen. Then we know it's no more God. Then we find out, and as we continue to find shit out, the idea of God then gets smaller and smaller. Because if we did get to a point where we can figure out how to communicate with each other telepathically or do some telekinetics and things of that nature, then that eliminates God. And that's all it is. We're just figuring it out how it works naturally. Hold on, let me bring a YouTube TikTok person up. I just saw pop up. Because I think we're not beat that horse. Country Kia. I got to figure out how to have TikTok, Facebook, and YouTube all on one stream. Hello. Country Kia. She's up here. Country, can you hear me? I guess she can't hear me. I don't know. Maybe she accidentally hit it. Okay. I'm trying to be fair to both platforms. I'm gonna go ahead and let this dude up. I know he irritates the shit out of most of the people on this channel, but
hey, Coach, what up?
What's up?
Hey, how you doing, man?
I'm doing all right.
Good afternoon to all of your fans in the chat group.
Mm-hmm.
And also to your lovely wife. You know I'm always respectful to you.
Okay.
You're better half.
Yeah.
I've been listening. I'll wait till my turn reach.
No, prove your God. Prove it's not a fairy tale. How could you prove your God exists?
How can I prove God exists?
Mm-hmm.
Which route we want to take today?
Man, just answer the question. It's not a rich route you want to take. Answer the question.
I believe that God exists because there is a creator who is an intelligent designer that created the world.
Where's the proof that there is an intelligent creator that created the world?
Because of the life form that exists today. It could have not come based on an haphazard experiment or any natural causes.
Why not? Why could it not have come from evolution and adaptation? What proof is there that that is an impossibility when actually there's more proof of that being the probability?
Because first of all, the people who are proponents of that narrative have over the last 2 years had their own theories debunked by their own instruments.
What instruments debunked?
Oh, the James Webb Telescope now has put a wrench into the wheel of that narrative.
And what information about the James Webb creates the wrench?
Well, before the atheists, the agnostics, and the skeptics use the scientific narrative to say, well, okay, this world came into existence by a Big Bang theory. And so I think it was either 13.5 or is it 14.5 billion years ago that happened, and boom, we're here today. However, the telescope has provided information that there are later galaxies within the cosmos that are older than the point of beginning that they use as a reference point.
So that does not prove that. That doesn't disprove a Big Bang. All that demonstrates
is the theory. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
So the Big Bang is not the creation of the universe. It is multiple singularities happening within a larger scope of a universe that is beyond our observation. So it's the universe within universe. That's what it demonstrates, universe within universe. That doesn't disprove evolution or adaptation.
Well, when did it? That
just shows a difference in the thinking of the Big Bang. And science doesn't go out to prove a certain point. It just observes and investigates and comes to a conclusion based on that observation and the information provided.
Well, the conclusion is what proves the point.
No, it doesn't disprove evolution. How does that disprove evolution on Earth or the creation of Earth? The fact that we exist within a known universe that is within a known universe.
Right. So therefore, as I said, the starting point of when the entire galaxy, the cosmos began, Milky Way, everything. That was a reference point of, I believe, I can't remember the exact name. It was either 13.5 or 14.5 billion years ago. What they have found based on the James Webb Telescope, that there are galaxies that are within the cosmos that are older than the beginning galaxies in the very same cosmos. So therefore, your mathematical equation don't add up. How can something that is supposed to be younger, right? That if it is, that it was made from this particular reaction here, and what made the reaction is supposed to be older than something that is further away. Now, the one that is further away is even older than what created it.
Because then the thought process wouldn't be that it disrupts the math of how old our known universe is. It would just demonstrate that there was a singularity that occurred prior to our singularity, which is the leading theory, the leading thought process now, especially when studying dark matter, is the fact that there are multiple singularities that have happened and continuously happen in a cyclic form, that it just recycles itself. So therefore, you can have, the further as more and more we're able to look out and look further, we're going to have different time frames of different galaxies coming into existence, because there are multiple singularities that are always happening. Like a singularity could happen today.
But would it be older than what created it?
You keep missing one vital point. The Big Bang that created our galaxy is not the same one that created every galaxy. You with me?
Okay, if I run along with that thought, then if that's the case, right, how come that there are galaxies that are older than from what that emanated from? So even if I go back through the chain,
emanate from it. That's the point.
No, I'm saying, okay, A made B, made C, made D, right? We end up at D. Then D is supposed to be younger than C. C is supposed to be younger than B. B is supposed to be younger than A. How come is that C is older than A?
Because C wasn't made by A.
That's okay, but in the time frame that the telescopes.
If C is not made by A, then your whole premise doesn't work.
It's not my premise, it's yours.
No, then you're
I'm
not
just
listening.
disproving it. All I'm saying is that I'm
You're
following your point.
Because my premise, I did not say that my premise is that A made C.
No, so I'm saying I'm following you, and this is how I listed it. A made B, B made C, C made D, because you said B wasn't created by A, it was separate. So whatever C came from, it came from B, right? And B was a later, right, subset of A.
No.
Okay, you all right, make up the spider web for me if I'm not stating it correctly.
The multiple singularity universe is that singularities happen, big bangs happen. Not one big bang, but big bang, it's plural.
Okay, cool.
And they all happen different parts of an unknown universe. And as we come to know it and see it in our known universe, they are not going to be the same age, because they were made, they came from their own singularities at different times.
Right. But the thing is that the cosmos has been expanding from the point from its original point of beginning. So in its
No,
expansion,
no.
I'm not a cosmologist,
Okay.
but I'm saying,
Our
but I'm
known, because you're messing that up. Because
okay. Go ahead.
What you keep inferring is that there is one point of origin for the universe, and
Is
it's
there
totality.
is there or is there not?
No, we have no idea.
How many?
There are multiple points of singularities that are happening. This is why some galaxies, so in the expansion, right? If everything expanded from a center point, then everything would blow out in a bubble, right? And everything will be heading in a trajectory that emanates from that single point.
Not necessarily, but I follow your point, what you're trying to say.
Yeah, it does. Okay. So when you throw a grenade and it's a fragmentation grenade, from the center point of the explosion, there is a diameter that we know. You got a 5-foot kill rate diameter, you got a 10-foot severe injury, 15-foot just injury. And it's a diameter because it all goes out in a big ass bubble. Right? That's how explosions work.
Right, but that's not, I'm just saying that's not how I've seen how they have drawn the cosmos. But I'm saying, okay, just for the argument, I'll accept it.
If there was a single point of explosion, everything would explode out in that diameter. Now, but because there are multiple singularities that happen, explosions are crossing each other. So like if I threw 2 grenades, then and they landed near each other, some of the fragments are going to intercede with each other. And one of the things that we see is galaxies emerging with other galaxies because they came from a different point of a singularity.
Okay, cool. So are you saying
be the same age?
So are you saying in the beginning, of which you don't know, right? Okay,
there is no beginning.
Well, let me just see if I get it clear. There's no beginning in your paradigm, but there are multiple causes, right? Or big bangs, just to be colloquial and simple. Multiple big bangs. Did they happen at the same time, or did some bangs come after the first one?
They all just happen at different time frames.
How many happened?
We don't know.
Okay, so I'm saying
let's just say there are multiple.
Okay, so let's just say 2 happen at minimum. I'm going down your paradigm. So at a minimum, let's say 2. Is that okay?
Sure.
Okay, 2. Okay, so 1 is A and 1 is 1, right? Two different categories, letters and numbers. So I got A, B, C, D. I got 1, 2, 3, 4, right? They collide, boom, right? I'm saying if it is that we had 2, and out of that 2, we now had the number 2 and the letter B, right? Did B and 2 occur at a later time? I'm dealing with time factor now.
What does that? Okay.
Because the time factor is what the telescope has now disproved, that if you use a timeline, if you use a timeline, then what we have seen, what the telescope have proven, is that there are galaxies that, however you want to say, whichever multiple causes it came from, it wasn't a galaxy that was produced with the ones that initiated everything. So if they were 25 or 20 billion, doesn't matter. Whatever number you want to come up with, I'll be okay with it. All I'm saying is that when they look in the million and billions and billion and billions of galaxies, there are some galaxies that are much older than from the subset of those that are thought of to be the beginning.
No.
Nah. I'm not lying. I'm sure there are people, but in the chat,
I don't think you actually read the James Webb Telescope information. I think you're bringing this information off of what somebody else has said. because I have read it.
Man, this was on 60 Minutes. You don't even have to read it. If you could have watched it, and they tell you that we now have to
I read it.
a new calculation.
Bro, I read them.
Okay, cool. And I'm sure it's the same websites that are online that anyone can read.
Yeah, go to the James Webb Telescope site.
Right. So did they find galaxies that are older than the ones that are deemed to be from the beginning? Is that true? Yes or no?
Not deemed from the beginning. That part is no. It's no.
So here's my point. Here's my question. Here's my question. I don't think you're listening.
You just trying
to. Are there galaxies that are older that were supposed to be younger?
No, damn it. I've said that 11 times, and you keep going back to it.
I'm just making sure
what I'm saying.
I'm just making sure that when I bring the evidence,
you're just repeating the same.
I'm gonna clip this later on.
No, you're not. Shut up. You're going to listen. Listen, dude. You got 2 ears. You have one mouth. You got a brain. Hopefully,
we've been listening to you. I didn't interrupt you.
And it's my show. I can interrupt all I want.
I know, but I didn't interrupt you. So I was listening. So
no,
go ahead, make your point.
You keep saying the same thing, and you keep missaying it each time to try to get your little narrative across. Right? So first of all, it's science. Science doesn't follow your biblical mindset where you have to stick to this primary dogma and stay there. All right. Science says that if we discover something that makes our theory wrong, we'll change it because we're not here to prove anything. We are here to discover whatever the truth is. So go back to the 1920s, 30s, 40s, when the first Big Bang theory was first coming out, there was the idea of one Big Bang center point, one singularity, that's it. But as science has discovered, there have been multiple bangs, multiple singularities. That's why they don't even really use the Big Bang terminology as much, because it's now used to say singularities, and that there are multiple singularities that has happened in different parts of the known and unknown universe. And as we discover the different galaxies, we can see the age of the different ones coming from whatever singularity they came from. We can see the trajectory that they're moving in, so we can start to identify which galaxies came from which singularity and from where that singularity may have began. So there is no the beginning, the Big Bang. These are multiple. So yes, you're going to find a galaxy. Let's say Andromeda galaxy is 12 billion years old, and our galaxy is 14 billion years old. But the Andromeda galaxy didn't come from the same singularity as ours did.
That's not my argument. That's not my argument of origin.
You're trying to say that a galaxy.
I'm dealing with the time factor. If you let me share my screen. So here's what I just did a simple Google search, right? Simple Google search. The first clip that comes up, right? Institute de Astrofísica de, not Spanish, but I'll just read this, right? Here's what it says. It says here, and here was the headline. A study suggests that there are galaxies which might be older than the currently accepted age of the universe. Right? It says an observational-based study led by Martin Lopez Corredoria, researcher in the Institute de Astrofísica de I'm not Spanish, Canaveras, has found that certain very distant massive galaxies appear to be older than the limit set by the standard cosmology. The study, published in the Astrophysical Journal, is based on the analysis of data recently obtained by the James Webb Telescope of galaxies that existed when the universe was only between 4 and 5% of its present age. According to the accepted standard model of cosmology, the researchers infer that the mean age of some of these galaxies would not be compatible with the accepted age of the universe, but say that it would require independent follow-up work to correlate this conclusion. And there's much more in the article. anybody can read the findings from the James Webb Telescope that the researchers have now had to grapple with.
So all you have just said is that they are realizing, like I said, that there are parts of the universe that are older than what we thought.
That's what I've been saying from the jump.
There was nowhere, but nothing in there indicates that they came from the same singularity.
Listen, I'm not.
Did anything you read say that they came from the same singularity?
That is not my argument, and you're trying to steal man the argument. That's not a straw man. That's not what I said. I told you from the beginning. I said the James Webb Telescope has thrown a wrench, and that's my words, in the conclusive time frame of when the Earth, when the Big Bang began, which I said was that was my words. I'm just stating.
That's your word, but that's not what the article said.
No, that's not. So I said there are galaxies that were formed at a much later date that appear to be older from the ones through which it began. But it doesn't matter which one you want to choose it began from. But I'm saying is that from whenever it began, it is older than that, which is supposed to be impossible.
So what you just said and what the article says is that they have to recalibrate their age of the known universe.
Yeah, because now it's silliness, because it's not 13.5 billion years. How could you have something that is produced much later being older than what produced it?
But your article doesn't say anything about the fact that it was produced from the same singularity.
That's not my argument. It doesn't matter which one it comes from, Coach.
Yes, it does.
No argument. No. Listen, whether it comes from 1, A, B, C, D, all I'm telling you that when it ends up to the point where they can now measure it, that it's older, that it's older from even the ones to whom, if you want to use them down the chain, it's older than those.
Okay, but how does that, because let me bring you back to some level of center.
Did I speak incorrect? Am I to be corrected or you to be corrected when you told me that doesn't exist?
You're speaking incorrectly in the...
No, Coach, listen. No, you always say if you said something wrong, you will correct yourself.
My show.
Okay, go ahead.
My show.
Make your correction.
Now, this is what you're doing. Are you correct that there are galaxies that are older than our galaxies? Right? Yes. Where you then get lost is that you then take the assumption or leap that other older galaxies and our galaxies come from the same singularity.
That is not my argument.
But that's the argument.
No, that is, Coach. Have you been listening? That is not my argument.
You don't listen. What your argument makes no sense.
No, because you just got refuted again on your own channel, and I'm showing you. Because you told me, no, this is what you told me. You said no, that doesn't exist. The first article anyone could pick up.
What did I say doesn't exist?
You told me that nothing that was produced at a later date can be older than what produced it. Right? On the basis that's the argument I'm making. I am not arguing which it comes from. All I'm saying is but
you're missing the point that is the crux of
how could I miss my own point when that's not my argument?
No.
You're trying to straw man and steal man my argument at the same time.
You are missing the point that for your argument, what must be is that the galaxies all come from the same singularity. Is that what you're saying?
That's not my argument. I am saying that there are galaxies that they have measured, and it has appeared to be older than the one that, if you want to say whichever one produced it, and also of the cosmological age of the universe or the cosmos, which is 13.5 billion years. So meaning that there are some that they are seeing that are 14.5 billion years, while the calculation that the agnostics, the skeptics, and the atheists have always said, oh yeah, it's 13.5.
Let me try to. This is my last time trying to explain this to you, and then I'm moving on.
Okay, no problem. Try. But you gotta apologize too.
Oh, dude. If the singularity that created our known universe, our galaxy, happened 13 point whatever billion years ago, right? And then the singularity that created the galaxies that they are now measuring to be, let's say, 18 billion years ago, and that singularity happened 18 billion years ago, then yes, we will find that those galaxies are older than ours. So that is exactly what I'm saying. That is my point. So
your point is not relative to my argument, because I'm saying
because your argument is baseless, because you're inferring.
How could my argument be baseless when I'm using your own scientific research information?
Because you inferred something into
I didn't infer. In fact, I read the intro of the argument.
And I asked you this question and you didn't answer it. Where in the article did it say that
that's not what the argument, that's not what the article is about?
Say that those galaxies came from the same singularity
as
ours.
My brother, what the article said is that the cosmological calculation is 13.5 billion years. That's the standard. The galaxies that they have found, from whichever singularities you want to make it come from, it is older from the oldest that exists today.
Make aspects of our universe older than what we have been able to measure from our existence, from our singularity.
We are not. Listen, the cosmological timeline.
How does that get rid of evolution? How does that say that life could not have happened on Earth through evolution?
Because it's only a creator who can create something.
You are so numb.
So it is just like that. When God created,
you're so caught up into one narrative that you can't even hear the critical thinking of what is being said, and then you can't even hear how you're adding stuff to the article that's not there.
I did not add anything.
Yes, you did. Dude, you read it, everybody heard it, and I'm probably gonna do a clip of it later on so they can listen to it again.
Right, and you're gonna have to apologize and show, because you told me that what I was saying was wrong.
What you're saying,
and I laughed.
You're taking a part of it that is right, and then you're
I didn't. Come on, coach, you lying now. Come on, bro. Be big man. Come on. If you're wrong, you're wrong. Okay, you always say that.
So first of all,
let's deal with the God factor now.
In order for me to lie, I have to be knowingly telling something that I know is true. And
because you were pulling a straw man on me. You're pulling a straw man on me.
I let you read it.
That wasn't my argument.
Straw man mean. But how does that disprove evolution? Because that ain't got shit to do with evolution.
No, the cosmos and the universe. You asked me about that. I
asked you about evolution. I said, how does that?
You said something about evolution and adaptation, and I think my earlier response was that God created us, right? And you talked about the evolution and adaptation. So let's deal with that then. So, can biological material come from inert? An inert animate object? Yes. Where? How? Pull a rabbit out of that.
Actually, we see this in Ireland right now. We see where within the volcanic ashes and the inert rock, that there has been microbacteria that has been found in the inert rock in Ireland, where this volcano been erupting for for a couple of years now or longer.
So you're saying the volcano, right, that is non-biological, produce something that is biological.
That there is
and the biological also produce and the biological material have been in the earth for thousands of years at a temperature that no biological material today can even survive at.
We find out a lot of things that we thought was right. Like, we didn't think that life could exist without light, but we go to the bottom of the ocean near these hot water little spouts, and there is life down there. So where we previously thought that there wasn't.
So you're telling
yes, and that's the thing about science. We may have a precept, but then once we find evidence that contradicts it or goes against, contradicts it, then we say, okay, well, we were wrong. And then
No, you move the goalpost. Yeah, you
no,
shift the goalpost.
it's not moving the goalpost. It's saying that, okay, this is what we think based on the information we have.
Mhm.
Then when we find out new information, we reconceptualize what we think. It's called critical thinking. That's what that's called.
It's just called moving the goalpost.
No,
let's move on.
critical.
But let's move on. So what you're telling me is that
what the hell you think critical thinking is? Having a dogmatic opinion and then forcing everything to fit into it? That's not critical thinking. Critical thinking is getting all the information you possibly can get, having an understanding based on that information, walking in the wisdom of that information by applying it. But then if the result shows something different, you go back and say, oh, we have new information. So let's
but the old information was the narrative, and that's what you guys use as the basis and evidence for your belief and your narrative. And you guys been purporting that.
We don't have
and now you got a shift. That's the issue.
So we don't have of course you shift. What do you where you live in Trinidad, right?
I live all over the place.
You live in Trinidad.
I live in America too.
Okay. So you live in America too.
Yeah.
So you have a basic understanding of capitalism, for American capitalism, right?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Every time a new president comes in, or every time a new Congress comes in, does not the economic system changes a bit? And you have to make adjustments. They raise the Fed, they lower the Fed, they enact new tax laws, take away tax laws. You have to make an adjustment, right?
No, not necessarily. Capitalism still stays the same. It's still the same process. All you got is little hiccup. All you got, listen, it's the same capitalism. Wait. That's no. You asked me about capitalist system. I'm saying, did it change?
I asked you, do you have to make adjustments when they make changes?
And I'm saying, is the system the same?
No.
Okay, well, that's your opinion of it. You still able to sell and buy as you please. They may create a little more restrictions here and there. They may loosen up some, more tax, less tax. Same system. You gotta pay a little bit more, pay a little bit less. That's basically it.
It's not the same system.
Are you still free to buy? Are you still free to buy and sell?
That doesn't make it the same system.
It's not communist. It's not communist when the government will own everything.
If I was in a communist country, I can buy and sell. So buying and selling is not the core.
So then what is capitalism? What is capitalism? It's the freedom to buy and sell, basically.
That's not the question.
It's a bad analogy. Use another one. That's all.
Do you have to make it? Okay, so if you were living in 1941 and when they enacted income taxes, would you have to make financial changes?
I have to pay taxes, but that don't mean I still can't buy and sell. Am I free? Is capitalism a free system of barter and exchange of goods and services?
Can you ever have an honest conversation? This is why the people in the chat don't like you being up here, because you cannot have an honest conversation. I'm asking you a simple question. In 1940, here I'm gonna ask it and answer it myself, and you're not going to interrupt me. In 1940s, when they implemented income taxes to everyone, federal income taxes, then people who were previously living on X amount of dollars now have to make an adjustment, because now 18%, 24%, 30% of their money is now going to the federal government. So they have to make an adjustment in how they live their life, in how much they buy, how much they sell, where they buy. You make an adjustment because somebody made a change to the system. All right, it's simple. That's all you had to say, and you know that's the truth. But instead, you got to try to rumble around with capitalism, buy and sell, kind of buy and sell. All I asked was, do you have to make an adjustment when they make a change to the system? It's a simple freaking answer, and you're not honest enough to be able to answer it. That's why don't nobody like you on here. That's why, you know what?
No, it's because I challenge you, because capitalism.
No, you don't challenge me. You irritate me because you cannot be honest.
Could you define capitalism for me?
And you don't have integrity, my guy.
Can you define capitalism for me?
I don't need to define capitalism, because
then what was the question? Your initial question was about capitalism.
That was not my question. Do
Bro,
you not understand the English that's coming out of my mouth? That
no,
was
it don't
not.
seem you understand your own words, because capitalism is an economic policy where you have
I
the
never
freedom.
asked, what was capitalism? I asked if there
You
is
asked
a
me if that would
change in
change. You
the
asked me if
system,
that would change. What you
then you
talking
have,
about is personal income.
you
That's
know what,
different.
bye.
Let's come
I
back to
can't, I
God. You
can't
always
deal
throw
with it.
me on. I tell you, you always
Because
lose
you're
the
not honest,
argument.
and I don't deal with people who are not
It's
honest.
you're
And
not
you can't
honest.
be
You've been
honest.
calling me a liar.
Guys, why can't people just be honest? It's a simple fucking question, right? The question is incredibly simple. Adam, come on here, Adam. Oh, turn your mic back on.
How you feeling?
Even though you and I disagree on God and stuff,
Absolutely.
Adam, if Trump decide to add in all them damn tariffs that he's talking about, and then the price of things go up, do you have to make a change in how you spend your money?
I have been ever since that party of the government got in about 12 years ago, the Liberals, and it's the same policy. We're being robbed.
Okay, I understand, not to get into the political part, but you have to make a change, right? When different policies come in, you have to make a change. It doesn't change that it's capitalism. It just changes how you function, right?
Yeah, in that physical world, absolutely. Yeah, it
All
makes a big
That
difference.
is all that I was asking. You see how I know Prima is still on there. You see how Adam just answered the question honestly, that you have to make a change. And my whole point of that was the fact that science works in the same way. When we find out new information, then you change the premise that you're standing on. It is not moving the goalpost, it's just changing the premise. When we thought that there was only one singularity, no, we find out that no, there are multiple singularities. And so the premise changed, the thought process changed, because you now have new information. And I know I got frustrated and loud, is because I hate dishonesty. When you can't just answer an honest question because you just want to argue. You just want, to be on the opposite side. And that's just, and at no point did he demonstrate that this God exists. At not one point did that ever come up. He avoided the actual question because he's not an honest person. And that's why
If I could dance, he is dancing.
What did you say?
If I could dance, he'd be square dancing. It just kept going back to the same point, and then just like the evolution chart, yeah, it goes this way, that way, but it's still the same thing. I was getting dizzy.
Now this is the
So
man.
thank you.
This is the man who believes in the Bible. He just said, if I could dance, he was square dancing. Oh my gosh, this dude is so. I tried to, for last week, I wouldn't let him come on the show at all because of that same bullshit. I had hoped that he had learned something, that he had like looked inside himself, but no, he's still on the same bullshit. So I'm not even going to deal with him ever again because he's stuck in the mud.
It gets loud every time I take a break from people too. When he comes back and really gets you fired up and thinking, and then you get to cool down and maybe pick one or two the words out. Yeah, I might go and look up something or pick up my Bible again just to reread, go through.
And that's just
positivity.
I just expect adult people to have critical thinking abilities, but it demonstrates. But when it comes to believing in this God, it seems like the critical thinking just goes out the window because you become so dogmatic in believing that this God must exist that it doesn't matter what information is presented to you. You have to stay in that dogmatic stance, in that dogmatic thought process. I don't know if anybody else wanted to come up. So let me repost the link on here again. And if TikTok people want to come up, just let me know. Say something to let me know you want to come up. Because the question here is proving this God. And the whole thing was, I asked Mike, disprove the evolution, and what does the age of galaxies have to do with disproving evolution or adaptation? How does, if one galaxy is older than the other galaxy, that still has nothing to do with disproving that. And then where I would have wanted to go when he was talking about inert, what we call life is the very basic understanding of life, right? We only understand life on this planet as far as we can understand it. We do not understand the full level of life down to the atomic level, right? There are, it has been demonstrated that particles, atoms, that they react one way when they're being observed and react a different way when they're not being observed. That they have attractions and they have things and they have repellents to them. They are functioning on a conscious level of life that we have yet to even scratch the surface of understanding. So to say something is inert in the sense that it cannot ever come to a level of life that we then can measure is just showing that you have a fixed dogma that you're staying with. So even so, to say that, oh, some things can't live in certain environments, we've seen under the sea where things are living in environments where we previously thought life could not exist, and they exist. So for us to find more evidence of life existing in environments that we thought life couldn't exist in, we should be open to that since we found that it happens. And so, like I was saying, we don't fully understand what was happening 2.5 billion years ago on the planet. We don't know how bacteria came into being on the planet, single cell organism came to be on the planet. We don't know those things, but we're still discovering how these things function and how these things work, right? And so the beauty of science is that we don't have a problem saying I don't know or we haven't figured it all out yet. What up, Henry? John Henry, man, carved the whole tunnel through a mountain in one day with just a damn pickaxe. Beat the steam machine, and then he died with his woman in his woman's lap. John Henry.
Hey, what's going on, Lorenzo? Adam? Hey, how's everybody doing? Appreciate you letting me up here, man. Being that I just introduced myself yesterday on your panel, or should I say inside the chat.
You like my introduction of you right there? John Henry.
Much thanks. I tell folks, hey, when the Henry, nowadays when they ask about it, it stands for holding every nationality responsible, y'all. What we're missing nowadays, making sure there's a level of accountability in the conversation. And this one right here, I don't get into it too much on my channel, but I'm realizing at this point in time, it's probably time to go ahead and have the conversation because some things are getting too far-fetched. And one of the things that I'll state, and I've heard this said many times before, the last vestige of slavery that exists amongst blacks happens to be religion.
Mm-hmm.
Primarily when you look at the concept of Jesus for the most part. Now, I was hoping to get up here why was it Prima? Is that his name? Prima something?
Well, you can pronounce it Prima or Prima. I always say Prima. Some people say Prima.
So
you can pronounce the word either way. It's one of them English words that's all jacked up.
Yeah. So I mean, again, watching Prima, I asked a couple of questions. This is something that I will ask, not to get into a debate with anyone, but again, I don't claim to have read the Bible front and back and have it memorized, but I will say that because of the fact of having been educated, like the majority of us have been, we are literate. We could read for ourselves, but also at the same time, having been able to read, we should know, notice I say should, what is and is not possible. For example, I asked the question, outside of the Bible, via empirical evidence, where in recorded history has a man ever walked on water? Let me just drop that for a second.
You know what? Hold on. I'm gonna do something I just said I'm not gonna do. I'm gonna post this damn thing again. Primer, Prima, if you want to answer John Henry's question, you can bring your happy ass back. Just for shits and giggles.
All right, so you're gonna make this a viral moment.
Because he gonna write a bunch of bullshit in the text. And writing in the text is hard to fully express your thoughts, and I get that. So Prima, come on back up so you can answer John Henry's question of when has, or any Christian, any believer, when has in recorded history has a man walked on water?
I got $100 for you, but check this out, folks. Here's the thing. Don't be disingenuous. For example, Jesus never walked on a frozen lake, but I had this confrontation via chat. I was dog walking some folks on one of the other YouTube channels. I said, look, let's be honest, folks. Has it ever been in recorded history of a man walking on water? The answer is no. Only in the Bible will you find this. And that's where, again, comes down to two things that I say that your real, as Bill Maher put it, religious, your really religious Christians have or do not have. They lack common sense and they lack comprehension because they're told to believe.
Hey, he talking. Stop.
So because of the fact of having belief,
Coach,
is
you got
nothing
back.
more than appreciate it, Coach. Let's use the mic button. That's what I do also on my channel. Fair use. Fair use.
Dude, you hear a man talking and you just gonna start yelling and shit. Just wait your damn turn.
He asked the question already.
But I was describing here. So if you could, Prima, fall back for a moment. All right, let's have
no problem. Go ahead.
Yeah, this is Lorenzo's show. I'm a guest, as is everybody else. All right, can we do that, bro?
I'm a guest too. Go ahead.
All right, let's act like one. So as I was saying here, the question that I'd asked is it even possible for a man to walk on water? And one of the folks said, well, I've walked across a frozen lake, so technically, yeah, that counts as me walking on water. So yeah, I disproved your theory. Yes, I actually said that. All right. Then I asked another question, or better yet, let me land the plane right here. I've said my piece for right now. So Prima, let me go ahead and explain, or should I say, put the question out again. Outside of the Bible, via empirical evidence, where in recorded history has a man ever been documented of walking on water? And I'll leave it right there. All yours.
Not that I have knowledge already.
All right, so let me go with number 2 here. Lorenzo, may I proceed?
Go ahead, because he answered
right.
you legitimately.
Outside of the Bible, notice you have to be real specific, otherwise there will be a disingenuous.
Come on, bro. You ain't got to do all the merry-go-round. Ask your question.
Back. I'm just getting off your merry-go-round, all right? Because you had us on it when you were last up here, all right? Please, decorum.
Bro, listen, I'm a big grown-ass man just like you. Come on, ask the question.
No, I'm a genuine man, all right? You are disingenuous, so chill.
Come on.
So, again, outside of the Bible, per empirical evidence, where in recorded history has it been documented a man who died of a biological death getting back up in 3 days?
Repeat the last part. A man who what?
Where has it been?
No, a man. No, the last.
I will give it to you in context. I want you to have the whole part.
Man, where you're not even listening to what I asked you.
Can I get the mute button, Lorenzo? If he's not going to pay attention.
No, all I wanted you to do is repeat the last part. That's all
I repeat the whole thing.
Now he's looking for a way to be disingenuous. So again, I'm going to give you the whole thing again, Prima, just because you can't chill and be a guest. Outside of the Bible, by empirical evidence, where in recorded history is it documented a man died a biological death and came back from the dead within 3 days? Oh, hey, Adam.
No, you want to play mute button? Mute it. Go ahead, mute the button. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, he's still there.
Go ahead, mute the button. Go ahead, mute it.
Well,
he's asking.
Go ahead, mute
it. He asked the question. Now you can answer.
Yeah, but go ahead, mute the button again. Come on, we grown men. Come on, quit
Well,
playing.
if somebody
Wrong
walked
and
on
stop
frozen
interrupting.
water,
Then don't interrupt the man or try
I
to
did
force him to answer
interrupt.
the question the way you want to.
Adam,
What
get
I
out of here.
did, what I did was told him to just repeat the last part of
And
his
he
question.
decided he was going to repeat the whole question.
So there would be no misconstrue.
So you don't get to decide how a person asked the question.
That's not my point. All I asked him to do was to repeat it, but you keep muting me.
That is your point, that you want him to answer the question the way you want him to. He decided to repeat the whole question. So he repeated the whole question. Answer it.
Okay. I don't believe I have any evidence of anyone besides Jesus, according to the question that you asked, right?
All right. So you mentioned Jesus. So now I'll go ahead and ask this question.
Mhm.
Outside of the Bible, or empirical evidence,
Mhm.
where in recorded history, not biblical history, which is not real history, where in world
No.
recorded history- We're gonna do
We're
this.
not gonna do that. No,
Yes, we
we're
are,
not gonna.
because
No, we're not gonna
the
do that.
Bible is not
We're
world
not gonna
history.
do that. We're not gonna
Again,
do that. No,
let-
no.
accept it
Then
or
I'm
not.
not gonna answer.
Where in recorded
Fix the
world
question.
history
That's no.
did
Fix your false
Jesus
fallacy
walk
first.
on water?
Fix
All
your
right,
false fallacy.
It's the same answer.
Fix your
Lorenzo,
false fallacy.
Lorenzo, do you see what's happening, man? Do you
I
Fix
see
your
what happened.
false
It's the same
fallacy.
thing that he does.
He
all the
already
time.
answered the question.
No.
He
Fix
already
your
answered the
false
question.
fallacy.
But
Wait.
when you
I will.
added
Wait a
Jesus
minute.
to it, now he
No.
can't answer.
Correct.
Hold on,
correct,
John. Hold on,
correct
John.
your
What
false
is
fallacy.
so primer? How is the question not worded correctly?
He said that the Bible is not historical data.
It's not.
How you mean it's not?
The Bible is not historical
What
data.
constitute historical data?
Well, it has to be proven outside of just its source.
What
Firsthand-
what do you have to prove?
First-hand.
So let
Yeah.
me
It can't be first hand because half of history. Wait. That's not half of history that are recorded. Nobody know who wrote it. Even outside of the Bible or inclusive of the Bible, certain parts of it.
But
And then wait. Some of them weren't even eyewitnesses. So the eyewitnesses, silly argument, throw that out and rephrase the question by fixing it. The
He
Bible
keeps answering my
does.
question for me.
The Bible does have historical
no.
correct data.
He keeps proving me right.
What is accepted as recorded as empirical data of history is that, one, there must be contemporaries of outside sources of that history. So, like, the reason why we can accept George Washington as history is because we have contemporary writers at the same time that we do have the writings of George Washington, but we have contemporaries, people who were living at the time frame who wrote about him. What we don't have in the Bible is anybody writing at the time frame of any of the actions or things.
That's a lie. That's a lie.
Every gospel
That's
is
a lie, and that's what I'm saying.
How is that? That is not a lie.
So the books of Jeremiah, Ezekiel, and Daniel, they were all contemporaries of them of that particular time frame.
No, Daniel.
Yes. You wanna lose again?
I haven't lost yet to you.
You lose every single time.
I'm up here undefeated against you already, right out the gate.
Right out the gate.
You just sideshow.
When is the recorded history of somebody walking on water?
Wait.
Let me simplify it for you.
Because you know you lose. When it comes to the Bible, you know you lose. Is Daniel, Jeremiah, and Ezekiel contemporaries? You tell me no. You tell me I'm incorrect. Not so?
If you actually look at archaeological linguistics, the overwhelming majority of the writings of Daniel, Ezekiel, Jeremiah were not written by those people, by one author. They were written by multiple authors over a space of time of 100 to 200 years. This is what linguistic archaeology demonstrates, based on the language and the type of language used, and when that language would have been used at that time frame.
So here's what you told me, right? And I let you speak. You know, I always let you speak. So you tell me, Prima, hey, Daniel, Ezekiel, and Jeremiah were not contemporaries. And you said no. I doubled down. I said, prove it to me. Right? You said no, they not. So let me read Daniel chapter 9 and verse 2. It says, in the first year of his reign, I, Daniel, understood by books the numbers of the years. Wherefore the word of the Lord came to Jeremiah the prophet that he would accomplish 70 years in the desolation of Jerusalem. Daniel is actually stating in his book that the book that Jeremiah wrote, that he had it and he was quoting from it. Daniel and Jeremiah lived at the same time of Nebuchadnezzar.
Oh, that's what
Come
you're
on,
saying.
bro.
Okay.
No, not that what you say. I told you, Daniel, Jeremiah, and Ezekiel. Because you tell me if it is something has to be true, then the authors must have contemporaries to testify that these people are. In the book of Daniel, he's actually quoting that he has the book of Jeremiah.
Calm down.
I'm gonna check you again, Prima.
Hold on, John. I was about to give you some credibility on that because I was not speaking of the same thing you're speaking. Now, were those
you misspeak again,
oh
right?
Gosh,
take the L. Take the L again.
No, it's not again.
Again.
Now, I will agree with you that during the Babylonian.
Would you agree that you told me no?
Gosh,
that I was incorrect.
Shut the fuck up while I'm trying to give you some fucking flowers.
You always manifest when you lose.
I'm trying to give you some flowers and you can't even take the flowers.
No, it's not no flowers from you. Take the L.
It's not even.
Let me come back to your sideshow now. Sideshow, go ahead.
Even an L. Here, this is you. I just mute your ass. So here's the thing. Yes, according to the Bible, Daniel, Jeremiah, and Ezekiel, certain parts of Ezekiel were written during the Babylonian exile. I will give you that those people were writing at that time frame. That fine. It doesn't validate the miracles and all that kind of bullshit, but it is them existing or the writings existing at that very same time. I will give you that part. So that all that demonstrates is that the Babylonian captivity occurred. And I agree that there was a Babylonian captivity.
But so is that historically correct? So is that historically correct by the Bible?
The Babylonian captivity is an event that happened.
So is it historically correct? An event that happened.
And if you would
have then tell your sideshow to correct his statement when he said that the Bible is not historical.
But the Bible.
Let him correct his statement then.
See, it's not a correct. Hold on, John.
Let him correct his statement. So is the Bible historically correct that there was a captivity?
That there was a captivity? Yes.
Okay, so we got three authors.
That does not make the Bible in its totality historical. And
well, then you can say
wrong, John, is that what you were saying? That the Bible?
No, he didn't say that. He said no, the Bible doesn't have any historical evidence. That's what he was saying. Come on, sideshow, make a correction.
There is no historical evidence that anyone in the Bible ever existed. Man, and don't try to run to the Dead Sea Scrolls, because the Dead Sea Scrolls doesn't mention anything of Jesus.
What do you mean the Dead Sea Scrolls?
It mentions nothing of Jesus. Now, the other thing.
There's no wait. Hold up.
Dude, you've had your time. I got the floor. I've got Prima.
You keep making false statements.
I've got the floor, Prima. Thank you. Let me get 54 mute, but show me your cash app, Lorenzo. You need some money to doing the Lord's work. We're doing the Lord's work and quiet.
Let me pop that up. That is Lorenzo Reed.
Yeah, look for me in a minute here. All right. So as I was saying, people love to run to Josephus and Tacitus, right? To try and say, well, they spoke of the Lord's existence. They spoke of Pontius Pilate. They say this because of the fact that you have people who will verify narratives of others. But again, no firsthand accounts. What is the biggest issue that you see with people when it comes to them interpreting the Bible? They'll have a scene where Jesus might be speaking to the apostles. And he may say something, I say unto you. But the question is, when he says that, who is he speaking to? He's not speaking to the person reading the book. He's speaking to the people who are in front of him via the text. And that's the biggest problem that you have with people when you have folks show up like Prima, who will take things out of context, and then you have conflation. So here again, let me go ahead and throw my other checkmate in here because I'm getting off the line here. So basically, everyone at home in the chat, look up James Usher. All right, James Usher. Lorenzo, you know where I'm going with this, right? With James Usher.
Actually, I don't know who James Usher is.
All right,
So
James Usher, in the mid 1500s or so, he was a Catholic priest or vicar. He made the claim that the Earth was created in the year 4004.
Oh, I know of that claim. I didn't know who made it.
Oh yeah, if you look it up right now, type in James Usher or say in Google, did James Usher say the world was created in the year 4004? Man, this is such a good world to have Prima back in quiet. I'm sure he's in there talking to himself right now, screaming and yelling. But you know what? Sometimes we have to have peace in order to have common sense reign.
Yeah, James Usher, an Irish bishop, famously claimed that the Earth was created October 23rd, 4004. I remember that dude. I remember that comment.
All right. So here's the question I put out there. So in ancient Africa, all right, ancient Africans had mastered the art of cooking, or say culinary, almost over 50,000 to 100,000 years ago. The same thing when it comes to science. Ancient Africans had mastered science 30,000 years ago plus, and you can find this if you do a search on that. So if we had societies, let me back it up, make it a little bit closer, because now I'm talking BP, before present, but let's stay with BCE, before Common Era. So if you go back even 5, 7,000, 8,000 years, there were societies that were living next to the Nile. They're hunter gatherers, and this is archaeological proof. It's fact. It's proven. There were villages in 8,000 BC, 9,000 BC. So what I'll say right here is that knowing that we had civilizations in 8,000 BCE, 9,000 BCE, was Adam really the first man? I'll leave it right there.
You're unmuted now that you can't.
Don't mute. Prove it. Show me the archaeological evidence to say what you're saying.
Here we go. So I am not saying anything that has not already been proven that you can't find.
There's nothing you said can't be proven.
You can go and look at the information on Taran Tepe, Gobekli Tepe. You can see the constructions of Nineveh, and all of those civilizations were around longer than the Adamic story.
Coach, we've been through this already. Produce the evidence. Give me some fossils from 10,000, from wherever, how much thousand of years you want to come up with.
Oh, and I even left the dinosaurs out because they predate by a million years. You had the Mesozoic era, the Paleolithic. Why are we even doing this?
Okay, so here's the thing.
Prove it. Where's the evidence? Where's the evidence? Listen, the evidence that you got could fit in a car trunk all over the world. Put them in a car trunk, that's is going to fit there, and still it's inconclusive.
Have you not read anything about Taran Tepe or Gobekli Tepe?
We've been through the radiocarbon dating process already with you. We had that argument already.
You can't
Bro can't produce one single fossil evidence to prove what he just said.
You cannot carbon date.
I challenge him.
Buildings, dude.
Rock. So who is
Adam,
who is the one?
Up?
So just now, who is the one now to give the dates?
Oh, weed. Is that marijuana that you holding up, Adam? What the fuck is that? Speak, Adam.
Coins or some stuff.
I was trying to say is like, well, I've been checking out the rocks, and I got a jar of rocks. So if he's looking for proof, well, yeah, I'm holding it.
Yeah, right.
And explain what that is. Explain it.
Okay, so there's a couple different formations of rocks in here. We got crystals. We got fancy stuff. But every one of these was formed under certain pressure and a certain amount of heat and a certain amount of vibration. If he's looking for evidence, look at your chakras. Wear your sunglasses at night. Walk around, let your eyes adjust, and you'll start to see the how people are formed. I don't go to the hospital when I have a heart attack and they put an EKG on me. the first word of that acronym is electrical. They're picking all that up.
Mhm.
I see Mr. Sideshow. He been Googling all the time. Come on, show me the evidence.
I don't have. There's nothing to
Oh
Google
my
here.
God.
This is fact. There's nothing
You
to
ain't
Google.
got no-
And
Wear sunglasses
How many
at
checkmates?
night.
How many
listen,
wins do I need against you?
I
Primo?
was
How many wins?
genuine. I was genuine enough that when I brought my argument, I at least brought some reference. Coach wouldn't let me put it on the screen, but at least I
What
was
reference?
able to
Prime?
read
I
something
don't even know
that
how to
said
allow
what I
people to
said.
put stuff on the screen. So
Prima, you just said it. You come to argue. We're not here to argue. I'm here. Here's my experience. What's yours? There's no definitive right answer because we're giving what we have to contribute to each other.
No, I'm asking Sideshow. Sideshow, come on here like he said
First of all,
something.
Primer.
It's not disrespectful to him.
Primer. Everybody calls you Primer, right?
Oh, sorry, your name John. If you want me to call John, I just call him Side.
Exactly.
Because he said this was his show, so that's why I just call him Sideshow. That was
No. We don't do names.
No, it's not disrespectful.
I find it disrespectful.
Well, brother, if you feel that I'm calling you Sideshow maybe disrespectful, I apologize. I'm big enough to do that. Because I'm not like that. But I will tell Coach whatever I want to tell him. Trust me, he's different.
You won't.
Yeah,
you'll get kicked
I
off.
tell you, that's all you can do. Kick me off when you lose. Kick me off when you lose.
Forget who runs this damn show.
So, Mr. John, give me the evidence.
I'm giving you evidence.
What evidence?
So
pull a rabbit out of our hat.
We can go and you can look at the writings that were found in the late 1800s, all the tablets in Nineveh and the excavations at Nineveh, which demonstrates that those people had built that city long before the Bible story begins.
You mean when you say Bible story begins, you got to be more specific. I know where you're going.
4,000, and he brought up Usher.
No, the story of Nineveh is very old. Everyone know that. It's older than it.
When does the Bible story begin, in your opinion?
In terms of what? A timeline?
What year? Prima? What year?
I will be honest. I don't use a conclusive year, but let's just say based on. Well, wait. Let me finish. I'm saying I don't, but based on the information that can be deduced from the Bible, it's roughly about 6,500 years or so.
Okay.
In terms of the Bible narrative, that's what I'm saying.
Share my screen, Lorenzo. Share my screen. All right. So again,
I don't know how to do that.
All right.
There's a plus button there that says there's a computer screen with a plus button. Click on it.
I'm using StreamYard and it doesn't have that.
Yes, I'll tell you what.
Streamline. Click the plus.
Hold on for a second. Let me do this for you.
Plus button for
right. Click it, and then the first one will say share screen, but then it's gonna ask.
Lorenzo, hold on. I'll just go ahead and send it to you, man.
Hold on. Let me see if I can do this. I'm curious.
But he still got to do shares. He still got to learn how to do it.
Oh shit! I just did something. I don't know what. That didn't do it. All right, so I got it on that.
Right.
Wait a minute. Hold on. It's got to be here. I know if I hit share screen.
I just put it in the back chat for you.
The first one will tell you which one to do. Share screen. You're gonna see a whole bunch of stuff. You got to click whichever.
But this is just my stuff. Or what's on my?
No. Click on John's link that he just put up. It will come up at top, and then you just add it.
I just see the stuff that I have on my screens.
No. All right. Click John's link.
Hold on for a second, Prima. Lorenzo, do you have a single screen or a dual screen? Are you using one screen? Oh, you have one monitor. Do you have just one monitor in front of you?
One monitor.
All right, no biggie. So what you would do, what Prima was saying, you still go ahead, hit share screen. Yes, you see yourself.
Mm-hmm.
You see yourself. Now, once you go ahead, hit share screen, click on it, and you add the screen to it, then all you need to do is go to the side chat, or better yet, just hit the information I sent you in the back chat. It should open up in another tab, and then just click on that tab, and it should display what I sent you. That's the easiest way to do it. I've got 3 monitors.
I see that. I see the back chat thing.
Yeah.
Right. Click on it. Then click share screen.
Stuff by James Usher.
Yep.
So that's where it went.
Yeah, and then bring up the tab, and all you have to do is share your screen. And
I could have did that on my own. I already had that screen up. Shit. Okay. So if I hit the one of the link that you sent, share it.
It should go to the same thing, but if not,
you're talking about that, right?
Yeah, that's good enough right there. So what it was saying, Primo, you said there's 6,500 years of the Bible. No, there's not. Okay. Because of the fact that in the year 4004, James Ussher said that is when the earth was created, or at least the universe. So there's no way to have 6,500 years of the Bible when the earth, supposedly by this man, says that it's only been around 4,004 when it was created.
You realize that time today is based on that, right?
The actual time now, including today's time, would be 6,000 and some odd years.
That's what I said, about 6,005.
But the thing is that before, when the earth was created, my statement that I made, again, I will say that we had hunter-gatherer societies in the year 8,000 BC, 9,000, 15,000, 20,000 BCE.
And
therefore, when I make that statement,
show me the evidence.
Okay, all you got a Google in front of you. Type it in.
What, this guy? I have the link up. Just don't say anything.
No, not this guy. What I'm saying is that you would just have to type in and ask the question about ancient Africa. When were ancient Africa's first?
Man, where you get ancient Africa history from?
Because
from
that's
who?
where you have, because it precedes the Bible.
No,
it precedes the Bible.
No, that's not.
Lorenzo, I've proven my point. I've
no, that's not. Here's my question. Who do you get ancient Africa history from? So let's start
with that from the Egyptians.
Okay, who in the Egyptians?
Oh my God! You see what we're doing here? Every little thing is a contention.
All right, let me ask Coach. Coach, you know the answer. Coach, you know where I'm going. Coach, who the historian for the Egyptians? Coach.
Okay, so
who is the historian for the Egyptians?
Well, one, the Egyptians themselves are the historians.
What's the name? The name of the person, or the names of the?
Oh my gosh!
What's the names of them?
So
he ain't gonna call it that because he know.
No,
they made him write whatever they want him to write.
Okay, so let me pay attention to what y'all talking about.
Okay.
So because I was looking at something else. But as far as like when you say who is the historians for ancient civilizations, now the thing about archaeology, especially since this is something that I wanted to be when I was younger, one of the things that I know of is that archaeology is not done in a bubble where you got one person who gets to decide what the information is. So what is the man name in Egypt, the top archaeologist, the man who works for the government? I think his name is Messiah or some shit like that. Now, he has a political agenda. But when we look at Egyptology as a whole and all the peer review that goes along with Egyptology, then the consensus is that the Egyptian civilization has been around for about 6,000, about 7,000 to 8,000 years, which puts them predating the Bible. When we look at the archaeology concerning the Sumerians and the Akkadians, we see that the scholarly consensus is that they are about 7,000 to 8,000 years old as well.
All right. Let me just throw the spanner in the wheel again. We got Herodotus, right? Who's the chief among the well, he probably like the second, but he's the most popular, right? Mr. Herodotus, who is chief among Egyptologists and Egyptian history, who wrote history by whatever the pharaohs told him to write.
Why are you going by Herodotus when we are more intelligent now?
He was before Manetho, right? Manetho.
We have more information than what Herodotus or Manetho had. And I wasn't talking about the guy Messi. He's a dude that's alive today. We have more archaeological information than Herodotus.
Is he an eyewitness?
At that time.
Is he an eyewitness?
Herodotus is not an eyewitness only to his time frame.
So my brother John, who was castigating and saying the writers of the Bible not eyewitnesses, but here he want me believe what he just said based on non-eyewitness.
What are you talking about? I am talking about what we know from our scientific study and archaeological studies today. Herodotus was not doing core samplings. Herodotus was not doing tree rings. He was not doing rock decay. He wasn't doing any of those things. He didn't have the technology to do so.
Does the work of Herodotus now line up with the science? Let's be honest. Let me hear you all. Come on.
I can't.
Come on.
No,
it doesn't.
Dude,
it doesn't.
I cannot speak on that right now because I don't remember a lot of Herodotus' work because he's not somebody that I have studied recently. He's somebody I studied like 30 years ago. But what I do know is that when we look at the work of someone like John Anthony West, who worked with other geologists and determined that the Sphinx is at least 13,000 years old, but most likely 26 to 32,000 years old because of the water weathering patterns on it, and that it had to have been built the last time the Sahara Desert was not a desert, but was green, was a forest. Then the Sphinx is older, is 13,000 to 32,000 years old. And we know that there are ancient rivers and ancient lakes that were in the Sahara Desert, which demonstrate that there was a time frame when the Sahara Desert was green.
Yeah,
so
we know
it validates.
But I want to ask you a question based on what you said. Just based on a question, based on what you said, right? You said the Sphinx is 13,000 years old.
At least.
Just for clarity, which Sphinx we are talking about and which pharaoh?
There's only one Sphinx in the Egyptian desert, bro, my guy.
What's his name? What's the pharaoh?
In right there with the Giza pyramids, there is the Sphinx.
What was the pharaoh name?
What are you talking about?
The pharaoh who built the Sphinx.
The pharaoh does not make you right. The answer to the pharaoh's name does not make you right in this point.
No, wait, that's not.
Yeah,
I'm just asking which pharaoh.
No, Adam is right. There is no pharaoh's name that had built.
There is a stele at the bottom of the Sphinx. Is it correct? Is there a stele at the bottom of the Sphinx?
Lorenzo, I got another checkmate for you.
Come on, I'm just asking. Let me ask a question, Coach.
Relevant.
The Sphinx that is in front of the pyramids there, right? I'm just being correct. Is there a stele at the bottom in front of it, in front of the face? Is there a stele there?
I don't know.
And does the stele indicate who built it? And the time? Yeah, you can Google a bit. Go.
Actually, I'm not going to Google that because you just moved the goalposts. We weren't having this conversation because
no.
Never spoke of Jesus.
Coach say stuff. Wait, now. Coach say stuff, and when I challenge him, right, he always say, "Oh, I talking nonsense." Okay, is there a stele in front of the Sphinx? That's what I'm asking.
No, there is, but what does that have to do with what we're talking about?
Who is the stele? In that stele, who was indicating who built that Sphinx?
It doesn't matter who has the correct answer.
Because it would tell you the date when the Sphinx was built.
It doesn't.
It can't be 13,000 years ago. If the guy in the lineage of in the dynasty of the pharaohs we can trace when he lives, it can't be 13,000 years old.
Hold up.
We are now in
the stele at the foot of the paw of the Sphinx. What it says on that stele, because instead of going by what you're talking about, I'm gonna go and read it. The stele says that greetings the God with Nemset vase spoken by the Sphinx. I give strength to the Lord of the two lands, Thutmosis, and the appearance of appearances spoken by the Sphinx. I make it so that Meckhenper, I'm saying that wrong, appears on the throne of Jeb, and Thutmosis, the appearance of appearances, in the posture of Atum, in the position of Atum. So it doesn't say anything about who built it. It's talking about who sat on the throne, and it's the Sphinx is actually talking. So it's not
any pharaoh built. Will any pharaoh build over another pharaoh's Sphinx?
Yes.
Which one?
Yes. So
each pharaoh had their own.
Let me finish my statement.
I'm just adding some information. Each pharaoh had their own.
No, I'm answering. Let me answer your question, dude. This is my show.
Go ahead.
I'm answering your question. So you said that any pharaoh built over another pharaoh's information. So Tutankhamun, or Thutmose IV, built over top of what Hatshepsut had built and claimed it for himself. And then he tried to bury Hatshepsut's entire necropolis that's down in Karnak and tried to erase her from history. So yes, they will build over top of other people's stuff.
Question.
But that has nothing to do with
simple question. Hatshepsut's temple is not to the side of her, what he was. I think he was like the stepson or something. Can't remember. But wasn't Hatshepsut's temple bigger than everybody else own? His own was small and by the side. What you telling me built over?
What are you talking about?
The temple, Hatshepsut's temple.
Hatshepsut's temple is at Karnak. It's huge.
Right. Is it the stepson or the I can't remember, the grandson, whoever, is built on the side. There's nobody built over her stuff.
He tried to cover her stuff up, but
it was on the side. Come on.
Other constructions that she built, he took credit for.
You can literally go to Google and see the picture. It's there. The temple's still there. In fact, I was watching it last week.
I've been there. So,
well, that's my point. So how are you going to tell me?
No, that is not a point. That is not a point. What the thing is that you asked the question, do pharaohs basically cover up somebody else's work? And yes.
No, they don't.
King Tut tried to cover up Hatshepsut's work.
No, he built on the side. Is his temple on the side?
Semenut.
That's not. Is
adjacent to her.
Okay, good. So what are you telling me about
Semenut? No, you said okay, good, but Semenut was not a pharaoh. Semenut was an architect.
I'm just saying, Hatshepsut's temple is still there. I can't remember if it's the stepson or grandson or whatever. I'm not claiming I remember, but I remember looking at the video. Okay, like, hey.
But no, this is still immaterial.
So you said you said yes, that's an example that is built over.
What you said is that the dream stealer, which is the one that's at the foot of the Sphinx, says who built the Sphinx. But I read the dream stealer, and it does not say who built the Sphinx.
Who is speaking? Who is speaking? That's not. Who is speaking?
Would you accept the L that you made an incorrect?
Who is speaking? That's not. Who is speaking? Wait.
Would you accept the L that you made an incorrect statement?
Who is speaking in that still?
Would you make the L? Take the L.
No, you didn't even know the stele was there. You didn't even know the stele was there.
I just went and researched it.
You didn't even know.
And what does that?
Because I'm challenging. Here's what I'm challenging.
Say what you said it says.
That's no.
Are you
all I asked you?
A man.
All I asked you was which pharaoh.
Be a man.
Which? So wait.
Say that the stele said that it spoke of who built it.
That's no. Wait.
Did you say that? It's a yes or no. Did you say? No.
I said. This is what I said. I said based on the stele, right? And the pharaoh who was there, who claims that, how can the Sphinx be 18 or 13,000 years ago?
What is the pharaoh claiming?
What?
What is the pharaoh claiming on the dream stele?
No, the first question I asked you was who the Sphinx belonged to. You didn't want to answer. So that's why I asked you on the stele at the bottom of it.
I couldn't answer the question, so I went and looked it up.
No. I asked you who, because here's the thing.
And
who does the Sphinx? Which pharaoh? Which pharaoh does the Sphinx belong to? Whose face is there?
You didn't ask that question. You didn't say nothing.
That's what I asked originally.
No,
and then I asked you. I asked you. Hey, you said 18,000 years ago, right? Or 13.
You are not an honest
man.
Bro,
listen, you told me the time, right? And then I asked you.
Man up. Be a man.
No.
The
reason for me bringing up the stele was to try to match the pharaoh with the Sphinx. That is my point. because I'm saying you can't just tell me that it's 13 or 18,000 years ago, and then you don't have any. But I can say, who is the face on the Sphinx?
So
it would have to be the person who built it.
We don't even know who the face
no,
is.
Come on,
and actually, archaeologists present the fact that the face of the Sphinx has changed multiple times. So there's that part too. Most think that the original face on the Sphinx was the god Anubis. And then it was changed at a later date to be an unknown pharaoh.
Okay.
So
let me ask this. Okay, let's put this right.
Let's
put this to rest. What is the date? Wait, what date does your archaeologist put? What is the date your archaeologist?
Yale. This is how you constantly lose your arguments.
No.
When you
what's the date?
When you lose your argument, you try to jump to something else. As John said, moving the goalpost. So I made the statement based on archaeological evidence, geological evidence.
Give me the date of the archaeologist.
That the Sphinx is between 13 to 32,000 years old. That has nothing to do with this. And then
what does your archaeologist say today? What's the date they got?
I just told you, 13 to 32,000.
That's a lie. Google it.
Oh my God.
Where do you think he just got it from, clown boy?
Google, no.
Idiot.
No.
I don't need
you got some Xiaomi phone or something like that.
I don't need to Google it because I've read the overwhelming majority of John Anthony West's work, which has been peer-reviewed and has been accepted by most scholars, that the Sphinx is between 13 to 32,000 years old.
Peer-reviewed being the word. Peer-reviewed.
That means other geologists and other archaeologists has corroborated what John Anthony West positioned.
Google, anybody could Google it. The face of the Great Sphinx is widely believed to be the Pharaoh Khafre, who ruled during the Old Kingdom, Egypt, 2575 to 2665.
What's the main word that you just said?
Believed.
So wait, you're gonna tell me that based on all of this information, what you say correct, and everybody else just say they believe, but you saying that you don't have a number. These people got a number.
The other part, the face has been changed. So the face has changed.
So it's 18,000 years ago, right?
Possibly. Somewhere between 13. The last time the Sahara Desert was green.
Papyrus still keeps words.
When there was a flood, we know that. No problem.
No, there was no flood.
There was a flood. Come on, coach. We've been through this already.
The flood that you're speaking of is the Younger Dryas flood, but it's still. Here's the thing, though. It's the Younger Dryas flood that has been proven is older than the biblical narrative. Egypt older than the biblical narrative. What's the Croton? The people of what is that Greek place? Minoans. The Minoans civilization is older than the biblical narrative.
The Bible doesn't say that it's different. All the Bible has. Wait, wait. Let me just clarify this. All the Bible does is set the narrative and give dates for a person who lived from the time of when the first persons on earth, according to the Bible information, Adam and Eve, coming down the ages. I'm saying that the person who wrote in Genesis, he is writing way later. So the Bible doesn't come to say that, hey, we were before who we met there. I don't think the Bible never says that. All it does is gives a brief snapshot of what the history was before.
Okay. Are you
so Egypt? So I'm saying Egypt would have existed before Israel, the people of Israel. That's normal. Nobody never says anything different. I don't see what. I still don't see.
You don't, John. Does he not realize, John and Adam and everybody in the chat? Y'all just heard him express that the Bible is giving a snapshot, basically about the Israelite people.
No, I said history. History from the beginning of Adam and don't change my words.
Okay, history from the beginning of Adam and Eve. And when does the history of Adam and Eve begin?
At the beginning.
What year?
Based on the dates of ages, roughly from now about 6,005 years. They like 30.
No.
The beginning of
no. He's right. He's right, John. 6,000 because you got to count our 2,000 years that we got now. So that takes it back to 4,000.
So when he was quoting the Usher guy, that's like I don't know what you're talking about.
No, because
I read that article already.
Mayor Lorenzo.
Go ahead.
Because the fact is, quoting, you're saying 6,000, but even though you're saying 6,000 now, we're talking at the time of conception, or should I say inception. So therefore, at the time of inception, 4,004, that is when the universe supposedly was created by God. You already had people in Africa living by the Nile, hunting and gathering. That's been proven.
No, that's not been proven.
Oh my, okay.
You just, John,
here.
am I stupid or something? Did he just say that based on the begetting and everything?
Mm-hmm.
No, you
Adam and Eve would be around 4,000 BCE, right? They would be the first people, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I believe.
Primer, that's what you're saying. Adam and Eve would
Correct.
be the first people.
Yes.
So how can they be the first people in 4,000 BCE when there were people before 4,000 BCE?
And I'm saying you got no archaeological evidence to prove that. That's why I asked
you.
Prove it.
Oh, yeah.
Prove it.
I'll pay you another $50 to drop this nonsense because right now this is a sideshow.
Prove it.
Everybody around you.
You realize every time you ask me to prove something, I had to bring an article, I can quote a text. Prove it.
You haven't proved.
I told you, I gave you the information. Dude, stop yelling.
No, not you. I'm talking to John.
No, we gave you the information about the fact, well, it's been proven what John said about hunter-gatherer civilizations being along the Nile before 4,000 BCE. It's been proven that the people of Turan Tepe and Göbekli Tepe in Turkey were around in around 9,000 to 12,000 BCE. It's been proven that the Minoans were around in around 5,000 BCE. The Egyptians were around in the 8,000 BCE, as well as the Sumerians been around in the 7,000 and 8,000 BCE as well. Those have been proven.
What's the evidence you're using to prove that and say what you say?
That's what the whole
same tool you
use,
Google.
The Sphinx being around, that's about the African, the hunter-gatherer.
That's not just telling me that what you're using. You're using pottery, you're using what?
Pottery, writing, geology, core samples. All of that demonstrates that there were civilizations around back then before that time frame. Before
what they're using to date it.
Core samplings.
Carbon dating.
Oh, come on, bro. You can't use no carbon dating.
Are we hearing this? I am so glad. So glad you got this on wire.
Bro, listen, you new to the channel. Me and Coach been through this already.
This brother just said that you can't use carbon dating for the use.
No, I'm saying the one that you used to come up with them figures in
the one that I used.
The skeptics and the atheists.
How does carbon dating work?
What do you mean? How does carbon dating?
How does it work?
It tests the degeneration of is it 27 or 29? Can't remember. The reduction of it. But we've been through this argument. You yourself don't believe in it.
How does it work?
I can't remember right now. You explain it, and you yourself don't believe in it.
Remember how it works. You don't know how it works, but you.
I don't believe in the dates because when they tested Mount Helen's eruption, they found that the same method that they use, they know when Mount Helen erupted, and when they use the same carbon dating method to test those volcanic eruptions, the material there, they said, it's about how many thousand years old, which was foolishness.
So how does air work, Prima?
Come on, I'm not gonna take on your silly question. Give me the evidence. No, give me some fossil. Give me something from some museum.
Let's go ahead and use Pedal's.
No. Give me some record from some museum that show me hunters in Egypt.
Nonsense right here. Since you cannot believe fact that has already been proven before any of us were born. How does air work if you want to be disingenuous?
Bro, listen. Show me from any museum. Give me call any place around the world. Any place where they got any remains from any hunter-gatherers from the Nile that you saying that is how much 1,000 years?
8,000 BCE.
8,000, yeah. 8,000 BC.
Lorenzo, I'll pay you another 50 to shut him up for a minute so we can have
You make your money today. I tell you, these people, this better than the game show.
If I may, Prima, you have controlled the narrative with nonsense for almost 45 minutes. So I don't have to prove it. We have it on tape. I will say again, factual evidence. Prima, put a 1 in the chat, people, if Prima has or has not misdirected the argument with nonsense for 40 minutes. Put a 1 in the chat.
There's a bunch of skeptics inside of here. They're going to say 1. They're going to say it. Yeah, Coach always do that. It's amazing he didn't say 10 today. Yesterday was 10. Today's
Lorenzo,
1.
Can I go ahead and drop this on us here? I'm going to use the same thing he's using since he's Googling. So I need some silence from Prima here because he's
go ahead, drop it.
All right. So I asked the question. Anyone at home, you can do the same. Hey, there's a bunch of 1s in here. Go ahead. One it out, folks. I want to see.
So wait.
Let the man ask his question, Prima. Shut the hell up.
No, he's gonna make something.
As it goes here. So I typed in Google because that's what Prima said. Oh, I just found this information in Google. So I'm going to use the exact same thing you did.
Well, do you believe of the 2,500 years for the Pharaoh?
I typed in Google. Were there hunting and gathering societies around the Nile in 8,000 BCE? Who wants to know what the survey was? Now, remember James Usher said that the Earth was created in the year 4004. Prima said, well, that makes the Earth 6,000 years old. So think about this.
I didn't say that. Come on, bro. Don't say what I didn't say.
You said there was 6. Okay.
You asked me. I said based on the Bible.
Did anyone hear Prima say 6,000 something years?
I said 6,005 exactly. Come on, bro. You lying on me.
Hold up. So now we're splitting hairs over ignorance.
No, say what I say. Don't say what you want.
Bro. So we heard the 6,000 designation.
6,005.
Wait. Did you not understand, Prima? 6,005 is a designation of 6,000.
If I said 6,005, that's what I said.
Okay, so you said 6,005, but 6,005 is a designation. So here we go. I'll say again. I type in Google the same thing that Prima is using to justify himself.
Go ahead.
Were there hunting and gathering societies around the Nile in 8,000 BCE?
Put a link in the private chat. Put a link in the private chat.
How many ways you want to be wrong? How many ways you want to be wrong?
Put it in the private chat. I want to see it.
The answer. So
because I don't want no chat GPT thing. Put it in the. Wait a minute.
Isn't that what you're using? Then you use Google?
No, I use Google, but I know the skeptics. They use chat GPT.
Let the man finish his damn statement. Or I'll
put the link in the chat. That's all I'm asking. Put a link in the private chat.
So here we go. The answer is yes. There were hunter-gatherer societies around the Nile in 8,000 BCE. Add 6,000 to that. That becomes 14,000. Again, meaning that there was life before the Bible was created, before Adam and Eve, meaning Adam was not.
Put the link in the private chat. Put the link. That's all I'm asking. Put the link in the private chat. I've been to them skeptic channel. They use ChatGPT to create their own narrative.
How is anyone using ChatGPT?
Let's have done this before.
Hold on. Do you even know how ChatGPT works?
Bro, this is ChatGPT AI.
So, do you know how AI works? Do you know how the AI works?
I know for sure.
Listen, dude. So the problem that you have, Prima, is that if it's something that facilitates your narrative, then you want to go ahead and run with that. And then you want to disqualify when it doesn't run with your narrative. Now, if you understood how the AI works, what the AI does is that it gathers information from multiple sources and then takes that information and gives you a summary.
Like your information. Just like your information.
So to try to disqualify an AI, because all it did was source the information instead of just going to one particular place, it sourced it throughout the internet and found the most likely answer. So that's how AI works when it comes to a search.
ChatGPT will glean anything on the internet and come up with a narrative wherever you want. But I know that's why I asked you to put the link in the chat.
It is, and the other part that you don't understand, which is the great wisdom that I heard a long time ago, is that the quality of the question will determine the quality of the answer.
Man, so, Coach, you all take the L today. I'm good. I'll quit my life.
You have taken so many L's today. That is so amazing.
LGBT.
again, Prima, where do you get ChatGPT? I'll tell you what, Prima, put your link in. Let me show him something. Go ahead.
He left. He dropped.
Oh, okay. So let me go ahead and finish.
This is the pride. It's pride, man. It's pride. When they can't express their thoughts and they know they're losing, then what they do is they try to laugh it off or try to make it seem like what you're saying is imbecilic. But what they're really doing is showing their weakness in their argument. And that's all he did. He just showed his weakness in his argument. But go ahead and finish what it said.
Like I was saying, for the most part, whether he likes it or not, the information that was provided was factual. What I was saying here is that he wanted to deny that the earth was not created in 4004. His own Bible supposedly were created based on the auspices of James Ussher, stating that the world was created in 4004. He just pulled it out of his ass and it became to be, because that is how religion was able to control the masses. If you did not have access to it, then you yourself will accept what's told to you. And the fact of the matter is that, again, there were societies before the Bible came into existence. That's all he did. But he did not accept that as a fact, because those who cannot disprove will disavow. And we saw that. Those who cannot disprove will disavow. And when you add to the top of this, which is ridiculous, I don't see why we have to go through this. But again, what is faith other than belief that is not confirmed? I'll drop it right there.
How's it going, fellas?
How you doing, Mario?
I'm good. I heard that last conversation. I don't know if that was necessarily the topic of what y'all talking about today, or things went off on a tangent. What's the subject for today, if there is one?
Oh, the subject was I forgot.
Does God exist? Prove it wrong.
God exists. Prove it wrong.
Oh, okay, okay. Well, I mean, me and Coach have had a few conversations. I think it's my first time meeting you two fellas. I hope y'all doing all right today.
How you doing, Mario?
John Henry and Mr. Adam. Yeah, so Coach knows a little bit of how I feel, but I guess I'll start a little bit from the beginning on just my belief or whatever. So I'm guessing I don't have to just argue from a biblical standpoint. It's just the existence of a designer or a creator, right? In general.
Now we're talking about the Bible.
Oh, okay. I mean, that's cool. I'll speak from that conversation, but I want to make yes.
But you can express it as far as any other gods. That the God is a fairy tale.
Okay. I just wanted to make that caveat. Yeah, I believe in God, but the God I believe in is bigger than the Bible. But I think there's some alignment in the Bible. So I think Coach knows. I said that I view the Bible as a book of transformation. I do know that it has, dark, negative, or what people would say immoral or ungodly aspects to it. And I do acknowledge those. I'm not one of the people who just try to throw them out. But I understand that there are ancient laws for an ancient people and a tribal people. So I think that as the word has developed, it's become more for the modern mind, which is like how the Christ consciousness or the teachings of Christ are more for modern. But I think that a lot of the Mosaic laws, I think they still stand, not absolutely, but I'll say that the other religions or other tribes practice much harsher versions in slavery. So I think that these teachers came to wind it back a little bit, like to bring it back to the point where it could be abolished altogether. So I'll start there.
If you have a God who's a supreme being, then why does he have to wind slavery back instead of just abolishing it in one fell swoop? If he was able to, and you mentioned the Mosaic laws, if he was able to tell people not to wear two different types of linen, why does he have to wind? He didn't have to wind that back.
Well, I have two I guess I'll say opinions or perspectives on that. One is that you have to meet a person where their understanding is. For example, if someone who was enlightened or quote unquote supposed to be a supreme being came and tried to tell us to the internet is evil, for example, it will be very hard to get us to go from how embedded we are and entwined we are with technology and the internet to completely stop using it. But if maybe they were to come and point out some things for us to think about first, then we could it would allow us to get from point A to point B. That thing can forcibly move us, but I don't think that is in its intention. I think its intention is to let what it has made develop on its own without too much interference. Like if you have children, you know they're gonna fall or stumble sometimes, but you don't want to save them from every situation. You don't want to interfere too much because you do want them to build a certain sense of character. But as far as not being able to just switch from hard left to hard right, I use that internet example, and I ask, what do y'all think about that?
As a parent, I didn't have to wind it up for my children to understand that that you shouldn't hit each other. I taught it and enforced it from the very beginning. It wasn't something that had to be met at a certain point. But when it comes to something like slavery, he could have easily, let's see, the first indication of slavery that you get in the Bible is dealing with Abraham. So he could have easily, at the time frame of Abraham, said, hey, don't own another person. But he didn't. So,
right. So
there's no point.
Sorry, go ahead.
Now, go ahead.
You can hear me, Coach?
Yep.
All right. So as far I kind of made two different points, but as far as winding it down, that came from what I just said about the state that your children may already be in. If your children are in a state of like they're one with the internet as opposed to how we are, it will be very difficult for you to come tell them, hey, the internet is evil, or the internet was created by an evil entity or something like that. But as far as what you said, like you didn't have to necessarily teach your children things over time in that type of way. I was more so saying as far as that with the internet. But things happen gradually. Our transformation, our growth happens gradually. I can't hack 30 years of wisdom. I have to go through it.
So isn't that an example of this was written by those people at that time based on their morality?
Yes, it was, but it was all.
They claim that God is saying it.
Now, I was gonna say it's an inspiration, not an absolute like message or revelation. We know that the Bible isn't the pure message that God brought because those same messages are remnants of the message that were given to Sumer, the Mesopotamians that came before um, Abraham.
Oh, I'm a little lost on what. Did you understand what he said, John or Adam?
What I'm hearing here again is the same again speech of religion for the most part, where it doesn't look for any type of concurrence of existence outside of itself. It was like Prima trying to use the Bible to justify itself. Pretty much what you're doing is saying that the fox is now designing the hen house because you're giving all grace and everything to the fox to make its own speculation about what's there. Now, I'm not saying that's specifically what Mario is saying. Now, one thing he did say, I will agree, you have to meet people on their level. You can't walk up to someone who has been raised on Jesus since their first day of life, and that's all they know because they have not seen anything outside of it. So when you're trying to build a bridge or get to someone like that, you have to do it gradually. That's what I'm going to say, because of the fact that in the end, it never existed. Again, I've already been stated it was proven to Prima, but he kept making adjustments to justify his narrative. So I'll put it this way: Aries. Has anyone ever heard of the individual by the name of Aries? Arius.
Yeah.
All right, is that like the? Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead. Could you
go
tell
ahead,
me
Mario.
who that is briefly? Could you tell me who that is briefly?
All right. So basically, Aries is someone who had preached against the supposed divinity of Jesus by stating that Jesus was created. He was not divine as far as created by God. So if you look at the Council of Nicaea, 325 AD, all right, that is when by edict, Constantine said, let it be known. Well, I'm paraphrasing right now, but pretty much stating that the last call will be Jesus is a deity. He pretty much said, this is it. We now accept Jesus being deity as far as being he that of God, the Father, Son, the Holy Ghost. All right, that's pretty much what his edict was. Eris, up until that point, had been preaching against it because he knew, again, that Jesus was a construct. But what people fail to realize is that the image of Jesus that they see, in fact, is a fictionalized person by the name of Ptolemy the First Soter. or so depending on where you are, let's say Ptolemy. Ptolemy was one of Alexander the Great's generals. When Alexander the Great invaded Egypt back in 332 BCE and defeated the Phoenicians or whoever the people were they were defeated at the time outside of Egypt, that is when you had from Europe where their religion came with them. All right, that's more of a long story here, but just to get to the point I'm making here is that Ptolemy wanted to be deitized. So basically, you had the Europeans who took over the throne. Once they came into Africa, you had white pharaohs. All right, so therefore, you have a white pharaoh that is now sitting on the throne, talking to the people, the natives of that land, and he's saying, "Hey, now that I'm pharaoh, I want to be a deity like the other guys, Amun Ra, or Anubis, Horus. And he wants to be seen just like them." You people said, "No, we ain't doing that. Of course, we put him to death." But for those who did, because they did not want to die, they made coins. They had fictionalized versions. They had bronze busts that were made in honor of Soter. But the name of the individual that he was known as in his fictionalized version was Serapis. Serapis. And what people don't seem to understand here, Serapis is not in the Bible. Coach, this was something else that I had on somebody else's channel, a conversation I had when I told them what I'm telling you guys right now. Serapis was in the Bible. No, he was not. But if you have someone like Prima up here, of course, he'd argue and probably say something dumb like, yes, he was. But then again, let me take it off Prima since you're not here. Let me stop. I retract that statement. But nonetheless, when you look at pictures, you can clearly see where Jesus is derived from. So Eris, being that he was writing about that, or should I say he knew of this, he knew that Jesus was a construct. In the Council of Nicaea, 325 AD, a count of 318 bishops voted to say that yes, Jesus is deity by edict of Constantine. Shortly thereafter, all the work of Arius was burned because they could not have any evidence of anyone speaking against Jesus. So right now, I want everyone to type in why did Constantine burn the work of Arius? Arius. Type it in for yourself. Now, this is information again that you will not find if you don't look for it or you don't have anyone who tips you off to it. Now, again, as I said before, I am not going to claim to be a front and back, up and down literature reader of the Bible. Even though, yes, my father's a pastor, but he and I have words about this. He may be my father, but I am my own man.
Exactly.
So I have to make that known to people. So hence, I will go back and say this one more time. Let me add another one to it. Hey, nice to have met you, Adam. Coach, let me know if I'm speaking too much, man, because again, I'm a guest here.
No, you're just saying stuff I would say.
I would like to respond when you're done, if that's okay, John. And
Okay,
Coach.
let me land it right now. Go ahead, Mario. I've talked long enough. Go ahead.
Okay. First of all, I do understand what you're saying, and I want to start with where you started. As far as like, you said a lot of Christians try to confirm God with only frameworks that are found in the Bible. Am I kind of saying that right? That they kind of use stuff in the Bible to prove the Bible. That's what you run into a lot.
Yes, majority. Yes, that part is accurate. Yes.
Okay, so I want to clarify my last statement and then tie it in with that. So within my last statement, I was saying that though I do believe the principles and the stories within the Bible do contain truth, I do believe there have been alterations, as people outside of Christianity believe, and I believe that some of them are the rewritings of stories that were already had in ancient Sumer. For example, the story of Noah and the Ark. That story had already been written about in the Sumer tablets. And like Enki and Lil is similar to the struggle that's going on with the Father and Jesus, is that one God is saying humans aren't good enough, and the other one is trying to plead out for them. Continue. Go ahead.
Just a second. I just need to grab something here because you are bringing up something that I wasn't going to mention right about now, only because of the fact that, again, I'm visiting here. But since we're in there, Coach, may I be allowed just to answer this?
Sure.
And I want to keep it going too, but please respond.
Not a problem. So, what you're talking about when you say that the story of the Ark was already written someplace before, basically, what people don't realize is that there were 15 other crucified saviors before Jesus. Put a 1 in the chat if you knew this. Put a 2 in the chat if you did not. Let's go ahead and give it to him, right? Got to give it to him. Got to give the people what they want. So, in stating that, look for this book, The World's 16 Crucified Saviors, and written by Kersey Graves. Basically, what this does is it goes down in details and tells you all of the people that came before the concept of Jesus that the Bible took and created their own Superman. So that being said, I'll put it this way, Mario. This is a question that I asked earlier, and Primo Duck Dodge, he answered it, and I'll explain this again. So, outside of the Bible, for empirical evidence, where in recorded history has a man been documented of walking on water? I'm just throwing it out to you for a second, Mario.
To my knowledge, I don't know of any documentation of that.
All right, so I'm going to ask you the same question, but I'm just going to go ahead and put the face on it. Outside of the Bible,
yes,
per empirical evidence, where in recorded history was it documented that Jesus walked on water?
It's not documented. It's not documented.
All right, therefore, because of the fact it didn't happen, because as we were saying earlier, when you have issues or such things that would happen, would not anyone in that fishing village would say, oh, damn, yo, this white dude over there is walking on water. Quick, let's go right there. Yo, Slim, check this out. You don't think anybody would not have known about that? Come on, people. But that's the problem when you write from the Bible. As I was saying before, when you read certain passages, people think that the individual speaking in the book is talking to them when they are not. They, from the perspective of the Bible or the crowd, they are speaking to the individuals in front of them. It's sort of like when Jesus said, this day shall not pass. When he was talking about his resurrection, or at least the rapture for the most part, Jesus was talking about the rapture in his time. He wasn't talking 2,000 years down the road. But if you listen to anyone who tells this stuff right about now, they will believe, oh, look at it's the end of times. No, it is not. All right, to state Dr. Ray Hayes, there will be no rapture, and Jesus is not coming back.
Yeah, I listened to Ray too, man. I actually saw one of his videos today talking about African consciousness.
Yeah, bro. So again, ancient Africans. When I made that statement to Prima about Africans having had tools, had mastered science, mastered culinary, arts and science, that all preceded what we know to be as Roman civilization. It all preceded that, and that is again. Notice how easy you were to say yes. Because
I agree, but I want to respond still. I'm not the type of person. I don't try to create my own truth, but I will try to bridge the gap of what we're talking about. So I still wanted to acknowledge some of what you said from the last time.
I'm saying.
But what I was saying was, look, I can look at it like this, right? You said that like the story of Jesus has been written about, not the story of Jesus, but a crucifixion of Savior has been written about many times over. I mentioned the story of Noah. So what I'm saying is that these stories aren't just for his story, and even if they are for his story, they could have happened way, way, way longer than 10,000 years.
All right. So, can I respond back to that, Mario, just to add to your point, because you made this is good conversation, and we're having genuine conversation now. May I respond, Coach?
Go ahead. I'm enjoying the fact that you're explaining it how I would, just from a different perspective. Well, most of it is actually similar, but yeah, go ahead.
Yes, there's nothing different that I'm going to say right now. There's nothing different that I can say right now. So going with that, for example, you talk about what the story of, once again, Noah's Ark, that, this could have happened 10,000 years ago. All right. Noah's Ark is false. Didn't happen. Just like anything else. As I said before, nothing in the Bible ever happened. Reason being here. Now think about this. We have all seen if you put a goat in the same pen with a Gila lizard, something along the line. What you're going to have right then and there is what's known as death. All right. This is predation. The proper word for it in biology is predation. So therefore, in that video that I watched, this lizard swallowed this baby goat whole while it was still alive and screaming. because of the fact that predation does happen. So think about this, folks. Do you really think you're going to have 2 leopards and a couple of gazelles? We'll call the leopards Bob and Todd, all right? And we'll call the gazelles Larry and Steve. So Steve walks up and Bob says, hello, Larry. How are you doing? Steve, oh, I'm doing fine. So where are you going to be on the ark? Oh, we're going to be over in the back corner. Feel free to join us later. I mean, come on, I'm being facetious right now, but think about this. In the very act of predation, do you really think a 600-year-old man gathered 2 of every species on a boat that he built by himself?
Nope.
Oh, there you go. All right, that's all I'm saying. So the thing, as I said before, when we are told to not use our common sense, our critical thinking, our comprehension, we are left with being told, have faith. And as I've said before, faith is nothing more than the belief in the non-existent, because you can control faith, but you can't control knowledge. So
Thank
therefore,
you.
you have to look at it from the perspective of, even Dr. Ray said this also. We talk about faith, believing what's not there, but with knowledge, you know. And the difference, if I know, I don't have to believe.
Yes, I agree with you there, John B. And I also agree with Lorenzo on his take too. Primer does not know what he's talking about. Primer does not research the Bible. He does not look in. He does not go on Google, nor does he go to research what he believes in. He's just following what he has been given. Primer does not know what he's talking about. Just like you could go into Africa, when they went into Africa, like the European people, they came over and Christianity was forced. If we go back to history, Christianity, Jesus, and all of that was forced upon Hebrew people. If we go back and look at the times where the Bible was created, the Hebrew Bible was the first. That was the first Bible created, but it's more history than just the Hebrew Bible. It's more history because that's just not the only Bible, but that is the first Bible that was created. That was because if we go back and we ask that question on Google, it'll tell you that Hebrew, Aramaic, Sumerian, Phoenician, it'll tell you all of that. That those were the languages that the Bible was written in. But Hebrew was the first, it was the first language. So therefore, if you go on Google right now and let me share my screen, I'm gonna show you. What was the first Bible created? Written. Written in. What was the first Bible written in? It says the Bible was originally written in Hebrew.
14. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead. Forgive me. I thought I was
The,
muted.
the Bible was originally written in Hebrew and Aramaic for the Old Testament and the Koine Greek for the New Testament. So therefore, how can the Bible go from, or the names go to Jesus? How can that go to Jesus? That's what I'm trying to put the pieces together too. Because like when Christians say that, okay, Lord doesn't necessarily mean, what is it? Mean the true God, because if we go back and search what Lord means Baal. And what does Baal mean? It means the devil, basically. So explain that if you go online and search that up. That's
Wait
just
a
some
minute.
information for y'all.
Okay, some of your information is on point. That the original Hebrew Bible was written in like a Proto-Hebrew and Aramaic. It is not, now when you use the term Bible, you're only talking about the Hebraic Bible. Now there were other codexes of religion that was around long before the Bible.
And I
Most of
agree.
it written in cuneiform that we have access to. But the what else did you say? The idea that you say, where do we get Jesus from?
Yes.
Right. Well, Jesus is not a direct interpretation of the name Yeshua, because when the New Testament, which is written in Koine Greek and Aramaic, the name Yeshua is not translatable into Koine Greek. And
Thank you.
it's basically certain sounds that the Koine Greek doesn't have. And so their closest identifier to that was to use Ius, right? And
Yes.
Ius does mean a saving Zeus, because that was their closest interpretation that they could make. I think it's called an interpolation.
Syncretism, where you take
Syncretism. Yeah, syncretism.
two religions. It's called syncretism.
That was their closest way of doing it. Now, when it was then written in the in Latin, it went from ius to isus, because the Latin just went from the coin in Greek. Now, when it came into English, instead of going back and saying that in English, which is a Germanic language, whereas the Latin is not a Germanic language, English has the ability to translate Yahshua into Joshua. And so when they did come up with the letter J, instead of going to Joshua, since Isus was the most common, they just translated it into Jesus. So they're still speaking of the same person. They just had a line of language translation that just wouldn't fit.
Yes, and
It's kind of like if you meet an Asian person, I think they have problems with the W and the V sound, so that's why they have struggles with that.
R also.
And yeah, and R, they have struggles with those, with words that have those letters in it, because they don't have that sound in their language.
Exactly. And the thing is with Prima, like his Bible, it doesn't it has hidden books. That's the whole thing with what he doesn't understand. If we go back to like the standardized Bible today, right? It doesn't have it's missing all of the hidden books, right? Like the book Enoch, all of that, like all of that. And that's what Christians don't get. They always go into circles and circles and circles when you're trying to tell them something. They don't want to listen. They'll rather argue with you and don't bring no facts and no evidence to what they're talking about in all the points that they're trying to make. So his point does not stand, and it's not valid. It's invalid. He already he lost the war and the battle. So that's what I'm trying to understand.
I
Like, how
wanted to
can you?
step.
You can go, Mario.
No, my bad, brother. I wasn't trying to interrupt you. Yeah, I had
Oh,
got dropped, guys. My phone overheated, but I didn't want to finish the point I was making. And I heard what you said, brother Henry, as far as the realistic nature of the story. And I want to address that as well too. But what I was just basically starting to say was that the Bible is only. I talked to you, Coach, last time we talked about a book called Heretic, and in the book he says that like there's an original word, and the original word is usually the closest to the truth, whatever is like the oldest, and over time you get echoes and reiterations and remix, kind of like when you get an amazing song. Somebody makes an amazing song, and then somebody comes and takes a piece of the beat, and somebody comes and takes a piece of the hook, and years later, you have remnants of that same song, but it is not in its original state. So I think that the words that are in the Bible are similar to that, and that's why they can be traced back to words before them. But the idea of God within itself, I don't think the Bible originated that idea. I think even the Trinity is found in Hinduism with Brahma, Vishnu, and Shiva. And also, I was looking into this earlier today, the African forms of consciousness and the African beliefs that people held before Christianity. And I found a couple things. I found a god named Nyame. I don't know if you ever heard of Nyame, who was among the Akan. There was also a Aludamir, but a couple of these guys, in basically the supreme god, always ended up being the life force, basically the mind or the consciousness behind nature. And sometimes people acknowledge that in nature. Sometimes they acknowledge it as a sky god. Sometimes they acknowledge it as something that can be perceived. But the human understanding is limited. So I don't think we'll ever truly know what God is, or like be able to fully identify that, because then that does take away from you needing to believe in something or having a faith, which there is a power in. But I wanted to start there with the authenticity of the word and all that. It isn't a remnant. It is remnants of something that has been created before. But whatever that thing that originally existed, I believe, was the truth. And there's still truth found in these things. That's why people can still use them as creative powers, or understanding the designer behind the design, the way that someone like Isaac Newton may use it.
Now, the problem. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Coach.
I don't know. We might be about to say the same thing, but what I find problematic in that statement is the idea that the further back we go, the more we get to the truth. Yes, the more you can get to the actual true writing and understanding of those people at that time frame. But the Yoruba people who wrote about Odomare, that because they wrote about Odomare, and there's really is Olorun is the supreme deity. that idea of Olarum, yes, he's a supreme deity, source of everything, but yet that was still a belief and not a proof of anything, right? So even though the African consciousness may have that, and that similar thought is with many other different religions, like the Brahmin.
Yes.
You got Brahma and then you got Brahmin. And Brahman is the source of everything, but it doesn't validate, just because the original thought of Brahman is source doesn't make it a true thing, because these were people who just came to this conclusion based on their observation of nature.
I understand that, and I agree to that, and I'll say that the reason, the core belief, I believe, when I just go back, the reason people believe in God is not because a book. They choose a book or many books because they believe in God. But the reason they believe in God is because when you look at our universe, you have a choice to make. Do you believe it's random, or do you believe everything is created in some type of order? And if you believe in order, a lot of times that leads to believing in a designer or a architect who's putting things in order. So I think the belief in God comes from the way that nature is expanding and developing, and everything is coinciding together and working together.
Can I say something real
Can I
quick?
tag in on that one?
Oh, you
Yes,
got it,
please.
John. You got it.
All right. So, Mario, I'll put it this way:
Yes.
when you were born, what was your religion? 3 seconds in the world. What was your religion when you were 3 seconds?
Nothing. There was no religion. I
Then,
had no
okay,
religion.
my point right there. So, therefore, nobody is Methodist, nobody is Pentecostal, nobody is Buddha, nobody is Hindu until someone directs it towards you based
Thank
on
you.
that
No,
core
I
religion.
agree to. I agree to that. I said
So,
people pick a
therefore,
religion or a book because they already believe in God. They don't
no,
believe in God because of the book.
people do not have any belief, yes, until they are directed to. A
Thank you,
3-year-old
John.
A
Thank you.
3-year-old knows nothing about God or Jesus and said, yes, Jesus loves me. Why? The Bible told them so? No. Their mama, their dad, whoever they were in Sunday school with, told them. So people do not come to this just because you're born. All of a sudden, you will be Methodist, you will follow so and so. I missed the bus, you missed the bus. When's the next? No, it's none of that type of stuff. There's always a level of direction that is put to them. Think about this. For our African brothers and sisters who were brought over in slaves. Now, let me say this one thing if I could, first and foremost. They did not steal slaves from Africa. No, they took scientists, they took doctors, they took engineers, they took architects, they took educators. All right. So there was education that was already there. Understand that European culture always has a foil. The Joker had Batman, Lex Luthor had Superman, the Cowboys had the Indians. And what did Rome, or should I say Christians have? They had Egypt. All right. That was the foil. If you look at anything and everything that is done, if you read through the Bible, Egypt is always the foil because, again, and this will be easy for everyone to answer. Where was the cradle of civilization found to be?
In Africa?
All right. So,
Are you
therefore,
talking about Lucy?
how is,
Yeah, it
how
was
is it that
Africa.
the cradle of civilization, where everything has come from, is looked down upon, but yet someone who came after, who created religion, the Bible, all right, considered to be 4004 when it was created, when it's proved that BCE, 8,000 years prior, we had people living on the Nile. How is it that that is surpassed and overlooked? All right, how has that become? Now, going back to what I'm saying. So, we have our scientists, we have our engineers, we have our teachers on these boats headed towards America. All right, so therefore you get there, and in order to get you found in Jesus, what do they say? In order to get you found, we first have to get you lost.
Yep.
So therefore, in
Well, I
order
want to make something clear, Henry. I'm not. I don't know if my
give me a
words.
second,
Okay, go ahead. My bad.
Mario. Give me a second. Now, the thing here, what I'm saying here, this is not complaining. I'm not trying to complain anything Mario said. I'm making a statement individual in and of itself. What I'm saying here is that there was no one on that boat who knew who Jesus was until they got to America and they were told, all right, Kunta, your name is Kobe. You better behave. I better what? All
I
right. Oh,
also saw I
and
also saw something
no, man,
yesterday. A
no,
man was
because
saying,
just a
oh
second,
my bad,
JB. Let me land my plane real fast. I promise. Give me about 10 more
my
seconds.
bad.
So the land here is that you put chains around someone's neck, chains on their foot. And like they say in interrogation, eventually you will be broke. So in order to get pain, peace from pain, who is your savior now? Jesus Christ.
land my plane there.
You mind if I respond real quick to that, JB? So I wanted to be clear because I'm not saying that Christianity is the true religion for first of all, but to respond to what you said about people coming to this world and they don't have a belief until someone gives them a belief. Now I do agree this to an extent, this paradigm, but after you have given a person a certain amount of understanding to where they can think for themselves, they will decide on their own what they want to do. That's why a lot of parents deal with disobedient kids in their teens. So a lot of people, I would argue that by their teens, grew up in church or not, if they don't believe in God,
You breaking up?
Yeah, he breaking up
have
too.
to
You
do
in
what.
that little cheap ass phone is breaking up. Now I know you're driving, so you might be going through some dead zones.
Boost mobile.
I'm
Nah,
sorry.
you probably going through some dead zones. We couldn't hear you right there.
Hey, you go ahead, JB, till I get out of this bad spot. You go ahead, JB. I'll pick back up.
Okay, what I was gonna say is what Randall just mentioned in the chat. He said the boat that brought our ancestors here was named Jesus, and that is true. But that's how they got us to believe in that, because that is the only way, because all of them, they were forced to believe a religion like y'all said, and y'all are speaking the truth because that is what happened. Because when I was in a history class, right, so basically they put on a video, right, and it was in the Congo. They had these slaves and stuff, and they chopped off the children's hands. They was doing like all this stuff, chopping off the children's hands if they stole. If they did anything wrong, they would basically brutally murder these children. And they taught them, and the man that taught them the Bible was a European man. It was shown in the video, and that's when I was like, okay. And I didn't know none of it because I wasn't, as knowledgeable as I am now, because I was still a young, kid being wild and everything. So I didn't really take much to it. But now that I realize that video, or remember that video, that makes a lot of sense from what y'all was saying, because it was forced upon them to believe that there was the way to go. So it's not our history. That the Bible is not our
But
history.
I want to say this. And now I want to say this. I think yes, it was forced upon us, but also it was stolen from us. In the Bible, you said Egypt is one of the enemies of the Hebrew people or the people in the Bible, but also Rome was too. And even after the Bible, just historically, Rome was going to war with Hebrew people, and as we can see now, America is a product of Rome. So I want to say what I think we're doing right now is we're taking something that proven itself to have power, whatever you define that, having power, and that because the power is being used wrong, we're saying that that power is not our power or does not relate to us. If somebody dropped text in the middle of us and three of us used it in a particular way, I know this isn't for me, but the power of it works for me, and they used it to crush the other three people. Those three people might say, well, dang, this thing is not for me. It does not represent me. It represents my oppressor. No, your oppressor may just be using the tool that was designed for everyone or for you.
Let me hit three different points real quick here. I'm gonna land the plane faster than John does.
And you're not wrong, Mario. You're not wrong in that sense. That's a good
Wait,
point.
hold on. So the first part, something that you said earlier, Mario, is that you have to look at the universe and you see that if you believe that the universe is functioning in order, then you go with a designer. But when you actually look at the universe, look at nature, there is just as much chaos within nature as there is what we would call order, right? Yes, we have the circle of life, but at any moment, an asteroid can come and blast the shit out of this planet and kill everything on this planet because there's chaotic movements, heavenly bodies that are moving around. We could crash into another planet because there are elliptical orbits that cross each other. So that's not order, that's chaos. And so we live surrounded by chaos because almost everything on this planet is designed to kill humans as well. So we don't live in this orderly nature, right? You can pick little points here and there, but for the most part, it's very chaotic. So that would take away from a designer,
For
because a designer wouldn't make an engine that is structured to destroy itself. And that's how the universe is. We got two galaxies that are merging right now. That's not order, that's chaos, right? The other point is the fact that it's saying that the Bible was stolen from, the teachings were stolen from Africa. The sub-Saharan African people, because a lot of us like to jump into Egypt as if we're from Egypt. Egypt is not the place where the transatlantic slave trade was coming from.
Thank you.
Transatlantic slave trade was coming from West Africa. Those West Africans believed in a multitude of God, whether it was Olorun, Chetua, Mamawata, a whole bunch of different gods that had no correlations or relationships to the biblical teachings. So we did not come, so that biblical teaching wasn't twisted to go against us, because it never was the teachings of most people in the diaspora's history, your heredity. So it still has no context with us, right? And even their teachings are still unproven teachings that you cannot demonstrate Anansi being a real God and being something of reality. So we don't have a connection with them. And you're all right. The Old Testament, the enemy of the Old Testament is Egypt. The enemy of the New Testament is Rome. So what you and John were saying about that would be correct. It's just it's Rome for the New Testament, Egypt for the Old Testament. But there is always an enemy that a group of people who are being oppressed by somebody else focused on. But we are not descendants of Noah and his children.
Yes. That's no, and that is understandable. For me, that's not I'm not a cherry picking person, but that's not the perspective of the Bible that I take to say, okay, the Bible is going to teach me history. I don't really care to learn history. I just need to see if there's something in here that's applicable and powerful to use to my life. But can I just acknowledge the chaos thing? Because we talked about this first. So order does not mean that there will be to me an absolute absence of like destruction or chaos. Like, just it's like this: if you create something, how do you determine if what you created is a success or not?
By observing how it
If you
works.
wanted to create a machine, what will we need? What threshold will we need to cross before we say that machine is successful? You successfully made a machine.
Then that machine has to work.
It has to work. Does
Yeah.
our universe work?
Yes.
That's why I said. That's why I said you can
Does it
find points
work?
where it works, and you can find points where it doesn't work.
Well, no, I was going to say this. Has it proven to be able to work over a long period of time?
In all honesty, when you look at the whole of the universe, no, because when you look at how much, okay, so we are here on this planet and we have life, but the overwhelming majority of planets that we have discovered within the universe, of our known universe, does not have life that we can identify. So therefore, the majority of the universe is not built for life.
Is a planet life itself?
If we take it down to an atomic level or energetic level, then yes. But we're talking about our perception of order is based on our existence and how we have determined what life is on a sentient scale, which the overwhelming majority of the universe does not demonstrate that sentient scale of life.
Well, I'm gonna push back. I'm gonna push back with this. If the universe has been able to operate long enough and well enough for an ape or a derivative of an ape to turn into what we are now, it has to have sustained itself for a substantial amount of time. Now, as far as
But
the
98%
universe,
of everything
I
that
don't
has
think
come to life on this planet has died, it has been extinct.
So Mario, to your point, my mom explained this
you said
very well to me, very well. The universe was already here before. It was already here
Hey,
before time itself.
repeat that, JB. Can you repeat that? Can you repeat that one more
My
time, JB? I missed the beginning.
my mom explained this very well. And what Lorenzo and what John is what they're saying is the universe has been here way before the existence of the Bible, but before the existence of anything written, because you
Before
can't
man.
Yeah.
exactly before man,
No, we agree with that. We agree to that. I agree to that.
and you
Remember,
can't really
if I don't
say
know if you remember, I said the further the back the writings go, the closer they get to the truth. So that extends beyond the
exactly,
Bible.
and I
No,
Yeah.
don't
So
believe in the
go ahead, David. No, Mario, there's no truth in that. I'll explain in a moment.
the reason
okay.
the Bible is falsified and there's contradictions is because man did write it. They say it's inspired by God, but how do they know that though? Like, how do they know that? That is my question. I now for me, of course, my beliefs. I do believe that there is a God, but how do we know that though? Like, how do we really know that? Because if you look at the universe, we do have a choice. We do have a free will, like free will, and we also have a choice to, make decisions. We have a
Well,
choice to make decisions.
I'll say this though, JB. You do know that science has a limitation on what they understand about this universe.
Yes,
Science has guesses too.
yeah, and that is true. You are right, because man do have limitations. That's another thing we gotta acknowledge. Men have limitations.
Correct.
Can I get
So
a moment
them,
to interject on that, gentlemen?
yeah,
Yes.
you
Hop
can go
on in,
ahead.
All right.
John.
So to go on what you're saying here, Mario, if I may. So, yes, there are limitations that we possess, but the thing with your statement is, Mario, you're leaning more on, I don't want to say mysticism, but you're relying on the fact that because we can't explain it, then this must be. That's the argument a majority of people take. Because you can't prove that God
No,
doesn't
no, not
exist.
at all. My
No, I'm
argument is
not
from a
saying
place
you
of
know.
order.
Hold up,
Order.
I get it from the place you put it. Notice I said there are people, not you. I want to make
Yes.
sure I say
Yes.
it again. There are
Yeah.
people who will argue from the point because it cannot be explained. Oh, well, then Jesus must exist, or God must exist. No, no, no. The further we go back, the more ignorant we become because there was no standard. The further we went forward, the more there were conversations that could be had to correlate, to corroborate, to where a standard could be created. So that's what I'm saying. The further you go back, there's no truth when you go back. There's more ignorance. I believe Skillful said that also. You go further back because there were no standards. There was nothing to gauge what was right or wrong, right or indifferent. You had more ignorance. That's why we always say going forward. Notice no one says going backwards. We always say going forwards, meaning that we learn and we put together more because there's more information available to us. Just one thing to keep in mind here. I'll drop
Okay,
right.
to respond to that, I'm gonna start with the last part first, and I'm gonna go to the beginning. So as far as going back, right? I can relate to what you're saying. I have a variant of disagreement. So I'll say that, let's say humans, right? Over time, and I talked to Coach about this. Over time, we at least the last 2,000 years, we have went from a people that are attentive and connected to nature to a people who are attentive and connected to machines. So now the first thing that people do when they wake up usually is grab their phone, and they're connected to that world most of the day more than they are the world we live in. As opposed to 2,000 years ago, people may not have had as much intellect as us, but they can look out into the world and sometimes, like for example, right? The Sumer, 5,000 to 6,000 years ago, they already had discovered like six of the planets that we only found like three more outside of what they found. But they found this from observing the planet and being connected to the planet. They didn't have telescopes. They didn't have devices or machines that allowed them to see far into space. Because when I looked it up, these devices came less than 200 years ago. But if these people had this type of knowledge of the world, not only that, but many other things as well, it shows that they were connected to the nature and the world in a way that we appear to no longer be. But also to the last point, I believe in God because of order, and I think that there are a collection of scientists who also believe in God because of order and say that nature or even these different texts are only trying to reveal small things about the designer so that we can deeper understand creation ourselves. But
Only
I believe in
3%.
God because of order. And
Only
I would one.
3%.
I want to say one last thing. So the
No, I'm
leading
just adding
scientists in the
only
world.
3% of scientists believe that.
So we talked about this before. No, no, only 3% of scientists believe what?
In a God.
Elite scientists or all
Hold on, you
scientists?
deleted your point. You deleted
All
your
of
point.
them.
I saw 40%, and
Nah.
I saw that only set. I literally just saw this that 93% of elite scientists don't believe in God, but 7% do.
still not a percentage that moves the needle is what coach is saying, because of the
Well,
fact that, again, when you look at the belief in it, you have to look at what I said before: comprehension, common sense versus reality. So let me ask you this question, Mario.
wait, hold
Again,
on. Can I respond to that with one sentence, Coach? What you just said?
oh, I'm sorry.
Um,
Go ahead.
it may be a small percentage, but we can. I looked this up earlier today. You can look up scientists that had a major
Mario, you still there? He must have hit a dead zone.
Oh,
Yeah, yeah, he hit a
he
dead
probably
zone.
did.
Yeah. So until he comes back, what I was going to say here, coach, is that, again, um, talking about the elite, or even just 7%. Again, 7% is sort of like you look at the outlier percent. So
Yeah.
if I've got 93% of people who believe that if I stick my hand in fire, it'll burn my skin, I have 7% for some reason. Oh, well, no, it won't. I mean, honestly, where do you go with that? It's sort
Yeah.
of like saying, well, Booker T. Washington used to say, "A lie will not become the truth. Wrong does not become right. Truth does not become evil just because the masses accept it." I mean, we can all say right now, if a tree fell in the forest, even if we weren't there, would it not make a sound? Yes or no?
We
Hmm.
know it. We know it'll make a sound.
Okay, so would you believe that I had a conversation with a friend of mine, my level of education, master's degree, working on doctorate, who said, I don't know if a tree will make a sound if it falls in the woods because I wasn't there. Like, come on, bro. Let's not
Yeah,
get
you right, and you right on that, John, because we wasn't there. Like Coach said yesterday in his live when Primer tried to. I think it was yesterday or the day before yesterday, right? When Primer was trying to tell him that, or somebody in the chat said it. I don't think it was Primer. Somebody said that, that the stories in the Bibles were true because of what they believed in, and he made a good point, and that point it stands because it's valid because none of us on this earth, none of us, I don't care if it's modernized, none of us was there. Nobody was there. So how can we really, say that it is?
However, but notice now again, as I said, I'll use my example again. None of us were there, but there's this thing called reality.
Thank
That's
you.
where I operate from. That's why I will never say I know the Bible forward, back, front, and back, but I am literal. And I'm also one who understands reality. Hence why I asked Prima, outside of the Bible, for empirical evidence. Show in world recorded history that a man walked on water, that a man let's say, fed 5,000 people with 2 pieces of fish and 5 loaves of bread. That a man, again, from world recorded history, outside of the Bible, per empirical evidence, raised a man from the dead, biological death, with the touch of his hand. Nothing, nothing has ever been written except in the Bible, which is why I was trying to say, Prima, why are you trying to use the Bible to justify its existence when this is where the issue exists?
Thank
So
you. And I was
again, if you put your hand in the fire, whether you guys are with me or not, do you or do you not believe, even though you are not standing with me, even though you were not there, I would burn myself? Again, if I stuck my arm into an open campfire that's grilling some brisket, all right, if I stick my hand in there, we all know that I will burn myself. I will yell. But do you have to be there to hear me yell?
no, not at all.
There you go. So that's what I'm saying about when we try and talk about because we weren't there. But still, common sense and reality still exist.
And that's what a lot of people don't want to wake up to, and they want to be stuck in this delusion instead of waking up to reality. You have to wake up to reality and wake up to common sense, because when you think about it, some people, when I was talking to some people, when I was heavily influenced with Christianity, all of this religion, I asked people, like I always ask people just to see their side, take on this. And they make good points, because one girl, when I was in high school, she was like, God has never been in my life. And I was heavily influenced with, like, God and the Bible and all of that. And I kind of understood her in a sense, because she's not wrong. Because in the Bible, and what Christians would say, some Christians or some people that believe in God, they'll say that God deals with certain people. So why doesn't he deal with all people? That would be a false in of that would be false, because if he just deals with certain people, then that's not God. Then that is not God. That's not God. What do y'all have a take on that? What is y'all take on that, Coach? Am I wrong or am I right?
After you, Coach.
I'm sorry. I was reading the comments.
Okay, I'll repeat what I said. So
Yeah,
basically, what I'm saying is that how can people determine whether or not who God deals with? That's my big thing. That lies falsified and it also lies contradiction because if I came to you, Coach, and I said, "Oh, God ain't gonna deal with you because you doing this, you doing that, you doing that," that'll be a false in itself because I don't know. I don't know. I can't really say that. So when people say that is a contradiction and it's also something that they have made up themselves in their mind. So
I got you. So you are basically stealing a video that I was planning on making later on today. Now,
sorry about that.
and the video conceptualized it around this. So you had a father and a son who were arguing about tornadoes and who creates tornadoes. The father was saying that the devil has power over the air, but God is the creator of all things. But God decides who survives a tornado and who doesn't survive a tornado. Uh, and this is all, and this is, and then they went into the whole thing of this is where God works in mysterious ways. God chooses when it's whose time to go and whose time is it not to go. So basically, what you have is in religion, people Monday morning quarterback any type of situation. So like I'm in San Antonio, Texas. And when we just had all that flooding and everything, and a Christian camp, Mystic camp was flooded, the Christian side of the argument is God wanted those children to be with him. God allowed for that.
that is evil. Why
Right.
would you like what?
Because that's the only way they can rationalize it. Because if this God is supposed to be this saving God, this God has this power, and this power is supposed to be given down to people because it said where one or two come together, he is in the midst. When one or two come together and have no doubt, then they tell the mountain to move and the mountain will move. But of course, none of that has ever been demonstrated, repeatedly demonstrated and observed. So the psychology is that, oh, if we pray about it and it happens, then God's will was done. If we pray about it and it doesn't happen, God's will was still done. But yet you're supposed to be able to do it regardless of if it's God's will, because he said that it will be done unto you. Right.
Right.
But
And I believe that, not to cut you off, Coach, I do believe that we are spirit. Let me tell you why I do believe that. Because I believe we have a soul. I don't believe that I believe the universe is it is everything. And I believe that everybody on this planet, some not everybody, but some people they do have a consciousness. Some people don't. Because you can hear it in the way, you can hear it in the way they talk, like Primer. He don't got no consciousness because this is why I said it, and I'm not name calling or nothing. You can just hear it in his voice and hear it in the way he talks because he talks over people. He he doesn't acknowledge people when they bring facts to him in things like that. And it's certain people out there. I've met people like Primer that talk over you and don't allow you to say things or allow you to get your point across. Those are what you call non-playable characters. If you believe somebody that like a video game character, just basically just talk over you when you're trying to say something important, but they don't want to listen. And my point is that when I say we are spirit, what I mean is that not even the God in the Bible he can't come down here and save you when you call on his name. He can't. There's no because you have people don't realize that you have to do the work yourselves. That's the problem with a lot of people don't want to do. They don't want to do the work themselves. They don't want to take accountability for the things that they do. And that is another reason why they do believe in God. And I do believe in spirit. And I do believe that we have to do the work in order for things to get done. God can't do that. It's not
let me
he
let me
can't.
ask you a couple of questions. Because
Yeah.
I hear what you're saying, and I understand
Yeah.
why. I think I might understand why you're saying that. So, did you grow up in a civilization that taught God, spirits, that sort of thing, souls?
Yeah, yes, sir. I grew up in Christianity, but
Right. So
what
is it possible that the reason why you believe in spirits is because you was indoctrinated into a belief system that there are spirits and that there is a soul and things of that nature? Is it possible?
I don't think so. This is why, because I think Christianity, they do talk about the spirit of, spirit of God, but I think we're spirit on our own, not having to do anything with Christianity. The reason I say that is because if you died today, right, or if you passed, like, your life expectancy was, already up, right, and the thing is that you're you're not just your body, you have a
My
soul,
bad, my mic stopped working.
you have a consciousness, and you also have a soul. That's what I'm saying. So if you live here today, you wouldn't be you wouldn't be your body anymore, because your body is gonna start decaying, right? It's gonna go back into the earth. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying you have God inside you. I'm not saying that, and I'm not saying that God is over you. What I am saying is that you have a spirit inside of you. That's your spirit.
Okay,
Nobody else can have that.
but
That
is
is
it
your spirit.
possible
It is
that the
possible.
only reason you believe in that is because you were already indoctrinated into the belief that there are spirits and souls? Because,
No,
okay, so you don't think that if you were born uh, on a desert island with just you and your parents, and they never taught or said anything about spirits and souls, that you would have come up with that on your own?
no, I don't think I would come up with it on my own, because when we are born, we are alive. Like, how are you alive right now then? If you don't have a soul, how are you alive?
Because
Synapses.
your parents had
Electrical.
sex.
Oh, go ahead, Joe.
And
My
y'all are
parents had
right. Y'all
sex,
are
and
right.
biology of replication would have created me, right? But that doesn't mean a soul or a spirit was created. So that's why I asked the question: if you were on a desert island with your parents, you said that, and they never taught you about a soul or a spirit, you wouldn't come up with that idea, right?
That is true, but
So then the only reason you come up with that idea is because somebody taught you that there are souls and spirits.
The
Can
okay,
same
I
as
jump
I see
in
someone
what.
teaches
Okay,
you,
you
you
on
okay.
that?
You
Methodist, you
right. You
Baptist.
right. You right.
Hey, but
But
can I jump in on
animals.
that?
But this is the thing. This is the thing, though. Animals do have souls, though. We all do.
How do
But
you
you
know?
are right. Because we are alive. How can you not?
I
The
How can
I
you
soul
think
not
has
I think
nothing
it's
believe
to
just
that,
a
do
the
with
though?
word
that,
is just a
man.
placeholder, but I think he's trying to say that we have a non-physical aspect to us, like the mind
Yes.
or
Because how can
consciousness.
you be
Now you're being
alive?
ambiguous, though, Mario. You're co-signing
No,
on
no,
his
this is what I wanted
ambiguous.
to say. What because what you asked him basically was like, if he was in an earlier civilization,
No,
would
I'm
he
not
believe
stuck
in
on.
this?
I'm
But
not
what I'm
stuck on
saying is earlier
superstition.
civilizations did believe in these things.
I didn't say anything about an earlier civilization. I said if you was on a desert
That wasn't
island with just you
germane.
and your
That wasn't
parents.
germane to the conversation. That wasn't germane to the
No,
conversation.
what
Go
I'm saying is, if if we are alive right now, how do y'all how can y'all sit here and say that we don't have a soul? That means you're not. That means you're dead. That means you're
ahead. JB,
dead.
no, JB. First, let me ask you this question: Why do you believe the
You can
soul?
put biology and everything, that you can put genetics, biology, and all of that into it, but we still have a soul. We
JB,
still do.
JB, I need you to go ahead and take a breath for a second, man. I need you to listen. Listen.
Take a break.
All right. I need you to ask yourself, why do you think the soul sustains the body?
Because of, I don't know. I don't. You tell me.
Ah, okay. Wait. So I want to hear you say it again. How does the soul sustain the body?
I don't know. You tell me. You
No,
tell me
because
that.
the soul does not sustain the body. Again, you have the physiological and perennial nervous system. You have the nervous system, let's say. You have synapses. You have what is known as biology that has been proven to sustain the body. But what people want to do is put a name to the process that sustains the body. See, what it is now, we start looking for hair or hairs to split to try and get something of an answer for an unknown when you have an answer that some say it suffices. Some say that the body is made of current. We know that there's a level of current in the body. It's very low voltage, but it is there. From the
Okay, I
moment
get what
we're
y'all
born,
saying now. I understand what y'all saying now, because he did make a good point. The black scent. the Blexican, he made a good point because bacteria have souls? I don't think so. So if we are made like if we have bacteria, that does answer my question there. So we might not. It might be something that came from Christianity. So yeah, y'all are
And
not wrong. So y'all did
let
kind
me
of
throw this, and let
God,
me
yeah.
throw this question in here, which
Please.
Les is making a good question. Said, but again, if you were on a desert island, how would you know about biology? You would know about biology because your parents had sex and then you were born. So if your parents may say, when you ask your parents, well, how did I get here? They may explain to you, well, through me and your father having sex and him, all of, he put his ping ping in my poom poom, and then bam, you are created inside of my belly, and then you're born. So the child will still learn that level of biology and understand that in order to replicate himself, there needs to be another person that he can have sex with and therefore create a child. So, but that doesn't indicate a soul. That just indicates how it works. You watch two lions get it on, and bam, they have a baby.
I've seen that.
So you figure it out. That's nasty, but you figure it out. But as far as the soul, we cannot observe it. We can't measure it. And the thing about it, there is no such thing as death in the sense that there is only we have this death thing. And I'm gonna get into the psychology for a second here. There is no death. Your body, your mind, your consciousness, whatever it is, your energy of you just transmute from one energy source to another energy source. But because that is unknown to us and have been unknown to mankind since we first started thinking straight, man, and this may be where it's coming from you, I'm not saying it is, because of the fear of the unknown of what happens after we leave this life that we do know of, that fear causes us to create ideals of deity, heavens, hells, souls, spirits. And it's all born out of fear of the unknown of after this life.
And you are right. You are right with like wait, Mark, let me make this point.
Go ahead.
This point because I agree with Coach on this. I agree with you and John because y'all are making a good point on that because everything is like you said. Did you say this? Correct me if I'm wrong. Did you say everything was energy based or no? Didn't say that?
No, everything is energy.
Okay, yeah, you are right. So I do need to read a little bit more. I do need to read a little bit more. I'll take accountability for that because you are right on that. Because that's what I basically meant, but I couldn't get it out. I didn't say it the correct way. That's why y'all was correcting me because I didn't say it the correct way. My point was that we are energy. That's basically what I was trying to say. That's why I said so. That's why I said soul, but it's not soul, it's energy. We are all energy because the thing is that is proven also because when you go in a room, right? If y'all go in a room with like energy, basically everything is energy based. Like with a baby, you can hold a baby and the baby will just start crying, and we don't know why the baby is crying, but the baby can pick up off energy, right or wrong. Am I wrong?
Yeah.
Well, when we're
So
talking about energy, we can talk about the interaction. Now, as far as percolation going through you, anything like that,
So I agree 100% with y'all when y'all say that because that is true. What I was saying was wrong. It wasn't my thoughts probably wasn't put together. It wasn't put together as a complete point. So thank you for that. Because that is true. Energy is everything. Basically, we are energy.
if I
That
can put
doesn't
that in here to what JBJT is also saying, we have to understand. Now, let me just go back and say something. There are two deaths, as is known by science. That's in the books. I'll say this because of being from the psychology background. So, bachelor's, master's, and currently working a doctoral. But that is what I deal with. However, say I'm not a medical doctor, but you do know from being literate, as we all do, there are some things that we cannot get around. Death and taxes, right? But also we got to you have to put it in here and be honest about it.
I don't pay taxes, by the way. But go ahead.
We'll say there's clinical death, whereas someone can be brought back within, let's say, 1 to 6 minutes, depending upon, let's say, if you stop breathing. The brain requires oxygen. There's no argument about that. 1 to 6 minutes is in that clinical range. But once you get to 10 minutes or longer and the brain is starved from oxygen, you have irreparable damage. To which, after that, they call it, and now we're talking about biological damage, which is what I was talking to Prima again about, that no man in recorded history has ever come back from biological death, ever. You do not have to live 2,000, 3,000 years back to know this. That goes without question. But again, if someone does not have that understanding because they were brought up in a culture that says, oh, just pray over. Oh, the Lord will put hands on you. And if the Lord deems you righteous, then you shall live. But if, like people won't get the children vaccinated. Perfect example. Oh, no, we're just waiting on the Lord. The Lord will heal, the Lord will heal her. And if she dies, well, the Lord called her home. The Lord will with her. This see, it's my father used to say before he went into preaching that God has got the best racket around. It's 50-50. Either I did the right thing and you're with me, or if I didn't do the right thing, you still think it was for the best. Like, miss me with that. Like,
hey, can I ask you a question, John? I want to ask you a question.
Go ahead.
First, I want to just clarify: do you believe in any like type of esoteric? Do you believe in alchemy?
Not.
You believe no alchemy, nothing like that?
I do not believe in any type of God. If that's what you're referring to.
No, that's fair. Okay, so I want to go back to where we left off because I was speaking on science, and I think Coach was saying there's like only 3% of scientists who believe in God. So I wanted to start there because I wanted to say I'm actually okay with that because from my research, some of the top 1% of scientists are the ones who believe in God. And I will name a few and their contributions to science if you want. But we know Isaac Newton for one, and like Galileo, and I can name more if you want, but I just want to make that point and then move on to what I'm trying to say.
I was talking about modern day scientists. Of course, those guys were products of their environment. Whereas if you didn't believe in that God, you were deemed a heretic.
Well, I'm gonna push back on that.
Chastised, but I did remember where. So the numbers that you got though, you're looking at that Pew review that was done in 2009.
Yep.
Yes.
But that review encompasses scientists from all over the world, in which a lot of them are embedded in countries like Dubai, Saudi Arabia, India, where they are still very religious.
Religion first, science second.
Yeah, right, exactly. Religion first, science second. So I should be more specific. If you were to do a look at the surveys done on American scientists, scientists in Europe, and then none in places where the government and religion are not entwined, then you will find that it is only like 3%.
Okay, so first I want to respond to what you said as far as them being of their time. So Isaac Newton actually was a heretic, and he fully believed in the Bible. He believed in a Unitarian standpoint, as in there's one creator, that Jesus is not divine, and that the Bible is only like not an allegory, but like an alchemical book that is teaching, just revealing things about a designer. So he was actually still a heretic. If he would have revealed his views to the public, he would have been condemned for that belief. Go ahead, brother.
So the thing here is that when we talk about Isaac Newton, okay, you have to understand something. Because of the fact that the belief of religion was a big presence, no one who was of public eye was going to say anything to the difference, because there was always fire waiting for your ass if you said something that did not agree.
But you get what I just said though.
I get what you're saying, but what you're not getting what I'm saying is that his belief and his statements is because of where he was, the time he lived in, which is that Jesus is God, Lord is God, God is God, religion is it. If you went counter to that, you were set on fire. Hence why you had the Inquisition of certain things of lack of belief. Which hence you had the Salem witch trials for the most part. Anyone who Scarlet Letter, they do writings about what basis of society existed on, and it was always an essence of religion. So therefore, if you spoke out against religion, of course you are going to have fire waiting for you. But if you spoke of something that acquiesced and acknowledged religion, then you can have your say. So think about this.
Okay, go ahead.
If you were born in India, what would your religion be? I'll just go ahead and just make it simple right now.
What would my religion be?
I know. I'm gonna let you talk, but let me add to that.
Okay.
About people like Isaac Newton and all of them. And now we can speculate that if a person like Isaac Newton was born today, grew up today, and be able to stand on the shoulders of scientists throughout history, Isaac Newton most likely would not be Christian because he would have the freedom to not believe in it. And because when the other example that you used was Galileo, Galileo. And look at what happened to Galileo when he said the earth wasn't the center of the universe, that the earth circumvents the sun, goes around the sun. They put his ass in jail. They then threatened his daughter, and he rescinded everything that he said because he was under the punishment of a brutal church system. So, but the thing about it is, saying that these scientists believe in God, even at that time or even in today, actually still does not validate the evidence of a God.
Okay, so I do want to continue where I'm going, but I want to make my point clear on this. What I'm saying is, I'm gonna just Galileo's a good example too, but like what I'm saying about Isaac Newton is that what you guys are saying is true, but he still was outside of that. So imagine if what you're saying is true, but everyone is a Trinitarian. They're reading the Bible as a history book, and they're saying that the Bible is about the crucifixion of Christ. And Isaac Newton says, no, there is only one God. I am just like Christ or equal to Christ, and I am learning how to create like the God of the Bible by reading the Bible. You will be burned alive. You are not in alignment in any type of way with what people believe. You're just using the same text as them. So that's what I'm trying to say is that people who have different perceptions actually pick up the Bible and get totally different things. I be on TikTok all day, bro. Trinitarians are fighting with Unitarians, and
it sounds like you've been on TikTok all day because
and
again.
But do y'all get what I'm saying? At least
I get what you're saying.
What are you saying? Are you saying Trinitarians? They get
no.
they
All I'm
different.
saying, what I'm saying is this: that the writings of the Bible, from what I see, looking at people use it, people at high levels of knowledge can use it, and it still build on what they believe on, or people at low levels of knowledge can use it, and it builds on whatever ignorance they believe. But a Trinitarian can pick up the Bible and go against a Unitarian or someone of a totally different religion, a Mormon or whatever, and use the same book and fight for what they believe in. So the book does not hold one unified truth.
I get what you're saying.
It's encoded.
No, I get what you're saying. That anyone of any educational level or critically thinking level can pick up the Bible and gain some type of inspiration or knowledge from
useful knowledge,
and it can be useful. But the thing about it is that I can pick up any book and do that. I can pick up the Satan's Bible and still gain some useful information from Satan's Bible that will be beneficial to humankind, right? So, for instance, in the Satanic Bible, it says, do what thou wilt, as long as you don't intercede on someone else's ability to do what they will or agency, right? Now, if you think about that, that is some of the best advice socially that we could ever come across. Because that means that I don't want to be murdered, so I'm not going to murder you. I don't want to be stolen from, so I'm not going to steal from you. Anything else that I want to do that doesn't stop any of you guys from being able to have your own agency, I can do it, right? So if I want to have 3 wives, I can have 3 wives as long as everybody agrees, right? That doesn't impact anybody in this forum.
Yes.
So you can pick up any book, science book, hell, Aesop's Fables, and you can gain. But the thing about these religious books is that they infer that there is some type of God that created everything, has power over everything, but yet there is no proof of these gods.
And they discard reality based on what Lorenzo is saying, Mario. Out of everything you said, what you still cannot rectify, nor can anyone else, as I said before, outside of the Bible, for empirical evidence, has there been
I can though.
And then nobody, because it's reality.
No, I give me a chance to at least try and let me fail.
Oh, wait, okay, just a second. Let me finish it. So
Go ahead.
again, I'll say this to make sure everyone hears what Mario answered, because I already know the answer. There's nothing, but still, outside of the Bible, per empirical evidence, where in recorded history has a man walked on water, risen from biological death after 3 days of being dead, fed 5,000 people with 2 pieces of fish and 5 loaves of bread, raised a man from biological death with just the touch of his hands. And what people also to add to this don't realize is that life is vindicated through death per burial. Nobody in the Bible has ever had a headstone, or you can find any gravestone. But what you will find in disingenuous conversation is people saying, well, you can't find Jesus because he rose. Okay, so again, the whole purpose I'm saying here, Mario, is that for you to say what you say, I get it. But what also means is that you discard reality, meaning that Jesus did none of those things. So therefore, why would you still take it upon yourself to believe that there is a God, if that is you? So I'll
Hold
land my
on, let
plane
me
right
let
No,
me let me give him some evidence, Mario, to his because he do that makes sense. And then it's another verse in the Bible where it says that we are made in the image of God, and that will show a contradiction because look, think about it. If Jesus rose and we are the image or the same image as him, why didn't those other people that died? Why didn't they rise? Why didn't they rise? Why didn't they why didn't they rise either? That's my question too. Because that can be dismissed because it is a contradiction. How can the sun rise but we can't rise? Not saying we are him, but we were made. The Bible states this that we are made in his image. If Jesus is
okay,
God, if Jesus is God
right.
and we're
So
made in his image,
I want to answer. I want to answer.
go
Okay,
ahead.
so what I said first about different people being able to use it for different things and people at higher levels being able to do more with it. What my statement was is that the Bible is an encoded book, and I can show a message within a message. For example, and even with what you're talking about, JB, about being able to rise from the dead and these things, it's mental. The universe is mental. Everything is mental. So the Bible is about transformation. Transformation is an important principle within the reality we live in because we believe that energy cannot be created or destroyed, but only transformed. That's a scientific belief.
You're
So I just want
conflating, Mario.
let me wrap it up, please. Okay, I'm gonna land my
Go ahead.
plane. So
Go ahead.
if so, for example, I believe in the Hermetic principles. You can look that up if you know what they are. If not, whatever. I believe in those principles. There are 7 of them. The God of the Bible created the earth in 7 days. And those 7 days relate to the 7 principles of creation, of the 7 principles of the laws of the universe. The Bible was written by people who, for lack of better words, control the world. The Bible was written as a form of control. And the people who wrote it, they wrote it in a way that where a low level person will become a servant and a high level person will become a master. That's my point.
So to put it back again, everything that you stated right now,
Yes.
there's nothing that says that the Bible is safe for transference, or as you put it, there's nothing that states that. What is known here is that again, the Earth's part, James Usher. Or were you here for that part, Mario? Where
No,
I
I
mentioned.
wasn't.
All right, so well, this would be a good learning lesson. So Mario, tell me, when was the Earth created?
Millions of years ago.
All right, so I'm going to
Over a
say,
million years. I don't know
well,
millions,
I'll
but
put it this
over a
way.
million.
Factually, we'll say yes. Now, when did Christianity say Earth was created?
In the garden, I don't know what that time frame is supposed to be, but in the
I can give
garden.
you time.
Okay, yes,
I
yes,
can give
yes. What's
you
the
that.
time?
October 23rd, 4004.
Okay.
That's when Earth was supposedly created by James Usher. We spoke of this earlier. You may have missed that.
Okay.
So the whole we're going through this with Prima. So we'll get off this real fast. So the fact of the matter is that per the Christian standard, per the Bible and everything you speak of, Adam and Eve, right? They were created, or should I say, the Earth was created in the year 4004. But as I stated before, the problem with that is that you had people who were hunting and gathering along the Nile in Africa in 8,000 BCE, 9,000, 15,000. Now, this has been proven fact. We even showed that to Prima, who wilded the hell out when you presented fact to him. So, again, based on this, this is when the earth was created. John Henry didn't make this up. Lorenzo didn't make this up. This was done.
Okay.
15.
I think you may think I'm coming from a Christian frame of reality, but
All
I
right,
don't.
no, well, let me put it this way: if you weren't, but let me just make sure you understand this. Even then, there's no talk of transference in the Bible. That is one's own perception that they bring to it, like death. You talk to someone else, they may have a perception of how they present it. The fact of the matter is that Adam was not the first man. That's all I'm saying. That's
Wait,
one
hold
thing.
on. I want to ask a question for what you just said. You said there's no talk of transformation of the Bible. What does it mean to renew your mind?
Now, again, does it say in the Bible to renew your mind? If it does say to renew your mind, then that is a statement that can be made because that is an actual fact that you can say. You can say, I renewed my mind. It's like when a person says, I am a new creature in Christ. Can we agree on that? When they say a new
But what does
creature in
that mean?
Christ.
I'm asking you, what does that mean? Because we're talking
Okay,
about
so,
transformation.
all right, so you talk about transformation. It's all about change. But now we're being obtuse. That means that you can put change above anything. That's what I'm saying. So you're not, it becomes broad. All right, so you're not narrowing in. What you're doing is widening the gap, which means I can put anything under the umbrella.
Okay, I'll try to narrow it in. Let me say this. So the Bible starts with God, whoever God is, for one speaking, saying, "Let there be light," dividing night from day, dividing water from land, the like separating earth, solidifying the things that He created, and on the seventh day, when everything is done, that God rests. Now, I'm not taking this as history. I want to be clear with what I'm saying to you. I'm not speaking on a form of history. I'm speaking that this is a formula within itself.
Right,
That's a
so that
formula
now
of
again,
transformation.
that is not a formula. That is a statement of action. A formula is
See, I hope
add
maybe
2
Coach
parts
knows what I'm
hydrogen.
saying.
Okay,
No,
add 2 parts hydrogen plus so and so. That is a formula. I get what you're saying. You're trying to say it's a descriptive formula, but all that is a description of action.
It's encoded.
yeah, it's not okay. I know what he's trying to say because he's coming from a hermetic point of view and trying and
Again, but
infusing it into the Bible. See,
conflation is what it's called.
the difference is though, in the hermetic idea of transmutation, it is going from one substance to another substance. What it is not is a changing of character, a changing of your mental critical thinking. That's not the same as what the Hermetics is teaching as far as transmutation is concerned.
But the belief is that you can only transfer the metals as your soul or your inner being elevates. You can only turn the base metal into gold if you elevate. Transformation of self is required within Hermeticism or alchemy to
But
transform anything.
So
but
this is what you were taught.
you're
This is
still
what you were taught, Mario.
it's still
I'm sorry.
transmuting from
No,
one
it's not what
substance.
I'm. It's not just what I was taught. It's what aligns with the laws of the universe, the laws of duality, the laws of cause and effect. Don't you believe in these laws too?
Oh, it's called contingency.
Why do
If
you
and
believe
then,
in cause and effect?
go ahead, Lorenzo, because again, we're getting off that because
Right,
Mario, you
because
make it. Go ahead,
when you go
Lorenzo. I'm
from
sorry.
lead to gold, then you are going from one atomic structure to a totally different atomic structure. The Bible doesn't demonstrate going from one atomic structure to another atomic structure. It goes from me being, and I've never been, but I'm just using this as an example,
Yes.
but you being an abusive husband to becoming a non-abusive husband. Matter of fact, my grandfather was an abusive husband, and then later on became a non-abusive husband to my grandmother. That's just a changing of mind, changing of character, but the substance of him, as far as being this 6'4" black man, never changed.
So
So
let me ask this. I understand. How important is your character in terms of you getting to the destinations you want to be or how you live your life? I won't even say where you want to be. How important is your character in terms of where life will take you? What paths you will go down?
that's important if you want to become better financially, as I did with our financial seminar that we did recently, just to throw a little plug in for when I did that y'all missed.
What's more important than your character, bro?
Uh,
Is there anything more important?
as far as existing in our society, your character is vital.
Okay.
But understand that you'll find character changes in the Bible, but that as far as the Hermetic principles is concerned, there are aspects of character change within it, but when it talks about transmutation, that's changing the substance of something. And so there's no code in the Bible that relates to hermetics in that sense. The Bible does have, when you get into the newer teachings, because the older teachings are kind of rough and rugged, there is some aspects, few, that would indicate that you should change your behavior. Well, there's some in the old, stop doing things that this God has deemed as a sin, right? But those sins are only there, most of them are because this God desires your worship. Now, there are some universal things. Don't murder, don't steal, don't try to take somebody else's wife and goats and shit like that. But that's just changing behaviors to become a better person.
Correct.
And yeah, you want to go from, there is the hermetic philosophical side of it that says that you want to go from being a bad person or a rough person into becoming a better person.
Yeah, I would say that's the point of,
and
I would just say the Bible, why we go to religion.
I think that's where you're viewing it and mixing it together. But as far as it being a transformation into some spirit being,
well, no, I'll give another clear example, right? It says in the Bible, it says, and I'm just giving one that I feel that I found. It says the word in the beginning was the word, and the word is with God, and the word is God, and all of these, and the power of life and death is in the tongue. Now we understand the importance of your word because men always said word is bond and all that. But it's when I say it's encoded, I mean it's not just talking about in that example, it's not just talking about the words that you use, it's talking about your breath. And throughout spirituality, when you go before the Bible, breath was a very essential part, breathing techniques. And these things were very essential to meditation and connecting to the higher realms. That's kind of what I say when I say coded.
Mario, what does the word of God sound like?
That's what the Hindu and the Buddhists teach. But
exactly, it's a sound. It's the same thing.
Let me correct one thing. Let me correct one thing. So you mix two different verses as if they were one. When they're talking about some of the powers in the tongue, that's from like Mark and Matthew. In the beginning was the word. That's from John.
Yeah, I wasn't trying to conflate that. I was only speaking on the word one. I just said that one to say we understand that your word is valuable, but it wasn't actually about the word.
Mario, don't make me mute you like Prima now.
Oh, my bad, bro. I'll be quiet. My bad.
The correct translation of John is that in the beginning was the word. Well, in the beginning was a God, and that God was towards the God. And that God was a God, meaning the logos, that was towards the God. So there is a separation. This is one of the major thought processes of what created Arius and Arianism is the actual Greek translation of that. Because when you look at it, it's going to say theos as far as relating to the word. But when you're talking about the God, it says ton theos, which is the God. So there's a separation between the two. So the word is not God, right? With the Koine Greek in that language, in that writing, and it was written in Koine Greek. So I wanted to
that's fine.
On how that actually should be translated in a Bible.
I understand that.
As far as we know, that sound sends out a vibration, and that vibration has properties to it, and that the words that you say have meaning, and they create emotions and they create responses to how people act.
Cause and effect.
So, and yeah, and that's cause and effect. You got a person tells you lies all the time, you're going to start viewing them as liars. You're not going to trust them because of the words that they speak. You speak ill of yourself all the time and say that I'm dumb, I'm dumb, I'm done, I'm dumb, then yeah, you're going to do dumb shit and you're going to think that you're an idiot and you're going to lack self-confidence. So there is power within how you speak to yourself, but that's not a code. That's just psychology.
Exactly. It's kind of like manifestation. If you sit there and say, "Oh, I'm gonna get this," and then you go and do the work. It's humans that have to do the work in order for it to get done. God If we gonna sit here and say that God can control that, then that's you giving him the power to control whatever is your life. Because if I manifestation and say, oh, I'm gonna get rich, and I go put in the work for how many ever years for it to come to for it to come to pass and get done, for me to be like, oh, I'm gonna be a millionaire. And then let's say 40 years or 30 years later, I become a millionaire. It's because I put in the work. Because if you don't put in no work, you're not going to get there.
I mean, the Bible
So
affirms that though. It says faith without work is dead. So
yes,
you're actually lined up with the Bible. What you're saying.
that's literally that's what I'm saying. Now
But actually, I don't want to stick too far with the Bible,
that
because if Coach and John don't believe in God at all, we got to start with God before we can go to a
Mario,
Bible.
we got to start with you letting someone finish their conversation, bro.
what I'm
Yeah.
saying, Mario, what I'm saying is nobody can prove that God did the work for. All they know is that they went through struggles and it was hard. You see what I'm saying? Like, it's hard, and yes, it was hard to get the work done, but that's because maybe we look at it a different way. Maybe the decisions we made in the first, um, in the first, basically the first choice we make, it might not always be the best decision. That's the point I'm trying to make. Like, you have to think about everything that goes in with the process, like with all of the processes to get where you are in life. And I'm not saying God isn't real, because I believe in Yah. I do. I believe in Yahuwah. I believe he is because if you look at the scripture, Yah scriptures, he is in that scripture, and it tells you all of the commandments in that book. The Torah, it also keeps the Torah, which Christians don't keep. But what I'm saying is, it's also you too. You can't leave out human. You can't leave out humans either. And you are right in a thing, based on what you're saying, by saying that humans are, based on what you're saying with the Bible, that faith without works is dead. Yes, it is, because if you have no faith in yourself, and that could also mean having faith in yourself. If you don't have faith in yourself, you could also end up short. You can end up coming up short with the things that you do. You're not gonna win everything, or you're not gonna get everything in this life, but you can also come up short in things that you really wanted, things that you really desired, things that you were trying to accomplish. But that has nothing to do with God. It does not. It does not. Simple as that. Because I can go out, and I could not believe in God, and I could sit there and say, I'm gonna be a millionaire. I'm gonna go do this, and I could go out with my plan, and it could fail, and it also could succeed. So tell me how can God be in the middle of that? Whether or not it fails, whether or not it succeeds. You still, as a human, you still have to go out and put in the work.
Mm-hmm.
Because if it's no work, then you don't believe in yourself. You don't believe in yourself. You're just believing in nothing. It's something that does not show itself to you. Because if God showed himself to everybody, I think it would be a little more easier for people to understand. It's like, okay, yeah, it may have been God controlling the decisions and things that I make, but God can't control your decisions, son. He can't. He can't control your decisions, whether you successful or whether you but end up short. We control that. We control our destiny. He can't control that, because if he did, again, I'm gonna say this again. If he did, the people that didn't believe in him, because it's some rich people, and it's some rich people that do the work on their own. They wouldn't be rich if they didn't believe in God. They wouldn't be rich. So it's them that are doing the work. You have to do the work. A lot of people don't want to do the work. They want to just rely on something that does not show themselves to them. You have to do the work. Because I can sit here and be like, oh well, I'm not gonna do the work. I'm just letting God take care of it. God ain't gonna take care of that. You have to do the work. You have to, because it's not.
Piggyback
It's
off
never
of
gonna
I'm
get
sorry, go
done.
ahead, JB. Forgive me.
Oh, you can go. Sorry.
Know what JB is saying also to add to that. No one finds anyone sitting in a cave by themselves
Thank
unless
you.
someone's having to walk up on them, which means that there's a level of effort that anyone and everyone must put forth in order to achieve, exist, and survive. Now, taking away anything of religion, the aspect of that, there are only three things that I look at in life that determines where I or anyone else goes: chance, probability, and the sphere of influence. Because you can't get away from those as being constant. You don't have to be Methodist, you don't have to be Pentecostal, you don't have to be Hindu, you don't have to be Buddhist. We have some things that are germane across the board to everyone, such as air. Right? No one can argue that my air is better than your air unless you're talking about a small, infested environment. But then we're starting to split hairs. We're talking environmental. But on a general platform, chance, probability, and the sphere of influence, there's a chance that I could meet Coach one day. You know, right? There's a chance I could bump into him anywhere on Earth. However, the probability states that if I am on YouTube and he has a show, the probability is I may find and meet him faster just because of algorithm. But what I'm saying here again is just the probability. Now, a sphere of influence. Coach could give me lessons. He could give me an idea that God is not real. Here is the reason why. All right. He can influence me with that. But he could better influence me that with examples that he could give. Let's say the examples that I've given. Now, if I were to hear someone talk about me, is there a chance I could bump into Coach? Yes, there's a chance if I were not involved with YouTube or anything like that. If I were just to be outside in the world, there's no chance I'd ever would have met this man. All right, now, probability states that if I am on the internet, if I am connected like I am right now, probability states if I am one who uses YouTube because I'm a content creator, there's a better chance, would you not agree, that I could meet Coach? We have to say yes to that. Now, the sphere of influence, what he has to teach, what he has to share, a line of knowledge from his channel. Can I be influenced by him? Only if what he's saying makes sense. That's the best way that I can put that. So, therefore, in any example of that, there is no God that will be responsible for that. But think about it. If God could control our actions, see all of what we do, would he not want us to not wage war against each other, pillage, plunder, hurt each other? Being that that's what's preached, although you have to talk about avenging God. Otherwise, that would make God a dick. Because now he's putting people against each other just to see who wins, who's going to be top dog. But no one wants to think that. Instead, everyone has the rosy image that God is love, that he loves everyone. Therefore, again, if he could actually control everyone's actions, would there be a war? Now, that's just men's surmise. I'll leave it right there.
Yeah, that is true. And Mario, you did prove his point too with evidence. Basically with the claim that he made, because when he talks about like with Pasty Klein, what she said in the chat was that go up from go coach. Can you go up to the comment? I don't wait. Let me go to your YouTube channel. Can you read what she said? Because she said when someone prays to their God for strength to do something, if they get it, they don't get it from a God. They get it from their mindset. Exactly. Thank you. They get it from their mindset. Which Mario said something about mental. Yes, you get it from your mental. If your mental state is down and is at a low vibration, you're not going to attract wealth, because this is the thing, you because you don't believe in yourself. You don't believe that you can go out there and get it on your own. You have to believe that everything is mental. But because if I went out into the world, right, and I didn't know nothing of the world, and I'm trying to start a business, right, coach, and I wanted to start a business, but I don't know where to start, and I'm down myself. I'm like, man, I don't know where to start. I ain't gonna be able to start no business. I ain't gonna be able to do this. I ain't gonna be able to do that. And then I get to thinking, I learn more about the business, learning more about what business I want to create, and I go accomplish that and create a business. Therefore, my mindset has switched over, and I have gained positivity in my mind to know that okay, I can achieve this now because I've seen myself achieve it. Because your mindset is gonna go to positive from negative when you achieve it. But when you don't achieve something, you're going to go into a negative state of mind. And that's human. That is human. That's not God.
Yeah, and let me to further add to, because we talk now. My other favorite subject is business and money.
Exactly.
So when you look at business and money, and there's a 2025 Pew survey that came out, And basically it showed that 48% of atheists households make over $100,000 a year, right? That's 48%. Now, when they broke it down into smaller groups, it looked at other religious groups, because the review was based on, it's called, if you look up how income varies among U.S. religious groups, is what the survey is titled. 44% of Jews live in households of 100,000 or more. 36% of Hindus, 100,000. Episcopalians, 35%. Jehovah's Witness, 4%. Historically Black Protestant churches, only 9% of the households make over 100,000. Nearly half of those households in these groups earn less than 30,000. So it basically shows that the God of the Bible and prayer has absolutely nothing to do with how a person achieves the desires that they have, or what they set their mind to. It is all about you and what you do, the energy you put into it, the mindset, the people you hang around. Those John talked about the sphere of influences that you had. When I started my third business, even though my credit score at the time was 396, the people that I hung around were millionaires, basically. It was through working with them that I was able to start and open my gyms. And I learned from that I need to make sure that I'm around the right sphere of influences of people if I want to achieve what I want to achieve.
Osmosis. Oh yeah.
Right. And so it's never about a God or anything. Like right now, I have a proposal out to a couple of gentlemen to start another business here in San Antonio. They Christian. I'm not. It doesn't matter, because we're talking about money.
There you go, green. That
and
talks.
They recognize that starting a business and money it has nothing to do with whether or not I believe in a God or they believe in a God. It's all about the business plan that was put forward and what is my ability to execute that plan. And since I already used to own a cigar lounge, then they know I can execute the plan. And that's why religion has never come up as part of the conversations, because it has no presence within it.
Exactly. And when you're attached to a religion, you feel depressed. And it's a statistic on Christians that when they go into Christianity, that they are depressed. It's a statistic. If you go and look it up, it's a statistic that they are the most depressed religion. All of them, all of the I'm telling you, if you go look it up, it will
I was.
tell you.
Oh, my bad. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Even on this channel, if you go watch Mind Unveiled, he'll tell you the same thing with the research that he does. And I know this for a fact because I was a Christian before. I was also a Christian. I was depressed. I was in my room one day and I knew I needed to leave religion because I would feel depressed. I'd feel at a low vibration. I'm telling y'all, you wouldn't want to even be around me because I was in a low vibration. I used to have an attitude. I used to just do stuff and like what is it? You know when you have an attitude with your mom, right? It's because I was in that. I was in something that I did not want to accept. I couldn't accept it. My intuition, my whatever me myself, I couldn't accept that because it wasn't true. I knew it wasn't true. You know why it wasn't true?
Mhm.
Because it's control. It's a construct. It's a construct.
Yeah.
Can I ask you guys a question?
Let me tell you a quick little story about how this religion interferes with your ability to do business. So when I was married to this woman, she was a Christian. Thank you for Donald for donating a membership. And he's asking John if you can go ahead and post your channel again.
Yeah, I have a couple times. I'm not sure how he's not getting it, but
I don't know. Donald's my special friend. No, I just playing. I like Donald. But so I was married to this Christian woman when I started the popcorn and ice cream shop, and we looked at two locations. The location that I knew through research would be the better location, she was like, no, God is telling me this is not the right spot. And then the second location, which would have been decent on research, she was like, God is telling me that this is the right spot. And at the time frame, I was the type of person that I try to please my wife. You know, even within, I mean, you try to please your wife, but even within business, I would try to please my wife, right? Don't ever do that shit. So we went into the location that she felt God was telling her to go into. Within 6 months, that location failed miserably. And so thankfully, I still had about $70,000 left. And so I moved it I said, to hell with your thoughts and your prayers. And I moved it to the other location that she said, God said no. Went to that location. The business thrived like a champ to the point where she was able to quit her job. We moved to a condo downtown and life was beautiful.
Location.
The other location, I had to work it every day, every hour of the day. The second location, I was able to hire 12 people to work for me. And I actually was just running the business. So this prayer and shit, as far as this God and involving himself in how you feel and how you act, and yes, it does create depression amongst people and all these other things. But the Bible and this prayer don't work.
It doesn't, because the reason it doesn't is because you can pray for something, and it says that literally in the Bible that when you pray for something, and if God doesn't feel like it's worthy, he's not going to grant it to you. That's evil. That's evil in itself, because how can you say that something is, is not worthy of what we need? Because let's say we pray for money or whatever, pray for money to eat, right? If you sit on the side of the road, you're like, I ain't got no money or nothing, you pray for money to eat, and it never shows up. That is the evidence within itself to know that he's not going to grant it to you for a reason. What I'm saying, coach, is I'm agreeing with you on what you're saying. You can't pray for materialistic things, because it's not going to work. I made a mistake and trusted somebody online, and I got cooked. Basically, y'all know it, when you trust somebody and you doing like business and things like that, it didn't work. I prayed about it, thought it was true, prayed about it, and it didn't work.
So from what y'all saying, I want to ask a question. So are basically what you guys are saying is that your standpoint of belief where you are right now is basically coming from what you have been able to see, what have been able to quantify, and then the lack of what what has worked on the other end, or is there something else behind it? Or is that the main perception?
It is based off what you can see, because
Okay.
if you go into life not having awareness, because that's basically what the church wants you not to have. They don't want you to have awareness,
Is that the
because if
same for
you
y'all too?
can't, this is because you have to have awareness. Because when I was on the phone with a person that has a faith-based organization, he was telling me that I have to have awareness, and I kept thinking about it. I was like, you are right, because you have to have awareness if you're going to be successful. And it doesn't always mean wealth. It could just mean that you're successful in whatever field you choose. You have to be awareness of everything that's in front of you. Like, low self-esteem is it's a human nature. Sin is
That's
not
cool. I just want to respond, bro. I've listened for a minute. I just want to
okay.
see where we at with it. Okay, so y'all basically you were saying yes to that. So do you all believe? Because I started out saying I believe in God because of order. So do you all believe? I know you don't believe in a randomness, but do you believe in the multiverse? What do you believe caused the Big Bang? What is your belief on that? Or does it matter? Does it not matter?
The Big Bang, there is no one Big Bang.
Okay.
There is multiple singularities that has happened throughout what we know of the universe. What causes it is the accumulation of matter to the point where it becomes too much to be held in the singularity, and then it explodes outward, and therefore creating nebulas and stars and galaxies and so on and so forth. This is a repeatable cycle that happens and has been happening for, to use the term eternity. There is no beginning and there is no end. It's cyclic.
Okay, so I have to ask, is that a theory or is there material evidence for that?
There is material evidence of it thus far with the Hubble telescope. What's the other telescope? The big one that they use now.
The Hubble?
No, it's the other one, the James Webb telescope.
Okay.
And then there is I forgot what it's called, but it's the study. It's also an instrument that studies the dark matter within the universe, and which is now showing that.
Go ahead, Henry. I'll respond.
How the universe is, how the outwardness is slowing down.
Can I say something before John say something to Passy? Passy, when you go out into the world, you only have your own understanding to lean on. You don't have anything else to lean on, because even, let me tell you something. Okay, this woman, I read a comment on YouTube. She said her son got killed, right? Her son got killed. He didn't know he was gonna die. My mom explained this to me very, very well. We all have expiration date. We don't know when we're gonna die, but that he didn't know when he was gonna leave. Nobody knows when they're going to leave. So how can you say that you can't lean on your own understanding? So basically, what you're saying is, if I go out into the world and I'm not aware, that's basically
I've only asked
saying
questions. I haven't made a point.
Oh, not you, Mario. I'm talking about to the person in the chat. Basically,
Okay.
what you're saying is that I don't need awareness in public, because if I can't lean on my own understanding, then how can I understand the world? How am I going to understand the world? That is a contradiction within itself. You have to understand the world and be aware of the world, because you can get killed any day. Your brother can stab you in the back. Like you have to be aware and you have to understand who people are. So you have to lean on your own understanding. You have to, or you're gonna get got.
Okay, what you want to say something, John?
Yeah, I was going to say that regarding what Lorenzo was saying about the Big Bang Theory. So the smallest way to explain that would be the sodium potassium pump. Whereas you talk about salt levels of 3 sodium ions or plus 2 potassium. So basically, imagine something that goes up in the air and it loses negative charge. But as it falls, it charges. It creates or gathers, let's say, energy, kinetic. So, and once it falls so fast and gains enough energy, it shoots back up into the air. So um, think of the galaxy as we know, or the universe. What Coach was saying, you have multiple explosions. Think of it in the sense that you may have an explosion where there's a reaction, and then as everything is slowing down, the speed of everything has been gathering as it's been going away from the bang, and then boom, you have another explosion where it's just one moment of things expanding, and from the speed it shot away, it gathers power, and as it slows down, boom, there's another combustion. So that's another way to look at being explained. Now, whether a lot of people believe it or not, it's hard to say, because I think what you're asking is what precipitated the Big Bang. But that would be me.
Yes.
That would be me asking you what precipitated the existence of someone to supposedly create everything outside your window. That's where we start getting into this whole default narrative again by a prima.
Well, I'm actually okay with that, but what that actually says is that both
I'm
of us
not.
are leaning on faith. Both of us are leaning on faith then.
Now, when I said before, who remembers what I said what faith is?
You
Faith
believe in
is
something unseen.
no, faith is the belief of the non-existent, or you can call it unseen as well. But basically, it does not exist, which is what is the death of critical thinking. That's why faith was pushed more so than critical thinking, because they do not, or the clergy did not want anyone to question what was put in front of them. Hence, I go back to where I talked earlier before we got derailed way off. I was talking about the Council of Nicaea in 325 AD that took a vote by 318 bishops to decree Jesus as being a deity. All right, that only came to be because of a vote. However, as I was saying before, Arius, before the Nicene Council, had spoken against the belief in Jesus, saying that Jesus was not of God; he was created. But as I also said prior to that, the image of Jesus is nothing more than the image of Serapis, which by itself was nothing more than Ptolemy the first Soter, the first white pharaoh who wanted to be deified. To which you go in the opposite direction. They created coins. They created brass images, or excuse me, bronze images. And when you look at them, it shows what Christians use to believe this is Jesus. No, that is Ptolemy Soter, Ptolemy the first Soter. But if no one has ever been told this, they will believe him. So therefore, again, the whole issue of belief right now is what is shown or given to you.
Well, I think we all know that white man ain't Jesus, Mr. John.
Well,
But
the thing
anyway,
is,
anyway,
we
I
know
want to
that.
say,
Man, just
yeah.
a minute, let me put this back here to go with what you're saying. No, we don't, because if we did, we wouldn't still believe. Because what evidence have I given you? But tell me this: will you still walk out of here to this moment? Once we finish this conversation, I'm assuming you believe in Jesus, right? Yes or
Yes.
no?
Yes, Jesus
All
is
right, no.
historically proven.
All right, no, Jesus has not been historically proven. And I'll say this again: outside of the Bible, for empirical evidence, where in recorded history is it documented that Jesus walked on water?
I said his existence. You're speaking of a specific event in his life.
But no, he would have to exist to do that.
Okay,
You
yes,
can't
I can prove his existence through historical writing.
again.
There are historical writers who are outside of religion and religious who wrote about the crucifixion of Yeshua.
No, you're talking about Josephus.
Name him.
Hold on, I'll pull it up right now.
We should again. This is what I said earlier, where you talk about Josephus and Tacitus. All they did was confirm. They never.
Yeah, I want you to name him.
Well, he should get those. I'm sorry, I gave the names away, but that's what it should.
No, that's not who I was talking about. I think it's about 4 people. I was just looking at this earlier today.
There are more. Those are just the 2 that I can think of right now.
I can think of a whole bunch of them, but there is a critical flaw in all of them.
Pliny.
When was he born?
The Roman governor.
Born when?
Tacitus.
Born when?
Didn't I just say Tacitus?
You said what?
When were they born?
Tacitus. Oh, and Marmar.
When were they born? And when were they born and when were they writing?
And don't forget Josephus.
It says Pliny was born in 61.
And when did the crucifixion happen?
In 0.
Well, crucifixion.
I don't know, 33 maybe? I don't know.
Somewhere between 27 and 33 is when the crucifixion would have happened.
Okay, so that's a different thing that you're saying that historians had to live with him. I'm saying that historians outside of religion who do not follow Christianity wrote about the wrote about the living of Jesus or Jesus being crucified.
Have you ever read their readings, their writings rather?
I mean, I would be willing to. I just wanted to say that he was historically wrote about. That was my only point.
They didn't historically write about Jesus. They historically wrote about what people believed.
There you go.
Tacitus.
It says that he was executed under Pontius Pilate. Was that never?
He didn't exist.
And there's 0 Roman records that demonstrate that. So the Romans kept very complete records of whom they killed, what they did, and there's 0 Roman records that demonstrates that a Yeshua was crucified for sedition.
Okay, no, I accept that. I was
so. These men are writing, and then when you look at it, these men are writing at a political time frame when Vespasian and Titus wanted to get rid of Judaism because it was causing revolts in the Roman Empire, and they were writing against the Julio-Claudians. So another reason of their writing is to make Nero and all the other Julio-Claudians look bad. But the main fact is they're writing about what people believe. So Tacitus also wrote about people believing in Serapis. He wrote about people believing in Woden. So if you took that line of thought, you would have to then agree that Woden, who becomes Odin later on, existed. Do you believe Odin and Woden existed? And Serapis existed?
I don't know.
Serapis was real. Serapis was a real. He was not a god. He was not a deity. But he was actually real.
Well, sort of. Serapis is he's
Jesus was not a god.
His image is Ptolemy the fourth, but the godhood of him was a combination of Apis, Ra, and somebody else.
No, just wrong. Right.
But those writers like Suetonius and Pliny and Tacitus and Josephus never wrote about Jesus of the Bible. Josephus, that interpolation was added to his writings about 300 years later.
Okay, Pastor
They're
Klein.
writing the history of what people believed.
I see what she's saying now. She's
Okay.
saying that you have to have critical thinking and have your own understanding. But what I was saying is I wasn't saying I disagree with you. I disagree with you on what the Bible says. It says don't lean on your own understanding. But that contradicts itself because why would God tell me that though? Because you have to have some sort of leaning on your own understanding.
Well, the Bible contradicts itself within that mindset anyway. It tells you in all thine getting, get knowledge, wisdom, and understanding. So you're supposed to go get that knowledge, wisdom, and understanding anyway.
Exactly. You gotta go. You have to learn, and in this life, you gotta learn by getting experience. So how can you not lean on your own understanding when
Well,
you're getting experience?
they
You
want you
have
to
to.
lean on the understanding of the doctrines that their church division
Thank you.
teach.
Exactly.
And
That
then
is
back to Mario, yeah, there is no extra biblical writings that demonstrate Jesus being born,
Can I say something
lived,
before you
and
John?
crucified.
Can I speak? Okay. So I allowed myself to get pulled back into a Bible conversation. I like where we had it, the science conversation, and us talking about more from a logical place, because I feel like I would have to stand for God before I can stand for the Bible. I do believe the Bible has many flaws. And I said earlier that I only think it's an echo of something that was more pure. But to come back to the science conversation, and basically what you end up speaking on faith to end it off. And I kind of want to go back to order because I think that you guys earlier were saying that the universe has some poor design to it, or there are some things that aren't necessarily in great order. But I would say that even though some of those things may be there, I'm not sure exactly everything you're referring to, but I think that science points to the universe being in a tremendous order, and for things being in a very specific way for us to be able to survive. If the Earth was slightly closer to the sun, if gravity was slightly stronger or weaker, dark matter, fine tuning, all of these different scientific elements, they don't necessarily point away from order or a designer. They're just not interested in that. They're just focused on the order.
I can say, Mara, that doesn't prove your point out, but everything you're saying here has to be the opposite of that. Now, if you're saying that it points to an order, no, it doesn't necessarily point to an order. It may resemble an order, but what it points to is just pure existence that we try to pin or we try to label as having order. Let's think about this. Is there anything that's been said to you right now that would allow you to walk away from this conversation a changed man?
Yes.
Now, in a changed man, will you still go to church this
I,
Wednesday and Sunday and still believe that Jesus is existent if you are a changed man? Not changed because you've heard something different, but changed because you've seen different and know better. Do you feel that that's been achieved in this conversation? Or what I would like to say, are you here just to speak your point and hopefully it changes someone else? Which is again,
Oh,
I could
yeah.
go
no,
for.
I'm a,
But the
yeah.
trick here is that what you're speaking of doesn't change me because reality is not affected by what you believe.
Well, to answer your question, I'll say me and Coach have spoken about 4 times, 5 times now. And every
Mhm.
time I think we've had a great conversation. 9 out of 10, 10 out of 10, something like that. And we're on opposite ends of the belief system.
Nothing wrong with a good conversation.
So what I'm saying is when I talk to him, I do take away things from our conversation. But I'm not a believer in the Bible in the way that you may perceive it, like what you said, going to church every Wednesday and Sunday. I don't go to church. I go to the masjid sometimes. Sometimes I go connect with God in nature. But I'm not that devout Christian that maybe you perceive me to be. I'm just a believer in God. So I think that many things can point back. Like the book The Alchemist is not religious at all. But to me, it reflects a God. So that's the only difference between us. It's not that I'm lost in the book and I think it's fact, and I even with what you guys just said about Jesus, I said, hey, I'm wrong, and I'll accept that. I don't need for it to be a history book or a fact book. I'm not here to have that conversation. We're just
But
on
what is it
different
that you're
ends of the
looking for?
table.
What are you
Yeah.
looking for now? Having the conversation, I guess the end goal is what is it that you would be looking for? Because the whole concept of today's conversation is not what you came to do. The name of the conversation today was, does God exist? So we are having that biblical conversation. You just don't want to have it.
So let me
Wait, does
turn.
God exist or the Bible? What do you mean? Those are
No,
two
no,
different things.
Coach. Will you tell them the name of the show again today?
I asked when I
Um,
first came in, by the way. I said I
And
didn't know.
I
And then
mentioned before, yeah. And then you've spoken opposite to everything that the title of the show was.
And
Does
that is a good question too.
well,
Why
God and
would you?
religion is different. If you say does God exist, I don't have to argue from the Bible or any book. If you
again,
say is the Bible true, I do.
now,
If y'all really think about it, God, God, if we really think about it, God would be nature if that because look from your because the points that we do make, if we really boil down to it, God would be nature. It would be because everything does not happen because most people based it like the Christians, they based it off of somebody that is controlling everything. But
Wait for it,
nature,
coach. Wait for it.
nature controls everything. Right or wrong. Right or
All
wrong.
right. So to put that in here, now you said if God,
If
God would
he's
be
real,
nature, right? If
yeah,
he
if
was
he's
real, God would be
real.
nature. Now,
Yes.
do you realize that the whole concept, again, where did I say that the cradle of
He,
civilization came from?
Africa.
All right. Do you
Africa.
realize that before God was masculine, for those who believe in it, at least this is what's from African history, do you realize that God was feminine before the Christians took over?
I believe in that though.
Okay, but wait a minute. Now, this is the belief again. Now, again, if Jesus did not exist, that unravels everything else. But again, if you're going to believe that, you believe that. But the fact of the matter is, before there was the Father, the Son, and the Holy Ghost, it was the Father, the Son, and the Mother.
I
I
know.
said this to someone earlier: is that Christianity came from African consciousness and culture and spirituality.
But
That's where it all came from. But
That's
I said
and
that
people,
earlier, John. I said
my
that
mo-
earlier. I
my
said they
mom
took it.
said the
I
not
said
same
they
this is
took it
not
thing
from
for
us.
you. This is for anyone else who does not realize this. Before God was referred to in the masculine, there was no God, there was no Christianity in Europe to speak of. When Alexander the Great came over, that was the first, well, I won't say the first time, but the time most documented where you had syncretism. We spoke of that earlier, that blended the gods of Europe with the local gods of Egypt, where Alexander went to the Oracle of Sitwa and came back and called himself Zeus Anan, the combination of Zeus from the Greek gods and Anan or Amun Ra, which was the god known in Egypt who would be considered, God for the most part. So that is what came to be the syncretism. And because of that syncretism, for those folks who are traveling back and forth from Egypt, remember you have Alexandria, which is on the African continent, all of that traveled back and forth to Europe. So whereas by taking bit by bit over centuries from African culture, African religion, you had Christianity that came to be about. But you couldn't get anyone, even if you don't ask the right question on Google, because all AI does is it's going to search. If you ask AI the same question twice, you'll get two different answers. No one's ever noticed it because it's going to
Yes.
source. No one knows that particular part, which is why you have to make people aware of the word syncretism.
Yes.
So again, the whole purpose of today was to talk about the existence. So does God exist? Prove it. Anything else that comes after that is due to someone either not believing, or if they do believe, shifting the conversation, even though that's not what the host wanted.
Okay, so you said some things that I liked and I actually want to respond to. So, first of all, you asked me why am I here, and I'm here for the same reason I come to all of Coach's shows. I'm here to find a bridge or build a bridge of understanding between someone who I feel has intelligence and I respect their mind and my own mind. So that's what I'm here for, and you guys being here today was a pleasant surprise for me. But I want to also acknowledge what you just said about we used to acknowledge a female God within our African consciousness. I think that is true, and I think that is pure, and I think that relates to what I said earlier of when you go further and further back, you get closer to the truth. We were probably polytheists of some sort as well. We acknowledged other deities, more deities than one or something like that. But you said when we were talking about order, you said that that's not basically pointing to order. It may be reflective of order, but it's actually pointing to. It sounded like you said a pure source of life or something like that. Could you reiterate that term?
No,
Whatever you
I
said.
didn't say any of that. I just said it's a reflection. What we look at as being order is nothing more than maybe someone assigning
Yes.
something, assigning a meaning to it. It just is. Remember, I talked about chance, probably the sphere of influence. You also have this existence. And sometimes, or I should say it, sometimes that which does exist doesn't require anyone's answer, doesn't require anyone making out to be something. It is there. It is just. But in order to have it make sense, what do? We give it a meaning. So therefore, your meaning for this existence, oh well, there's this, there's that. You outlined. You gave an outline to it. That means that, oh, this must be ordered. Why is it not just there? But we can't do that as humans. We need to have it make sense. Therefore, we give it meaning. That's all I was saying. You're giving meaning to something that anyone can just look at and think, meh, okay.
Okay, so you said, why does it have to be order, right? Or it's not even that.
I didn't say why does it have to be order. I said,
Okay.
why do you have to label it?
Okay.
That's all.
Okay. So I label it order because to me it parallels to order in a different place. Like say a home. A
So
home
when you
has
say to you, now no, those two words, I need to make
yeah,
sure you said that. To you
correct.
and continue.
Correct. Yeah. Of course, for sure. Definitely to me, it relates to other forms of order. So you may have heard this comparison before, but a home, like with water and electricity, or an engine, are things of order. Like they work a particular way so that something can get accomplished. So with that order and that design, it means something. If you want to build a house, if you want to build an engine, you have to do it in a specific way, or you cannot do it unless you create some new way, maybe. But the reason we assign things order, because if there is an order or something, if you can understand that order, then you may be able to recreate, and that's all it is.
Right. So therefore, there has to be a level of logic. That's something we always talked about, as well as what was mentioned. You have to have critical thinking.
Yeah.
Now, what you spoke of, as far as critical thinking, that is not what the Bible is consistent of.
Well,
You
I'm
were
just
speaking
arguing
of
for
things
God.
again. What you outlined is critical thinking, and what we've been saying the entire show here that, or at least I have, that critical thinking is what's devoid in the Bible. Because again, why would anyone think a man would be dead for 3 days and then rise back again? That would be devoid of critical thinking. What you outlined was critical thinking.
Yes.
Therefore, you can't have two. You can't have one or both ways because the
No.
critical thinking was there. I'm not saying you, should I
No,
say?
I get
But
you. I get you.
and let me put it this
No.
way.
No disrespect taken.
And let me rephrase that. A person or society cannot have it both ways, or even then, the Bible cannot have it both ways, because to engage in critical thinking would have been to say, "Ain't no way a guy could have gotten up." That's what they would have been in that time period if critical thinking were a part of it, but it was not. They were told, "Don't use your mind, believe with your heart." I really want a man to come back. Therefore, belief was chosen or preferred as preferred to critical thinking. Again, in order, you outline critical thinking. That's all I want to say.
Okay, and I just want to add to that a little bit to say that within order, like for man, for example, we exist on different planes. We exist mentally, we exist physically. You have a mindset which may control the way that you think or the way that you do things or the way that you perceive things, but you also have your physical nature which has its own impulses, cravings, mind of its own. Your body feels hunger, all of these things. So I'll say that with order, me thinking critically, order can also have facets to it. Just because the universe is in order doesn't mean there's not elements of chaos like a tornado or a hurricane. What do you think about that?
When you say that different planes, we'll start at this first. Chaos, order. There's only one plane that all exists on the same plane. There is no difference. Mind, body, you're still on the same plane. There's no difference for them. So if I were to talk about first, second, third, and fourth dimension, we're talking about forward and back. That's one dimension. Left and right. That's the second dimension. Up and down. That's the third dimension. But then when people, scientists speak of the fourth dimension, what is that? That is meaning that around us right now, even though we may be here in this period or in this space where I am right now, the concept is to believe that there is a fourth dimension that we cannot see where time and space exists around us, but we are not a part of that, and it merely goes past us. All right, so that would be talking planes of existence. But we're talking about my mind, and my body. There's no difference in that because we're still standing here. What would be different would be perspective. So let's replace plane with a different perspective, and that level sets the conversation. I'll drop it right there.
No, I agree with that wholeheartedly. That I understand. He's looking at Mario, who the sorry ass phone keep dropping.
I gotta call people. You know, we've been on the phone for a while. People start trying to call you and stuff.
I know.
But, I can you repeat the last part of what you said, John? I heard that you say
I said
all
that
of that's happening on the same.
basically plane, the mind. When you say my mind's one plane, my body another, no, it's all on the same plane. So if you look at that, if you want to consider yourself being on a different plane, think of yourself as having a different perspective. That would be what I would call a different plane or a different train of thought.
And
A
that's how
different
you,
plane of thought.
yeah. And that's how
Well,
you get to your higher self.
well,
That's
yeah,
how
I
you
was
get to
gonna
your higher
actually say.
self.
Yeah, I was gonna say. Okay, I won't call it a different plane, but I'm gonna say, how would you explain the fact that what happens for us mentally, i.e., your imagination, a dream, a thought, an idea, is not tangible in the way that I physically am right now, unless I go through a process to make it tangible. How do you explain those? Yeah.
That would be a difference of opinion. That's all that is. You would go through a process different from me based upon experience and exposure. That is how it would be different based upon your own
No,
experience.
what I'm asking is, what plane of existence are my dreams happening on? Because this is the physical plane.
The trains of existence would be REM. It's called REM sleep. That's where it is. Again,
It'll
unconscious.
still be in your mind. It'll still be in
It's
your
in the
mind
mind.
because
I agree,
yeah,
though.
it'll
I
still be in your
agree.
mind.
Again, that's what I'm saying. It may be in your mind, but again, it's REM sleep. It's unconscious. Again, we're trying to, what I said before, you're trying to give a title to something. It's already been done. You're trying to give it some type of meaning when there's nothing to say other than REM, which is sleep, deep sleep, nothing
And
more. Now, the question is when you wake up, are you going to allow yourself to be affected by what you dream? But then again, your dreams are going to be nothing more than the personifications of what you've experienced throughout the day or whatever that's on your mind, any concerns.
exactly.
Whatever.
And the thing that coach
Go
said
ahead, JBT.
so the thing that coach said so vividly and so clear
Adam!
is that you coach, you remember you were saying that what
Howdy,
is it?
folks. How's everybody doing?
Oh, I'm
What's up,
good. How
brother?
you doing?
Are you making
So
them good?
basically, coach, you were saying that like basically how Christians partake it with because I've met Christians like some Christians they'll say that oh well God he saved me from having these attacks when I was asleep but they don't understand those attacks are from from what they experienced like John B said and I think you said something that relates to this what I was about to say that like the mind like higher beings I just remembered it so basically you always said at the end of your videos to free yourself is to be yourself basically and then you also said something about Jesus we're better than Jesus if he did all of these things these miracles that mean we are the same and also came up with the thing of that I didn't come up with this but it says in the Bible that we're in his image right that I'm gonna go back to that and the point I'm trying to make is that we we are higher beings ourselves we're higher beings ourselves in a sense. Because if you think about it, if we can go to sleep and travel through dreams and we can dream of things and do all this other stuff, we're higher beings. So there's no need for someone to sit there and say, "Oh, you should just rely on God." We are higher beings ourselves.
Now,
If
going
you
back
think
to
about that,
I'm sorry, what I was going back to was saying about being higher beings. Higher
it's
beings
not
has to
Satan.
mean that higher beings, which correct me if I'm saying that, JB, you saying being higher beings ourselves. That means that you have to talk about a higher level of existence. And when we talk about higher level of existence, there's no physical or elevation of the body. There is mental, but we know what we call that higher element, that higher elevation is called education. Because if there's something that I did not know before, and I take the time to learn, that means I've raised myself, I've elevated myself, my mindset, my understanding to something greater than I had before. If I knew nothing about, let's say, in history, we didn't learn about Nat Turner. We didn't learn about Gabriel Prosser, Denmark
Okay.
Vesey. Okay,
Makes
because
sense.
the fact that we were not taught that we were at a level of learning that was above us. But as we progress, we choose to educate ourselves. That plane of existence, I said, is only physical, which means that we elevate ourselves through education. We educate our minds. We grow our minds. That's the first thing to say. And so Mario and I were talking about earlier about, well, when I'm sleeping, my mind, the unconsciousness, how will it possibly affect my body? Is that what you're saying, Mario? How does it affect
No,
oneself?
I was asking, do you think that that's happening, that dream is happening on the same plane of existence as our physical reality?
No, because again, the dream is
Okay.
a disconnect. That is one's own subconscious. Now, if you had anything in your mind that was affecting your body, from psychology, it would be called psychosomatic, meaning that the body is being affected by the mind. So you can have a psychosomatic disorder. Look it up, folks. I'll drop it in the chat for if you want to. But that would be the definition of how you describe it if the mind can affect the body. A psychosomatic entity.
Okay, I want to respond to that. And actually, I want to connect with
Let
some
me
being close.
hold on. Let me try to illustrate something.
Let that marinate, Mario. Let it marinate.
Let me try to illustrate something real quick. So Mario is thinking from the law of correspondence, I believe, and I'll make sure you guys can see this. So when you think about a higher being, then what the law of correspondence is really talking about is what John was saying, and this is how they marry up together, is a perspective of thought and recognition and where you're looking at something from. So if you are looking at something on say the line, I don't know if y'all can see that line. This line is a one-dimensional thought, one-dimensional being, right? Is what you would call a one-dimensional being. As soon as you give it height and width, it then becomes two-dimensional, right? As soon as you then give it more structure, it then starts to become third dimensional.
Yep.
And then fourth dimensional would be a center point within the third dimensional understanding. Now, all of that still exists in nature, doesn't exist anywhere outside of nature. And so when you can look at it, when you think about it from a cube state, and then that fourth dimension being the center perspective, you can say that maybe your dreams would come from this fourth dimensional state of being, which is when you sleep. It's not connected to the cube, but it is affected by the cube and can only reside within the cube. It doesn't make you higher or lower than anything else. It just makes your ability to think and see things from a perspective that's from that are on different perspectives. So some people are walking around with just a line, others are within the square, and others are within the cube, and others are within the fourth dimensional thought process. And if a fifth dimension would have to be outside of that cube.
Dunning-Kruger effect.
So, but all of that would still exist within some format of nature and not outside of nature. So we're not bigger than anything else or better than anything else. We just have a different perspective that we can view things from. And when you dream, you can view it from that. Now, what I would call this fifth dimensional spot for me, this is just a me thing here, is when I'm having this dream, most people's dreams are uncontrolled. Let me bring it back to you. Most people's dreams are uncontrolled. But when I lucid dream, I'm controlling what's happening within this dream plane. And depending upon the dream, like people talk about, they have dreams of falling or they get dreams of dying or whatever, it then affects the cube of your physical body. So all of that is within it. Hermetically, you want to think about it as far as it's being some other plane, other existence outside of self, but all of it is still contained within self, within your being. And other animals do demonstrate the ability to dream, right? Now they don't have all the cognition that we have, but it doesn't make them lesser beings. And we're all just still existing within the grand scheme of the known universe.
You think different until you get bit.
nature, and none of it is outside of nature. What'd you say, John?
So you'll think differently when you get bit.
But okay, so Coach, I wanted to
Pardon
respond
me.
to that. I just wanted to say that I actually agree to a lot of damn near all of that, pretty much. Like, I agree that God is found within nature. I agree that no. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to say that. I didn't mean to say that. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I agree that we are equal to nature, and we are no better than animals. Animals can dream and have visions, and we know dolphins are telekinetic. You know what I mean? Animals have some faculties that we don't have. But what I'm trying to necessarily say is that the mind, because we talked about this, Coach. We talked about like people going through trips and also deep forms of meditation. Now, what you said a moment ago, John, as far as the elevation is the information. I do agree that information leads to elevation, but also I think that, but also the experience. No, I won't say but and the experience that you are having is also an elevation or de-elevation. It's like your mood, for one. If you're in the wrong type of mood, you can't receive a certain type of information. You can't notice a certain type of thing. You may not be able to perform a certain type of way if you're in a certain type of mood, which is why people have over time, they meditate to try to go into different states or ways of thinking.
Yeah, it's called in psychology, they refer to that as being state dependency. Again, nothing is being said that has not already been said, but more or less becoming known to folks who do not know prior. But yes.
See Mario talking. He talking about me because I don't like doing stuff when I'm in a bad mood.
No one does. Well, not many people do.
Yeah.
JB brought up a very good point, because sometimes we talk about arguments. We'll take JB's stance here. When someone is in a bad mood, who's to say that, or people like to say, people speak the truth when they're angry. So you say something because you're in a mood, but when you calm down and now you're peaceful, what is the mood of that person that you said something in a moment of anger? So
you
JB,
transferred that
right
energy.
on top of that. Yeah. So JB has nailed one of the things in the head. Anyone can be angry, but to be angry at the right person, to the right degree, at the right time, or for the right moment, that is what is hard.
So this
Kudos,
is
JB, bring that
but
up.
I just want to make sure you understand what I'm saying. What I'm saying is the mind, the things you experience mentally, can be said to be on a different plane of existence. If you meditate and you create specific images, you can observe shapes or images that you cannot observe in the physical. You can manifest visions or images that are not related to the physical world. They change nothing in the physical world, but it is a real experience that someone had.
The only images that anyone would have, if you want to call it a plane, is going to be what they've learned. No one is going to make up an image that they themselves can see, unless you're talking shapes. If we're talking shapes, now if we're talking images.
Yeah, I was talking shapes.
Okay. Yeah, so there's no shape that anyone is going to dream on a different plane that's not already been formalized or given any type of identification. If you have a new shape, by all means, put it down on paper and show someone. Name it. But otherwise, what we dream is going to be an extension of what we've seen.
What I'm saying is things can only be perceived. Like if I create something in the physical world, right? If it is a solid, I cannot see through it. But if I am viewing that thing in the image of my mind, it doesn't matter what form it is. I can see through it. I can move through it. I can make concrete move like water. I can do things that defy physical laws.
And that is the basis of fluidity in the unconscious.
Yeah.
Nothing new.
And I want to add on that by saying that nothing that we have created in this world outside of nature, because I think nature is connected to the mind of another designer. Nothing that comes into this world that we have created did not start in the mind. It has to pass through the mind before we can bring it here.
It does have to pass through the mind, but that does not indicate that there is a creative mind at work.
So if it never makes it past the mind and only stays in the mind, does it exist?
It only exists in your mind.
But so you're saying, yes, it does exist.
As energy patterns that your mind has created.
So this is what I'm saying, that it is existing, not here. So you can't say it exists on this plane. But you're saying it exists.
It's all still the same relative plane within nature, because it doesn't exist anywhere other than in your imagination. But your imagination cannot exist outside of the natural plane that you exist in.
We're dealing with perspective now. We're dealing literally with perspective from what Mario's looking at.
And that's what it is. It's perspective.
Yeah,
because
exactly.
Get out here and exist out here in a matter form, You're not affecting, everything is inside the cube. Nothing's outside the cube.
Yes,
Wait,
that's
okay.
it
Well, you
is
said
perspective. Like,
wait. So the dot that's perceiving the inside, where is that? I'm just trying to understand. The dot on the outside of the cube, is that?
Well, I was just saying, if you were able to control it, I was just using that example of what some people would call a fifth dimensional plane of you being able to control the dream.
That was outside. Inside is what he was talking about.
But you're still only controlling. You're still on the inside. You're still maneuvering what's on the inside. So I have lucid dreams down there every night, right?
Yeah.
And in that lucid dream, the melding of my conscious and my subconscious comes together, and then I can control what happens in the dream. Like, I don't like it, I rewind it and make it do something different, right? But all of that is still only existing within the dream. It's not existing outside of myself, outside of my mind.
No, I agree to that.
So now, even though I can change the laws of physics inside my mind, those laws of physics never change in any reality other than my imagination.
Exactly.
And my imagination cannot become reality outside of the laws of nature
and physics.
Right. So as much as I try to telekinetically move shit every day, and every day I try to telekinetically move something.
Coach,
I do. But it's not happening because that's not a law. That's not a law of physics that we have to achieve. Now, if we're able to achieve that law of physics, that'd be great. I would love it. But to the real thing of being able to prove a designer, though, is that I would have to achieve a level of existence that's outside of nature, in the same kind of like a lucid, like the perspective of a lucid dream. From that perspective, I would have to be outside of nature, outside of, as you would put it, the mind of the all or God. I would have to be outside of that in order to become a creator.
Or on an acid trip.
The entire Okay, so what about this? So what about, say, in this world?
Oh shit, Mario. Really, bro?
Wait, oh, my bad. I talked over somebody?
No, I mean, like, we give you an answer. Okay, what about this? Okay, what about this? We've done that 7 times already. All right.
That's fair. Well, I'll let you guys have it. I ain't gonna play.
Well, I think you're saying that instead of responding to the statement, you're moving somewhere else.
Again.
Hey guys,
no,
brother's here. Thank you.
I'll
be maybe back later. Thanks.
No, I asked for clarity what you meant. I was asking, were you saying, does my physical self have to go outside of that, or can I mentally be outside of that?
No, your physical self have to go outside of that because your mental is still inside of the natural construct.
It has to go outside of this reality, this world.
Right. No, not this. Outside of reality itself. You have to go outside of the universe itself.
Could you give me an example of what that could mean? Like, what would that look like? What are you saying?
So if there is a God, then that God has to be outside of the universe, right? He has to be both inside and outside of the universe, actually, right?
Yeah, I'm glad you added that, yes.
Now, he has to be inside and outside because he has to be inside in order to facilitate all this shit that we see. He has to be outside because he has to be the creator of what is on the inside, right? In order for you to demonstrate that this God exists, or that you are like this God, since made in the image of, you would also have to go outside of the mental creation of this God. If you can't do that, you cannot prove and demonstrate that this God actually exists.
Okay.
Or
I would say to that, I think that it works in the opposite way as where people pull things that are not in this universe into this universe.
How
the car was not in this universe?
Out of this universe, if there is a creator, there cannot be anything. Can Spider-Man go outside of the comic book?
No, not that I believe. No.
Not that, wait. Did say that again? Did you say not that you believe? Are you serious?
I mean, he's on the movie screen.
You know that, dude. Can Spider-Man? He's splitting
hair. That's why I answered the question where I did, because I didn't want to make a thing. That's why I said not that I believe.
Can Spider-Man go outside of the pen of the authors?
No.
Can he just exist on his own?
No.
Right.
Spider-Man walk on water.
He can't. Only if the writer makes him. Only if the writer makes it.
Right, only because the writer controls that concept.
Right. So in order for Spider-Man to prove that Kirby and Stan Lee exist, Spider-Man would have to go outside of the writer and exist independently. He would have to go in and exist independently of the writer. Okay. But he can't because he's within the construct of the author. Now, because he's within the construct, now, if he's in the construct of the author, can Spider-Man then determine who is the author or that an author exists?
No. If he's outside of the construct?
If he's inside the construct.
Oh, no, he can't. No, he can't.
But we know he can't go outside the construct.
Right, right.
We know that he cannot demonstrate Kirby or Lee inside the construct. So therefore, there is no proof of Stan Lee or Jack Kirby.
And don't throw Deadpool in the middle of this. You all know that's a fifth take.
Yeah,
right? No. What I would say, what I would say is what I'm saying about the existing on a mental existence is not outside of the construct of the universe, because within nature there is something non-physical happening too that's causing the physical. Like we believe in energy, we believe in life force or these things.
But there is nothing in the universe that is non-physical. Is an atom non-physical?
No, atom is physical. It's just microscopic.
Is dark matter non-physical? It got matter in the name, so it already kind of answers itself.
Well, I think scientists haven't fully understood dark matter as well.
We don't fully understand it, but is dark matter non-physical?
I would say it's physical, no. But science has said that the consciousness is called the hard problem in science. You know that.
Right. Well, it's the hard science because they don't know where it is, where it comes from. But your thought processes, and we don't know exactly where thought comes from. Does it come from this mind? Does it come from your heart mind, your gut mind? But it's still, every thought is energy, and energy is physical. So even as far as it being the conscious being some non-physical, the conscious, if we can figure it out, would still conform to being some level of matter state. It will still have some matter state of being.
Yeah, they don't say it's non-physical. They say that it's not completely physical.
I'll put it this way. The consciousness is something that can be enacted outside, but it starts internal. For example, can you see the entity of anger? Do you see anger as something in front of you, or do you see anger emitting from somebody?
No. Usually no.
All right. No, there's no use. You don't. Anger is only known based upon the response from what the individual feels inside. Anger, you can't see anger. All right. You can't see happiness, but you can see happiness exuded from somebody. That's what I'm saying. So that is what I'm saying is an intangible. Anger, emotions, they're all intangible, but you have no idea of them until it is exuded by a person. So therefore, like I'm saying, man, it's like you're looking for somewhere, some type of classification. The level plane, again, the plane that we speak of existence, even though it may be in the universe, is still inside of one's mind, which means that there's a perspective. The plane of existence, if you talk about the exuded external, would be an emotion, but as well as education would be an output of learning. But as far as the plane of existence where you go into different places, okay, we will call that a dream.
I agree. I call it a dream too.
All right. Can we move on?
Yeah, we're good. I appreciate y'all entertaining that.
And you know what? Let me give a commercial real quick. So October 31st through November 2nd, we are having a meetup here in San Antonio. In the description of the video, there is a link for the hotel, the Jury, in downtown San Antonio, where I implore everybody to go ahead and reserve their room. You get free breakfast and free dinner, all right, by coming to this seminar at the hotel.
Free?
Oh yeah, free 99, man, free 99, breakfast and dinner. This is a meetup. We're gonna have fun. We will have some talks and conversations in multiple places. Everything else is free. I'm not charging money for nothing. All right, you just got to be able to. We meeting over here, just get your ass over there. That's it. So I wanted to say that commercial because my wife is on her way home, and I'm getting the hell off here. Y'all got me for 5 hours a day. Y'all done broke a goddamn record.
Damn.
So
Hey, I appreciate y'all. It was great meeting you too, John, man.
yeah, and I posted John's page in the comments. So go follow his page. I'm sure you're gonna get some followings from today. But I appreciate everybody who supports the channel by being members, like Black Alistair and Donald and Wrath and all those people who are members. Thank you for that. And those people who support the channel by being subscription holders on Facebook. Appreciate everybody. Those who donate through where's that thing at? Cash App. Thank you very much. And I'm always honest about that money going straight to cigars. But that's going to be it for the day. I'll be back tomorrow at 12 noon Eastern Standard Time. So everybody have a great day. Always remember you have to free yourself to be yourself because your greatness is non-negotiable. Good journey, good vibration. And thank you, John, for co-moderating today.
No problem. And thank you for giving me a shout out here, folks. Again, if you're looking for me, it's at youtube.com/@1970 John Henry. If you can't find me, send me an email. But I think I may try and be regular here, Coach. I enjoyed the output today. Once we got the foolishness primer out of the way. So it was a good combination. But thank you again for letting me sit here and ride with you.
No problem. I appreciate it. Makes it easier for me. Later.